Chapter 1 Chapter 01 Being Pushed Over. Linhai City, Xianyuan Villa. A beautiful woman with long, flowing hair, a slender figure, and a thin sheet wrapped around her waist is curled up on a diamond bed. The woman's skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was peerless. She was truly a rare beauty. "I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch." Suddenly, the woman on the diamond bed roared furiously, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. In front of her stood a young man in a blue delivery uniform. "Hey, beautiful lady, I'm hungry. I really serve you, and I kindly deliver your food. But when I entered the door, you pushed me, and I should be angry. Look, you tore my clothes. You have to compensate me." The deliverer man, Chu Feng, was still in a daze from the previous madness. Villa 88 in Xianyuan had ordered a takeaway, and he had happily delivered it. This was his 30th delivery of the day, and after this one he could go home. He knocked on the door, but he didn't react. Chu Feng is in his 20s or 30s, and he is still young, so he has never experienced anything like this before. And, in the face of such a madwoman, if he can withstand it, is he still a man? He just didn't expect that after the deed was done, the woman would turn on him like a different person, and she wanted to kill Chu Feng. After hearing that you have to give me a few words of compensation, the beautiful woman's trembling jade hand reached behind the pillow and took out a high-end Hermes bag. She took out a wad of money from the bag and threw it in front of Chu Feng. "Take this money and get out of here. Remember, never tell anyone what happened today, and never let me see you again, or I will definitely kill you." Chu Feng was a bit speechless. "No, beautiful lady, you're being a bit unreasonable. Don't forget, who is the victim here? It's you who should leave. Get out of here." The beauty yelled, and the Hermes in her hand smashed towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng caught the Hermes and smiled. "Beauty, you gave it to me for the first time. I am grateful. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I'm looking for your sister, get lost." The girl threw a glass fish tank at him, and Chu Feng caught it and put it on the ground. He ran out of the house in a flash. Although he had just taken a huge advantage, if the woman turned the tables and accused him of using force and violating her will, in this society, even if he was in the right, he would be unable to clear his name. After running out of Xianyuan Villa, Chu Feng ran straight to his little electric mule. This little electric mule has been with him for half a year, braving wind and rain, and has done a great deal for him. Just as he got on the moped, suddenly, several burly men came running out from all sides and surrounded Chu Feng in the middle. The bearded man in charge pointed at Chu Feng and yelled, "Damn it! How dare you touch Li Xiaowu's woman? Beat him to death!" Before Chu Feng could figure out what was going on, several men pulled Chu Feng off the moped and beat him up. The bearded man took an iron rod and furiously attacked Chu Feng's moped. In no time, the little electric moped was beaten into a pile of scrap metal. Chu Feng, under the fist, clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on his fist were clearly visible. But in the end, Chu Feng still loosened his fist. He let several men beat him up. "Stop!" Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind. The several men stopped, and Chu Feng, who had been beaten up, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly raised his head. He saw the beautiful woman who had just pushed him standing in front of the door, her eyes full of anger. The bearded man hurried over and said respectfully, "Miss Su, we are here to protect you on the orders of Mr. Li. Let him go." The beautiful woman ignored the bearded man and said coldly, "Miss Su, this kid. I said, let him go." The beauty shouted, her voice several times louder than before. "Get out!" The bearded man waved impatiently and shouted at Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not move, pointing to the small electric mule that had been beaten into scrap metal. "You have to pay for it." "I'll go to hell, dare you ask me to pay, are you looking for death?" The bearded man raised his fist and punched Chu Feng. Pop! The bearded man's arm had just been raised when the beauty slapped him hard, coldly saying, "You all get out of here too." The bearded man's eyes were full of displeasure, and he waved his hand reluctantly, beckoning a few of his subordinates to leave. The beauty walked up to Chu Feng, her cold eyes passing over his face. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was covered in bruises and his mouth was bleeding. The beauty didn't seem to see any of this, and she threw a wad of money in front of Chu Feng. "This is enough to pay for your tram. Get out of here quickly. Remember what I said. Also, Linhai is no longer a suitable place for you to stay. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Without waiting for Chu Feng to speak, the woman turned around and returned to the house, slamming the door shut. Chu Feng squatted down and picked up the banknotes on the ground one by one, revealing a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. The woman was called Su Qing, the third daughter of the famous Linhai Enterprise Group, the Su Group. Su Qing, who had just entered the room, leaned against the door and began to sob. She knew exactly what had happened. Someone had tampered with her drink, making her lose control. She also knew who had done it. He was the famous playboy of Linhai City, the young master of the Li family, Li Juntai. This young master of the Li family has been pursuing her madly. But she knew the kind of person he was. He had hurt and abandoned countless women. Today, Li Juinja called her and said he wanted to come over for dinner. Of course, she refused him directly. But she didn't realize that Li Juinja had already drugged the milk she drank every night before she went to bed. After drinking the milk, she soon felt hot all over. At that moment, Li Juinja called again, saying that she would be there soon. Su Cheng knew that once Li Juinja came over, he would get his way. She would rather die than let someone like Li Juinja get his way. Seeing that her body was getting more and more out of control, and even hallucinating, the doorbell rang. It was the delivery boy, Chu Feng. In her hallucinations, she thought the man was her white knight, but when she came to her senses, he was just a delivery boy. So, there was the scene at the beginning. Thinking about this, Su Qing's tears flowed down her cheeks. She, the third daughter of the noble Su family, the famous maiden of Linhai, and the elite of the business world, had just given her precious first time to a man she didn't even know and didn't want to give it to. Su Qing didn't look down on the delivery boy, but her status was really a world apart from that of a delivery boy. In theory, they are like two parallel lines that should never intersect. But it just so happened that, although her heart was full of resentment, Su Qing did not regret it. This is much better than giving myself to Li Juinja. Outside the gate of Xiang Yuan Villa, a young man in his 20s with a full beard slapped the man with a beard several times. Hu Chang, Ben Xiao has been planning for so many days, just waiting for tonight to implement it. I came here happily to eat meat, but you motherfucker, you actually told me that Su Qing let a delivery boy eat first. You piece of shit, Ben Xiao told you to keep an eye on Su Qing, what are you doing? The young man was Li Juinja, the son of the Li family in Linhai. Hu Chang, who had been beaten by Li Juinja, dared not breathe a word. After Li Juinja's slap had finished, he hurriedly explained, "Young master, we thought the person in the house was you, but who knew it was a delivery boy?" Damn it! Li Juinja raised his arm again, and Hu Chang's neck shrank, like a turtle's neck. Pop! Li Juinja slapped Hu Chang's head hard. Go, break the legs of the delivery boy, then throw him in the garbage dump outside Linhai City. Hu Chang did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly left with a few of his brothers. Li Juinja lit a cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Su Qing, even if you become second-hand goods, I will still get you, Li Juinja said angrily. Chapter 2 Chapter 02, Make him kneel. Chu Feng took the beaten electric moped to the electric car repair station first. The mechanic only glanced at it and shook his head, looking hopeless. This car is already useless. Don't bother fixing it. Sell it as scrap. After some bargaining, the electric moped that had been with Chu Feng for half a year was sold for only 20 yuan. Chu Feng sighed helplessly. Without an electric cart, he couldn't work. Chu Feng went out to buy a new electric cart that night and rode it to the takeout station. When he arrived at the yard of the takeaway station, he was shocked by what he saw. The yard was in a mess, the electric cars were all smashed to pieces, and even the glass on the door was smashed. What's going on? Chu Feng hurried into the house and saw his colleagues huddled in a circle on the ground, with Hao Lihao, the manager of the takeaway station, half lying on his back in the middle. Hao Lihao was covered in bruises and blood. What happened? Chu Feng hurried over and knelt down to ask. Colleague Chen Huguang suddenly pushed Chu Feng, who was unprepared and sat on the ground. Chu Feng, you little brat, who have you offended that we all have to suffer with you? At this time, Chu Feng was also confused and asked, Huguang, tell me quickly, what happened? Do you really not know or do you not know? Just now, a group of men came to the station and asked for you by name. When our station manager asked them what they wanted with Chu Feng, they were beaten up by the group of men. Chen Huguang pointed angrily around, they not only beat people, but also smashed things. Look, all the electric cars in the station have been smashed, not a single one left. Xu Feng already knew who did it. It must be the group of men who had besieged him at Xiang Yuan Villa. Xu Feng did not expect that this group of people would not let go and come looking for him. Xu Feng's eyes looked around. There were a total of 11 people at the takeout station where he was, and they were all present at this time. Everyone had some kind of injury on their face. It seemed like they had all been beaten up. The important thing is that all of their delivery tricycles are broken. Without the electric tricycle, they can't work. Most of the delivery men here are from the countryside and none of them come from a wealthy family. The oldest station manager, Hao Lihao, is 25 years old. He started delivering food at the age of 17 and has been doing it for 8 years. This year, he has earned enough money to make a down payment on a house. Chen Huguang, a deliveryman, has a sick mother. In order to treat her, he saves and works hard, sending most of his monthly salary home. Lu Chen, a deliveryman who had just graduated from college, had been living on the streets because he couldn't find a job. He was discovered by station manager Hao Lihao and recruited to work as a deliveryman. "Colleagues, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Xu Feng hurriedly apologized and took out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to his colleagues. This is the money that Su Qing threw at Xu Feng. "Colleagues, there are about 20,000 yuan here. You can use it to replace the electric bike. As for the other facilities at the takeaway station that were smashed, I will try to find the money to repair them." Chen Huguang, Lu Chen and other colleagues looked at Xu Feng coldly, and no one reached out to take the money. The station manager Hao Lihao struggled to sit up, and Xu Feng hurriedly reached out to help, but Hao Lihao stopped him with a hand. "Xu Feng, you can keep the money. I'll pay for the electric bike that was broken in the station. But you can't work here anymore." Xu Feng was stunned. He didn't think he would be fired. "Station Master Hao, I've been working here for a long time. You're firing me now, and I won't be able to find another job for a while." Xu Feng pleaded. Having worked as a deliveryman for half a year, he was used to the job. "Xu Feng, it's not that I want to fire you, it's that the gang said that as long as you work at the station for a day, they will come and smash it once a day. They are not bluffing, they are all Li Juinja's people, and it's a matter of a word to get us killed." "Li Juinja? The son of the Li family, Li Juinja?" A cold light flashed in Xu Feng's eyes. "Whether it's Li Juinja or Zhang Juinja, if he destroys the takeaway station, I'll make him come here and apologize to you on his knees, and double the compensation for all the losses here." After Xu Feng finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the takeout station. What kind of joke is it to make the son of the Li family, Li Juinja, come here to apologize and pay double compensation? Hao Li sighed helplessly and said, "Xu Feng, some things are better left unsaid in dreams. Besides, you should leave. My little takeout station really can't accommodate such a great god." Xu Feng also knew that he had to leave. "Thank you, station manager, for taking care of me for the past 6 months. I'm leaving, and you can keep the money." Xu Feng put the money on the ground and turned to leave. As soon as he walked out the door, his colleague Chen Huguang caught up with him. Usually, Chen Huguang and Xu Feng have the best relationship. He ran out to see Xu Feng off, which was within Xu Feng's expectations. "Xu Feng, we are just a small delivery service. How did you offend Li Juntai?" Xu Feng did not speak in a hurry, but took out a red diamond cigarette, lit it, and said after taking a puff, "As for how I offended this young master of the Li family, the reason may be." Xu Feng paused, and Chen Huguang stared at him, waiting for his answer. "Maybe I slept with his woman." Hearing the reason that Xu Feng gave, Chen Huguang's eyes widened and his mouth opened into a circle. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Xu Feng, you motherfucker, you dare sleep with Li Juinja's woman?" "I already did." Chen Huguang was shocked. "I was going to tell the station master to let you come back after the storm had passed, but now it seems that there is no need. I'll give you some advice, get on the train and go back home." It's not that bad. I've never run away with my tail between my legs." Xu Feng got on the electric bicycle, and just as he was about to turn the key, Chen Huguang stopped him. "Huguang, is there anything else?" Chen Huguang looked at him with a look of indecision, but finally mustered the courage to say, "Xu Feng, I'm sorry." "What happened?" "Just now, that group of people beat the station manager to death, and forced him to ask about your whereabouts. Seeing that the station manager couldn't take it anymore, I had no choice but to tell the gang your home address." "What?" Xu Feng's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly calmed down. Of course, Chen Huguang can't be blamed for this. Huguang, you did the right thing. Saving lives is more important. I won't blame you. Go back. Chu Feng turned the electric bike's battery to the maximum and rushed home frantically. When he arrived home at high speed and saw the deformed security door, Chu Feng knew he was too late. Chu Feng once again clenched his fists tightly, and murderous intent filled the air. But in the end, Chu Feng once again relaxed his fist, shook his head, and his face looked somewhat helpless. When he walked into the house, he saw broken pieces of the vase all over the floor. The walls were covered with scribbles, and there were a few badly written Chinese characters and some obscene swear words. On the other wall, there was also a splash of manure. Li Juinja, you really are asking for it. You have brought down the wrath of heaven upon yourself, and that is something you cannot bear. Chu Feng said to himself. He had never revealed his true identity to anyone. If he did, it would be a world-shaking revelation. He was originally the son of the Chu family in the imperial capital, and was most likely to inherit the family's business. However, when he was 17, he was chased by a group of unknown people, and finally hit on a smuggling ship, crossing the ocean to overseas. Without any identification or income, he was desperate and on the verge of death when he met the mercenary leader, Old Wolf. After 8 years of hard work, at the age of 25, he had become the mercenary king, and was respectfully known in the industry as the god of killing. Tired of the life of fighting and killing, half a year ago, he left Tianlong alone and came to Linhai City. Now he just wants to be an ordinary person, and he is content with even a job delivering food. Chu Feng took a wet wipe and wiped the mess off the wall. When the house was all cleaned up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Chu Feng went to the balcony, where he could see a nice view. At this time, the night was deep, the sky was full of stars, and the starlight and the lights on the ground intersected. The already prosperous Linhai City appeared even more prosperous. Back in the house, Chu Feng picked up the water margin on the sofa and started reading it. When he saw the inscription by Song Jiang on the Xuanzhang Tower, Chu Feng suddenly felt that the poem was very similar to his current situation. Just like a tiger lying on a barren hill, lurking and enduring. But this is not a desolate place, it is the bustling metropolis of Linhai. Don't force me. Let me be a common person and stay hidden. Chu Feng said to himself. Chapter 3 Chapter 03, Meeting Again. The next morning, Chu Feng left home early. He said he was going to work, but he was actually looking for a job. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he met his neighbor Su Hua, who lived across the street. Hearing that Chu Feng had no job, Su Hua, who worked on the construction site, immediately said, Chu Feng, you are strong. Why don't you deliver takeout food? Come with me to the construction site to move bricks. With your physique, the foreman will be happy to see you. The daily wage is no less than 300 yuan. Okay, Huazi, I'll go to the construction site with you. Chu Feng and Su Hua went to the construction site. When the foreman, Fan Yongtai, saw Chu Feng, he was really pleased. He didn't like educated people on his construction site, he liked strong people, and Chu Feng obviously fit his requirements. Fan Yongtai arranged for Chu Feng to work with Su Hua, whose job was to carry blue bricks upstairs. After working for a while, he saw a group of people with safety helmets walking over. After unloading a truck of blue bricks, Su Hua saw Chu Feng staring down at the building and came up behind him. Huazi, who are these people? Ha, Chu Feng, this group of people are not the same as us. We are brick movers, but they are all white-collar workers in offices. Su Hua pointed at the woman walking in front of them and said, Look, do you see her? That's Su Qing, the director of Su's real estate. She's a famous rich and beautiful woman in Linhai City. Whoever marries her will never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. Chu Feng of course also saw Su Qing, the helmet covering her face, and it was hard to see the full picture. But she looked familiar. The group of people walked around the construction site, pointing and gesturing. In the end, they walked straight towards the construction site where Chu Feng was. The foreman, Fan Yongtai, hurried over. When he saw Su Qing's true face, Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. Linhai City has a population of tens of millions, and he didn't expect to meet her so soon. This Su Qing was the one who pushed him down last night. Su Qing asked Fan Yongtai about the progress of the project and the latest welfare distribution, especially the distribution of heatstroke prevention items. When she looked up, she saw Chu Feng, who was carrying bricks. Su Qing's face changed instantly. Fan Yongtai, who was introducing the construction site to Su Qing, suddenly noticed that his chairman had no voice and hurriedly looked back. He saw that the fairy-like rich man was staring straight ahead. "Chairman Su, you." Su Qing ignored Fan Yongtai and quickly walked up to Chu Feng. At this time, Chu Feng was wearing a tank top, and his arms, which were full of muscles, were covered in dust and sweat. The tank top naturally could not hide Chu Feng's well-developed pectoral muscles. Su Qing's eyes swept over Chu Feng. No matter what, the man in front of her was indeed strong. On second thought, a laborer, that's not a strong body. "How did you end up here?" Su Qing snapped. Fan Yongtai didn't expect that the Su family's daughter would come up and talk to Chu Feng, and from the look of it, it seemed like the two of them knew each other. "Mr. Su, this is Chu Feng, my new worker." Fan Yongtai introduced himself. "Did I ask you? Who told you to interrupt?" Su Qing was cold as ice, and she snapped at Fan Yongtai, who was trying to be nice. Fan Yongtai took 2 steps back, embarrassed. Su Qing pointed at Chu Feng again and impatiently said, "I asked you, why are you here? Say it." Chu Feng took out a towel to wipe the sweat on his forehead and smiled. "Miss Su, the reason I am here is not because of you. If it weren't for you pushing me yesterday." "Shut up." Su Qing interrupted Chu Feng, her fair face showing a hint of discomfort. She looked around awkwardly, and finally pointed at Chu Feng. "Come to my office, I have something to say to you." After saying this, Su Qing turned and left. A group of entourage hurriedly followed. As Su Qing and her entourage left, Su Hua hurriedly ran up to Chu Feng and punched him in the chest. "Chu Feng, you're good. You're usually so quiet and unassuming, but when you show up, you're like a bomb. I didn't expect you to know Miss Su. How did you two meet? Huazi, do you think it's a good thing to know her? It's just a shame." Chu Feng washed his face, left the construction site, and walked towards the Su real estate office building. Su's real estate office building. Chu Feng, wearing a strapless vest and covered in mud, walked through the clean office area, immediately attracting the attention of many beautiful white-collar women. Chu Feng walked inside, saying that Su's real estate company is full of beautiful women, and today, the rumors are true. Then, a beautiful woman with wavy curls, wearing a blue business suit with a short skirt, walked up to Chu Feng. Chu Feng saw the name tag hanging from her chest, which read, "Group Office, Lu Meili." "This person is Su Qing's secretary, Lu Meili." Lu Meili looked at Chu Feng up and down, and said coldly, "Come with me. Mr. Su is waiting for you in the office." Chu Feng walked forward with Lu Meili, and couldn't help but glance at the area covered by Lu Meili's miniskirt. It was naturally too eye-catching, like a small peach. In front of Su Qing's office, Lu Meili knocked on the door first, and it wasn't until she heard a voice from inside that she turned around and said to Chu Feng, "You can go in." Chu Feng walked into the office and saw Su Qing standing in front of the window, staring at the construction site outside the window, which was full of tower cranes. Chu Feng reached out and knocked on the table, and Su Qing suddenly turned around. "Why are you at my construction site? You're just here to annoy me, aren't you?" Looking at the anger in Su Qing's beautiful eyes, Chu Feng thought to himself, Su Qing is worthy of being the boss of a real estate company that manages thousands of employees, and she is full of majesty. "Miss Su, I was delivering takeout just fine, but if you hadn't forced me last night, I would still be delivering takeout and wouldn't have ended up on a construction site carrying bricks. Also, if you had told me earlier that you were Li Juinja's man, I would never have worked for you." "You?" Su Qing looked awkwardly at the door and said in a low voice, "Can you speak a little quieter? You're so loud, do you want everyone in the company to know?" As she said this, Su Qing turned around and took out a bank card from the drawer. "You came to my construction site in every possible way. Didn't you want to get close to me? Didn't you want to extort money from me? There are 200,000 yuan in this card. I'll give it to you all at once, and you don't have to bother me anymore." Su Qing threw the bank card into Chu Feng's hands. Chu Feng played with the bank card and smiled. "Rich people are so willful, they give money at the slightest provocation. But I didn't come here to work to extort your money. To be honest, I was fired from the takeout station because of Li Juinja's trouble, and I had no choice but to come here to work with my good friend Su Hua. But I really didn't know this was your territory." Then, Chu Feng returned the bank card to Su Qing. Su Qing looked straight at Chu Feng. She didn't think the man in front of her would refuse the 200,000. "Too little? I wouldn't take 2 million either." Chu Feng smiled and turned to walk out of the house. "Stop. Su Qing stopped Chu Feng again. I advise you to leave Linhai as soon as possible, because Li Juinja will not let you go. Chu Feng smiled disdainfully. I'll say it again, Linhai is my home, and I'm not leaving. If you don't listen to reason, aren't you afraid of Li Juinja? Do you know that his men are looking for you all over the city, threatening to break your legs? Chu Feng smiled lightly. Of course I'm afraid. Who in Linhai City isn't afraid of him? After all, he has a big family and a gang of thugs under his command. How can a little person like me compare with him? At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the voice of Lu Meili. Mr. Su, Mr. Li is here. Ah! Su Qing suddenly panicked, thinking to herself, what's the point of being afraid of what's coming? Lu Meili, you tell him to wait for me outside. I'll be out in a minute. Okay, Mr. Su. Li Meili left, and Su Qing looked anxious and said, there's a back door to the left of my office. Hurry and leave through the back door. Mr. Su, I'm afraid it's too late. Li Juntai is already at the door. As soon as the words fell, the voice of Li Juinja came from outside the door. Su Qing, it's broad daylight, why are you keeping the office door closed? What are you doing in there? You're not stealing Xiaobai's face, are you? With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Li Juinja. Chapter 4 Chapter 04, Beating Li Xiao. Li Juinja walked into the room and saw Chu Feng at first glance. Li Juinja naturally didn't know that Chu Feng was the one who had robbed him of his good deed. Su Qing, who is this kid? Li Juinja asked, looking up and down at Chu Feng. When he saw Chu Feng's outfit, he couldn't help but sneer and say, Director Su, this kid must be the one who moved bricks at your construction site, right? Seeing that Li Juinja didn't even recognize Chu Feng, Su Qing's heart finally relaxed. Oh, he really works on my construction site. I'll call him over. I have something to ask him. It's fine now. Su Qing quickly gave Chu Feng a wink. Her meaning was more than clear, indicating that Chu Feng should leave quickly. Chu Feng coldly glared at Li Juinja, and saw that the kid was full of arrogance, and didn't take him, a migrant worker, seriously at all. This kid smashed the takeout station and beat up his family. At this moment, Chu Feng really wanted to beat him up. But in front of Su Qing, and in someone else's office area, Chu Feng felt that it would be bad to start a fight. Chu Feng decided that there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with Li Juinja, and for the time being, he would let Li Juinja off the hook. Su Don, then I'll leave first. Chu Feng turned and walked out of the door. As soon as he closed the door, he heard Su Qing's rebuke from inside the house. Li Juinja, what are you doing? You'd better show some respect. Hey, Su Qing, you don't even spare a delivery boy, and you pretend to be modest in front of me. Besides, I don't despise you as a second-hand item, and I'm still willing to marry you. That's because I think highly of you, so just give in. Then, the sound of tearing clothes came from inside the room. Chu Feng slowly closed his fists. Li Juinja, you bastard, but Chu Feng didn't expect him to be so bastard, actually in broad daylight, directly in Su Qing's office to use force. He's a real animal. It was really unbearable. Turning around, Chu Feng kicked open Su Qing's office. He saw Li Juinja pressing Su Qing against the desk, her clothes already ripped open, revealing half of her shoulder. Seeing Chu Feng, Li Juinja instantly lost his interest. He got up from Su Qing and pointed at Chu Feng angrily. You brat, if you don't want to disappear in Linhai City, get out of here immediately. Seeing that it was Chu Feng who had barged in and confronted Li Juinja directly, he was simply unaware of his own life or death. Su Qing angrily shouted, how come you haven't left yet? Hurry up and get out of here. Did you hear that? Mr. Su said, get out of here, don't ruin our good thing. Damn it, I came in here to ruin your good thing. Chu Feng cursed and jumped in with a single leap. Li Juinja naturally didn't take Chu Feng seriously and immediately punched him. Li Juinja had practiced Sanda and had even won a place in a competition. Although the competition was sponsored by his family, Li Juinja's skills were not false. Su Qing also knew this very well and was anxious as if she were an ant on a hot pan. But the next scene left Su Qing dumbfounded. The moment Li Juinja swung his fist, he didn't know how Chu Feng had thrown a punch, and he actually knocked Li Juinja to the ground with one punch. Chu Feng rode on Li Juinja and pounded Li Juinja's face with a flurry of punches, cursing as he hammered, you smashed my takeout station, you smashed my home, I'll let you smash it. Seeing Chu Feng's punches raining down, Su Qing, who had been in a state of confusion, took a long time to come to her senses. Chu Feng, he was hitting Li Juinja, the son of the Lin Hai Li family. If he gets hurt, that would be terrible. Stop it. Su Qing ran over and pulled Chu Feng away. Looking down, she saw that Li Juinja's nose was crooked. Su Qing was dumbfounded. Just now, this Chu Feng said he was afraid of Li Juncheng, but the ferocity of his attack just now didn't look like he was afraid of Li Juncheng. Who the hell are you? Li Juinja pointed at Chu Feng and shouted. He never thought that one day, in Linhai City, someone would dare to beat him up. Squirt! Chu Feng spat at Li Juinja, and Li Juinja's eyes suddenly became as dark and vicious as the sea, spitting at him. This was the greatest insult to him. Li Juinja, listen up, I'm the delivery guy you're looking for. It's you! Li Juinja's eyes widened, and after looking at Chu Feng and then Su Qing, he instantly understood what was going on. Oh, it turns out that you two have been having an affair for a long time, and you're still having a secret meeting in the office today. Seeing Li Juinja still spitting out fragrance, Chu Feng's fist swept towards Li Juinja's face again, but was tightly held back by Su Qing. If you hit him again, you'll kill him. Can you bear the consequences of killing him? Su Qing yelled. Ignoring Su Qing, Chu Feng kicked Li Juinja in the thigh and said, Li Juinja, remember, my name is Chu Feng. Our business is not over yet. I will find you again. I warn you here that if you dare to touch my people again, I will kill you. And I will kill you as easily as killing a dog. Su Qing stared at Chu Feng in a daze. She didn't expect Chu Feng to speak in such a tone. And this tone was directed at Li Juinja, the son of the Li family. This tone of speech should be the exclusive property of Li Juinja. Li Juinja was also stunned by Chu Feng. He even felt that his words were taken over by Chu Feng. Okay, Chu Feng, I remember you. I want to see how you're going to kill me. Is it as easy as killing a dog? Li Juinja limped out of the room, and the employees of Su's real estate, who were watching from outside the room, immediately dispersed. But their faces were full of surprise. He was beaten, but he was the young master of the Li family, Li Juinja, who called the shots in Linhai City. Li Juinja left in a terrible state, and Su Qing's office. Chu Feng clapped his hands and turned to walk out of the house. Where are you going? Su Qing walked 2 steps forward and asked behind Chu Feng. Miss Su, you are a billionaire. Even if you don't work, you have more than enough money. I'm a migrant worker. If I don't go to the construction site to carry bricks, I'll have to go hungry. But you have already offended Li Juinja. I said, kill him like killing a dog. If you don't believe it, he can come looking for trouble. Chu Feng walked through the office area of the Su family group. All the employees stared at Chu Feng like they were looking at a monster. Many of the employees were whispering. Wow, is he the one who beat up Li Xiao? He's so awesome. What's so great about it? This is called not knowing one's place. He offended Li Xiao, and he will soon pay the price for his impulsiveness. Amidst the buzz, Chu Feng walked out of the office building of Su Real Estate. Su Qing looked at the departing figure of Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. A delivery boy who didn't even take the mighty Li Xiao seriously and beat him to death was a complete surprise to her. But soon Su Qing thought that this was the behavior of a bottom-feeding idiot. He is impulsive, doesn't think about the consequences, and is stubbornly proud. The two sides are so different that there is no comparison at all. When Li Juinja shows his true strength, Chu Feng will probably be too late to kneel down and beg for mercy. Thinking about this, Su Qing suddenly felt a little headache and couldn't help pinching her eyebrows. If time could be turned back, she would never have chosen to meet someone like Chu Feng. Chapter 5 Chapter 05 Living in the same room. Working on a construction site is not a 9-to-5 job. It was already 8 o'clock at night when Chu Feng finished work. Chu Feng and Su Hua walked out of the construction site together and discussed going to a barbecue stand to have a few drinks. As soon as they walked out of the gate, they saw a black BMW M8 parked outside. When Chu Feng walked past, the window glass slowly lowered, revealing a peerless face. It was Su Qing. Get in. Su Qing said simply, slowly raising the window glass. Su Hua gave Chu Feng a thumbs up and said with a smile, Chu Feng, you are really the pride of our men. Who can normally sit in Miss Su's car? Okay, Huazi, don't laugh at me. You can't eat the barbecue. You should go back first. I'll owe you this meal and invite you some other time. Chu Feng opened the car door and got in. Su Qing started the car and drove off. Where are you going? When the car reached the second ring viaduct, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. To send you away from Linhai City. Chu Feng laughed. Miss Su, don't waste your efforts. Even if you drive me out of Linhai City, I will still come back. Li Juinjia has already made a threat. He said he would break both of your legs before, but now he wants to kill you. His lackeys are looking for you everywhere. What are you still doing in Linhai City? Are you staying to die? Su Qing asked anxiously. Chu Feng didn't expect that this Miss Su seemed to care about him quite a bit. Miss Su, you care about me so much, don't tell me you're interested in me? Su Qing slammed the horn, and her expression suddenly turned cold as ice. Chu Feng, I ask you to put yourself in your place. Don't think that because we had sex one night, you can take advantage of me. To tell you the truth, all the men in the world are dead, and I, Su Qing, won't look at you. Chu Feng chuckled. It's so direct, it's really hurt my self-esteem. Self-esteem is earned by oneself. If you are capable, do something big, don't go to the construction site to move bricks. Do you think a bricklayer is worthy of me, Su Qing? If it weren't for a twist of fate, you wouldn't be able to reach me. Su Qing suddenly realized that what she had said had indeed hurt Chu Feng's self-esteem. After all, he was a 1.8-meter tall man. Thinking about this, Su Qing immediately changed her tone. The reason I saved you is because I got you involved, and I caused the grudge between you and Li Juinjia. More importantly, you saved me in the office today. I didn't save you because I couldn't stand that Li Juinjia. If it weren't for Li Juinjia smashing my place of work and smashing my home, I wouldn't care about you no matter how much you scream. Su Qing was embarrassed and angry, and Chu Feng saw it in his eyes and thought, you hurt my self-esteem, and I hurt your self-esteem. We're even. Ding-ling-ling. Su Qing's phone rang. Su Qing looked at the phone and it was her secretary, Lu Meili, calling. Su Qing hurriedly answered the phone. Mr. Su, Li Juinjia is rushing to the company. I said you had already left, and they already know that Chu Feng is in your car and that you are taking him out of Linhai City. They are waiting for you at the intersection ahead of time. You have to be careful. Okay, beautiful, I know. Su Qing hung up the phone, turned the steering wheel, and sped eastward. Chu Feng couldn't help but ask again, where are you taking me? My home. Xian Yuan Villa? Li Juinjia knows that place. Wouldn't it be like walking into a trap? First, let's go to my mother's house and hide out for a while. Donghai Xingjing, in the eastern suburbs of Linhai City. Chu Feng knew this neighborhood. It was a famous high-end neighborhood in Linhai City. Those who lived here were either CEOs or celebrities. The BMW M8 drove into the garage of a golden yellow villa, and Su Qing and Chu Feng got out of the car. Su Qing, let me ask you, does your mother live here? Yes, my mother has always lived here. Chu Feng scratched his head. Miss Su, it's not good to suddenly bring a strange man home. If your mother asks you who I am, how will you explain it? Su Qing gave Chu Feng a look. Is this something you should be thinking about? You just live here, so why do you have to ask so many questions? To tell you the truth, a month ago, my mother went on a trip abroad and is not expected to return for another 2 weeks. After hearing Su Qing's explanation, Chu Feng finally calmed down. The two walked into the room, and Chu Feng looked around. This is a very luxurious villa, and it is decorated in a European style. The room was spacious and bright, and the living room alone was 100 square meters. Looking at this luxurious villa, Chu Feng sighed to himself, ordinary people earn money all their lives, but I'm afraid they can't afford a villa like this. Su Qing was willing to let herself live in such a large luxury villa, which made Chu Feng feel a bit surprised. On second thought, the Su family is in real estate, and I don't know how many luxury properties they own. Even if they throw away this luxury villa, I'm afraid they won't feel bad about it. He also saw that there was a layer of dust on the ground and on the table in the villa. It was obvious that the villa had not been lived in for a long time. At the same time, Chu Feng also had a worry. Although the house is large, after all, there is a difference between men and women, and it is inconvenient to live in the same room. Miss Su, I'm staying here tonight. Where are you staying? Can't we both live in such a big house? Su Qing asked back, Pointing to the upstairs, I live upstairs, you live downstairs, the stairs in between are the boundary, the forbidden zone. If you dare to step over the forbidden zone, I have the means to deal with you. Chu Feng smiled slightly and leaned back on the sofa. Just as his but was about to sit down, Su Qing snapped at him, stand up. What's wrong? Can't I sit on the sofa? Then I'm not staying here. I'm leaving. Stop. Su Qing stopped Chu Feng and pointed to the bathroom. First, change your dirty clothes from carrying bricks. I was wondering how you could sit down with such dirty clothes on. Chu Feng looked down and saw that his clothes were covered in cement. His appearance really didn't match the scenery in this luxurious villa. Okay, I'll go wash up and change my clothes, so as not to dirty your home. Chu Feng went into the bathroom and looked at the footprints on the luxurious floor tiles that Chu Feng had stepped on. Su Qing couldn't help but frown. She never imagined that her high and mighty daughter would have anything to do with a dirty, low-class migrant worker. The origin of all this is Li Juinja. If Li Juinja hadn't given her that kind of medicine, she wouldn't have rolled in bed with someone like Chu Feng, regardless of whether he was good or bad. She also vowed that in the future, she would never sleep with someone like Chu Feng. But now the die is cast. No matter what, she had let Chu Feng offend Li Juinja, and she naturally couldn't stand by and watch Chu Feng get beaten to death by Li Juinja. Thinking of Li Juinja, Su Qing couldn't help but become upset again. The Li family is very wealthy in Linhai City, and Li Juinja's father is the vice president of the Linhai City General Chamber of Commerce. The Su family relies on the Li family in many ways. But a playboy like Li Juinja is really not her type. Su Qing was also filled with worry. She was afraid that the Su family would eventually succumb to the Li family's authority, and in the end, she would really have to marry Li Juinja. Thinking about this, Su Qing's heart was even more confused. She turned around and saw a bottle of brandy and red wine on the living room wine cabinet. Su Qing walked over and poured herself a half glass and gulped it down. Su Qing poured herself another half glass, and just as she lifted the glass to her lips, the bathroom door squeaked open. Chu Feng, wrapped in a towel, walked out of the bathroom. And he was only wearing a towel. Chapter 6 Chapter 06, A Difficult Night. Seeing Chu Feng's appearance, Su Qing immediately became angry. Chu Feng, what do you mean by dressing like this? Do you really think you are my man, Su Qing? Chu Feng helplessly spread his hands. Miss Su, you should find me a change of clothes. If you don't find me a change of clothes, I won't even wear a towel. You. Su Qing was so angry that she trembled, walked into the next bedroom, and came out with a nightgown. Seeing the pajamas in Su Qing's hand, Chu Feng was dumbfounded, and even a little unable to laugh or cry. It was clearly a women's nightgown. No, Miss Su, are you seeing things or am I? Are you giving me a woman's nightgown to wear? What, do you want to play something exciting with me? Get out. Su Qing said angrily, throwing the pajamas in front of Chu Feng and said in a bad mood, this is the condition of my home, you can wear it if you like. You're threatening me? That's what you said. This robe is uncomfortable to wear anyway, so I'll just take it off. Take it off, who are you trying to scare? I haven't seen you all over. Chu Feng. There is nothing you can do when you encounter a woman who is not afraid of anything. Think about it, you are in someone else's home, they are the host, and you are the guest, so be honest, otherwise, if you get anxious and they take away the bathrobe, you will really be exposed. Oh, Miss Su, these pajamas are too small for me to wear. Can you give me one of your father's clothes to wear? Chu Feng pleaded. No, I don't have a father. Su Qing became very angry and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Seeing Su Qing's displeased expression, Chu Feng immediately put away his smirking expression. This look on Su Qing's face only appeared when she mentioned her father. Chu Feng immediately realized that Su Qing seemed to be dissatisfied with her father. Extremely dissatisfied. What's more, this Su Qing is drinking alone. What does that mean? It is easy for a man and a woman to get into trouble in a room alone, and now Su Qing has added a little more catalyst. Is this a test of my concentration, or is it going to cost me my life? Miss Su, don't you think it's not a good idea to drink at this moment? And drinking is not good for a woman's body. Su Qing glared at Chu Feng coldly, then took a big drink in a huff, and said in a show of defiance, don't you worry about my business, just take care of yourself. And after this Li Juinja incident is over, I never want to see you again. I get upset when I see you, and I want to throw up. Damn you, you son of a bitch. I was just trying to persuade you to drink less, and you responded with something like that. What, seeing me makes you upset, seeing me makes you want to throw up? Do I look that bad? Chu Feng realized that the daughter of the Su family had a proud bloodline and looked down on migrant workers like him from the bottom of her heart. Since she is so rude, I, Chu Feng, will not show any mercy. Miss Su, let's be honest. Although I am a migrant worker, I don't think highly of you either. Except for the fact that you have a woman's face, you are not good at anything else. What do you mean? Su Qing asked coldly, grabbing a bottle of wine in one hand. If what Chu Feng said was wrong, the bottle would be smashed over. Chu Feng's eyes swept over Su Qing's entire body without restraint, and he laughed, "You're as thin as a stalk of sorghum. Hey, I don't know how I could be with you. Bastard." Su Qing did not hesitate to throw the bottle at Chu Feng, but Chu Feng caught it with his hand. Such good wine, it would be a shame to break it. Chu Feng smiled and looked up, suddenly seeing tears in Su Qing's eyes. Chu Feng immediately realized that he had made a joke that was a bit too heavy. He only said that to anger Su Qing, and he was even making it up. Su Qing is a beautiful woman with an absolutely first-class figure, especially down there, which is also very impressive. Of course, these words cannot be said out loud. Okay, Miss Su, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. First of all, I will only stay here for one night. In the morning, I must go to the construction site to move bricks. No. Su Qing interrupted Chu Feng without hesitation and said, Li Juanji's people are definitely waiting for you at the construction site. You're just going to go and get yourself killed. It's just money. You can move bricks at my construction site for a maximum of 250 yuan a day. You can stay here and I'll give you 300 yuan a day. Chu Feng's eyes lit up, thinking that this Su family's daughter was indeed rich and arrogant. However, Chu Feng always had a feeling that he was being taken advantage of by this rich girl. Living in a villa and earning money, this kind of life is too good. Hee hee, I can't help but want to celebrate with a drink. Chu Feng pointed to the red wine, brandy, the pinnacle of wine. Can you pour me a glass? Su Qing did not hesitate to reject Chu Feng's request. No, your rights are limited to living here, and you have no other rights. Also, I have been drinking, you have been drinking, and both of us are drunk. It is easy to get together like this, isn't it? Put away your dirty thoughts. Chu Feng smiled awkwardly, thinking that this Su family's daughter is beautiful, and can be described as peerless, but the words she said were like throwing knives, stabbing people's hearts. After a few more drinks, Su Qing's fair and delicate face flushed, and she staggered upstairs, muttering as she walked, "Remember, the stairs are the boundary, don't cross it." Su Chan walked into the room on the second floor, slammed the door shut, and Chu Feng smiled helplessly and lit a cigarette. After finishing the cigarette, Chu Feng walked to the bathroom. He wanted to wash the clothes he had changed into, dry them, and then wear them. It was really uncomfortable to walk around in a bathrobe. There was a washing machine in the bathroom, and Chu Feng put all the dirty clothes in it. Looking back, he saw that the door to the room on the second floor where Su Qing lived was actually open. What does it mean? Chu Feng was a little dumbfounded. He thought to himself that the Su family's eldest daughter really had a big heart. She didn't seem to have any defenses against a man she had only known for a day. Chu Feng naturally didn't go upstairs. It was still early, and the villa was full of dust. Chu Feng, who couldn't sit still, immediately picked up a mop and started cleaning the villa. When he got to the stairs, he saw that there was more dust on the stairs, and Su Qing had just walked up the stairs, leaving a row of footprints on the stairs. He remembered Su Qing saying that the stairs were a minefield, and Chu Feng smiled faintly. The real minefield was in his heart. If there was no minefield in his heart, this place would be a natural fortress, and he would climb into Su Qing's bed. Therefore, even if he went up to the second floor, Su Qing would be safe. Chu Feng took the mop and wiped it up step by step, quickly reaching the second floor. When he reached the room where Su Qing lived, Chu Feng couldn't help but take a look inside. Su Qing, wearing a red nightgown, was lying on her side facing the door. At this time, Su Qing's body exuded a faint smell of alcohol, and the smell of alcohol was mixed with a fragrance, like a beautiful woman just out of the bath. In particular, the butterfly on her chest, which was faintly visible, made her even more charming and moving. Although the two had been crazy once, it was the first time that Chu Feng had seen the butterfly on Su Qing's chest. The kind of hazy beauty made Chu Feng's nose a little hot. Damn, it's too painful. Chu Feng dared not look again and hurriedly bowed his head to get back to work. At this moment, Su Qing woke up. Chapter 7 Chapter 07, Who did you give it to? When she saw Chu Feng standing outside the door, Su Qing immediately screamed. Chu Feng let out a low cry of oh no. Although it was an unintentional act, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had 10 mouths. Moreover, Su Qing's scream was so loud that Chu Feng covered his ears and ran down the stairs. Chu Feng stood in the living room, quietly waiting for the coming storm. 5 minutes later, Su Qing, dressed in her clothes, walked down the stairs in a huff. Judging from her appearance, Chu Feng already guessed that she would definitely take action. Sure enough, Su Qing, who had walked up to Chu Feng, raised her arm and slapped him in the face. But Chu Feng grabbed her wrist. Su Qing's eyes were about to burst into flames, and she spat at Chu Feng. I knew that you would definitely climb into my bed. You are a dog that can't change its eating habits. You are trash. You are the bottom of society, a laborer. Su Qing humiliated the lower class so much that Chu Feng was furious. He grabbed Su Qing's arm and flung it forward, and Su Qing stumbled backwards a few steps, almost falling to the ground. Miss Su, don't you think about it. If I really wanted to sleep with you, would you still have the chance to yell at me here? Who do you think you are calling me lousy? Are you worthy? I just called you trash. What's wrong? You're afraid to admit it, trash. Su Qing pointed angrily at Chu Feng, her chest rising and falling like waves. Chu Feng did not expect that the Su family's eldest daughter was so strong and would not admit defeat in the face of adversity. Moreover, at this moment, she should have seen the situation clearly. A man and a woman living together in the same house, with the man being the stronger party, it would be easy to eat her up, but she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Forget it, I'm a man, I shouldn't get into it with her. Miss Su, I'll say it again, if it weren't for you insisting that I live here, I would never have come here. And just now, I really wasn't looking for you. I was cleaning the villa and saw you open the door, so I took a look inside. After hearing this, Su Qing suddenly realized that the room was much cleaner than when she first entered. But Su Qing didn't believe that Chu Feng was really trying to clean the house. You went to such great lengths to get close to me. You really are a scheming man. Chu Feng exhaled angrily and said in a bad mood, you can think whatever you want. The cleaning is not finished yet, so I'll continue. Chu Feng turned around, picked up a rag, and began to wipe the dusty table. Seeing Chu Feng busy with the cleaning, Su Qing, who was standing in the room, was a bit at a loss. She kept thinking to herself, did he really just clean the house? After half an hour, Chu Feng had wiped all the furniture in the villa. When he looked back, he saw Su Qing still standing in the middle of the room. He didn't speak to Su Qing and went straight into the bathroom to wash the rag. Su Qing looked at him and felt a little embarrassed. This Chu Feng really seemed to be cleaning up, not what she had thought. From this, it can be seen that this Chu Feng is not a bad person at heart. Su Qing silently returned to her room and closed the door to rest. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, in a daze, Su Qing suddenly heard the sound of a car outside and sat up in bed. Her house was a single-family villa, and she was the only one within a few hundred meters. The only car was the BMW M8 she had driven there. Now the car is making a noise, and there is only one reason for this, someone is driving up. Could it be someone from Li Junti's gang? Su Qing hurriedly walked down the stairs. Just as she reached the stairs, she ran into Chu Feng, who was coming up the stairs. Su Qing was wearing a low-cut pink nightgown, and the pink butterfly was completely in front of Chu Feng. Faced with such a beautiful sight, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly couldn't move. Seeing that Chu Feng kept staring at her chest, as if he had never seen the world before, Su Qing's face showed a look of disgust, and she immediately pulled her pajamas up and kicked Chu Feng directly in the leg. Don't forget what your status is here. Your eyes are looking at me so recklessly. Be careful, I'll gouge your eyes out. Chu Feng came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly, no man can ignore it. Get out. Su Qing walked past Chu Feng directly, and Chu Feng turned around and said, Miss Su, I came upstairs to tell you that a car has arrived outside, and a woman has got out of the car. She is wearing all kinds of jewelry, and it looks like she is your mother. My mother? Su Qing suddenly turned around, her face full of shock. Suddenly, Su Qing seemed to realize something and immediately started spinning in place, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, spinning and saying, all covered in jewelry, this can't be a mistake, this is really my mother, oh my god, how did she suddenly come back? Looking down at her pink pajamas, and then looking up at Chu Feng standing in front of her, Su Qing's eyes widened even more. It's over, if my mother sees me dressed like this and living with a man, she'll break my legs. Chu Feng found Su Qing's panic somewhat amusing. Ha, Miss Su, you are her own daughter, your mother wouldn't break your legs. Su Qing blared at Chu Feng, of course she wouldn't dare to break my legs, but she wouldn't hesitate to break your legs. Chu Feng. Qing, are you home? Open the door for me quickly. The voice of Su Qing's mother came from outside, and Su Qing immediately panicked and said, Mom, I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll go get the key. Su Qing's words made Chu Feng a bit dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but remind her, Miss Su, you're in the house. Do you need a key to open the door? Su Qing immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, pointed to the closet on the second floor, and hurriedly said, You hide in there. Remember, don't come out no matter what. At this moment, the sound of the key in the door came, and Su Qing was even more panicked. She hurriedly pushed Chu Feng and shouted, What are you still doing? Hurry up and get in. After saying that, Su Qing hurriedly ran downstairs, but she got more and more confused as she ran. After running down a few stairs, Su Qing slipped and fell. At the critical moment, Chu Feng jumped down from the second floor and caught Su Qing, who had fallen down the stairs. At this moment, the door opened. Lu Kaiyun, Su Qing's mother, who was dragging a suitcase, suddenly widened her eyes and opened her mouth when she saw the scene in the room. She saw her beloved daughter, Su Qing, with her delicate body bent backwards and her long hair hanging down like a black waterfall. A man wearing a halter top had his right arm wrapped around her daughter's waist, staring at her daughter's impressive figure. In addition, her daughter's right leg was hooked around the man's waist. It looked like they were dancing a pas de deux. But this is just too weird. Su Qing. Lu Kaiyun pushed the suitcase in her hand to the side, making a sound like a lion's roar. Su Qing hurriedly stood up, trembling all over, and hurriedly ran over to explain, Mom, you misunderstood, it's not what you think. Lu Kaiyun pushed Su Qing aside and pointed at Chu Feng, Who are you? What is your relationship with them? Chu Feng waved to Su Qing, Miss Su, what should we do? You explain it. Su Qing walked over with a stiff upper lip and whispered, Mom, listen to my explanation. His name is Chu Feng. Yes, he is my driver. Hearing Su Qing stammering like that, Lu Kaiyun knew that her precious daughter wasn't telling the truth. Lu Kaiyun did not say anything, but suddenly grabbed Su Qing's face with both hands, then turned Su Qing's eyes with her right hand. Lu Kaiyun's face immediately changed. Lu Kaiyun's face was dark, and her trembling arm pointed at Su Qing, You're not a young lady anymore, why don't you tell your mother the truth? This time, Chu Feng looked at Lu Kaiyun in surprise. A million thoughts ran through his mind. Su Qing's mother is too amazing. She only flipped through Su Qing's eyes and knew that she was no longer a virgin. Su Qing was also dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that her mother would be so knowledgeable and have such abilities. Say it, who did you give it to, was it him? Lu Kaiyun shouted at Su Qing, but her trembling hand pointed at Chu Feng. Su Qing saw that she couldn't avoid it, and she nodded awkwardly, saying like a mosquito humming, Mom, yes, it's him. Chapter 8 Chapter 08 Family Business Dispute. Lu Kaiyun's dark face suddenly blossomed with clouds, and she patted Su Qing's shoulder and said with a smile, Well, you actually found a boyfriend while I was traveling. Hurry up and introduce him to me. What does your boyfriend do? Is he a rich family's son? Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing's foolishness, Lu Kaiyun immediately waved her hand, Look at me, I'm so confused, why would I ask you to introduce him? Then she waved to Chu Feng, Why, seeing this old woman, don't you want to introduce yourself? Seeing that Su Qing's mother had completely misunderstood the situation, Chu Feng thought to himself, if he told the truth, Su Qing's mother would be furious. Seeing that Chu Feng was not speaking, Lu Kaiyun thought that this was the first time that Chu Feng had gone to his mother-in-law's house, and he was embarrassed and unable to open up, so he directly asked, Let me ask you directly, what do you do for a living? What do your parents do? Seeing Lu Kaiyun's expectant look, Chu Feng knew that the more he lied, the more damage he would do to her when she found out the truth. She will find out sooner or later, so it's better to tell her now. Auntie, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not a rich guy. I'm a delivery boy. A delivery boy? Hearing this profession, Lu Kaiyun couldn't believe her ears. She suddenly turned around and saw her daughter, Su Qing, lowering her head in embarrassment. Lu Kaiyun immediately understood that her daughter had found a delivery boy. This was a bolt from the blue for Lu Kaiyun. What's more, this is the biggest nonsense in the world, it's infuriating. Seeing that her mother was about to explode, Su Qing hurriedly held her mother and said anxiously, "Mom, this is what happened." Su Qing briefly described the process of meeting Chu Feng, and did not omit the fact that Li Juinjia had secretly drugged her. Lu Kaiyun glared at Chu Feng. "This kid is really lucky, he took advantage of my daughter." "Mom, this is how it happened. It's not Chu Feng's fault. Besides, my daughter couldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten to death by Li Juinjia, so she brought him home to hide." "Li Juinjia, that bastard, he's done so many bad things, isn't there anyone in Linhai City who can fix him?" Lu Kaiyun said with clenched teeth. It was obvious that she hated Li Juinjia to death. "Mom, calm down and sit down." Su Qing asked Lu Kaiyun to sit on the sofa, and Chu Feng took the opportunity to immediately pour a cup of hot water for Lu Kaiyun. Lu Kaiyun did not take the hot water that Chu Feng brought, and she didn't even bother to look at Chu Feng. "A little delivery boy, who got lucky and had a relationship with my daughter, don't think that you can jump over the dragon gate and get there in one step just like that, and don't be so attentive in front of me, I don't eat that." Seeing Lu Kaiyun acting like a chameleon, Chu Feng smiled awkwardly, thinking that Lu Kaiyun, like her daughter Su Qing, looked down on him as a delivery boy from the bottom of her heart. "Auntie, you've got it all wrong." "Shut up, don't call me aunt." Lu Kaiyun coldly interrupted Chu Feng. Su Qing looked at her and opened her mouth, but didn't speak. Chu Feng's mouth twitched in displeasure, and he placed the glass in front of Lu Kaiyun and said, "Mrs. Su, don't think too much. I just want to pour you a glass of water." Lu Kaiyun glanced at Chu Feng and said coldly, "I hope you are simple." Su Qing knew that she couldn't stand this Chu Feng, let alone her mother, who had always been aloof. If Chu Feng stayed here, he would definitely be embarrassed even more by his mother. "Oh, Chu Feng, there's nothing for you to do here. You can go back to the house and rest." Chu Feng didn't want to be bullied here either, so he said, "Okay," and turned to leave. "Bumpkin." Looking at the back of Chu Feng's turning back, Lu Kaiyun muttered a sentence in a low voice. As soon as Chu Feng entered the house, Su Qing immediately grabbed Lu Kaiyun's hand and asked coquettishly, "Mom, the day before yesterday you said on the phone that you would be back in half a month, but why are you suddenly back? You've caught your daughter off guard. You're not completely unprepared. If I hadn't come back, you wouldn't have known how to fool around with this bumpkin." "Mom, what do you mean by fooling around? Don't say it so harshly." Lu Kaiyun suddenly sat up straight, her expression also becoming very serious. Su Qing was startled by her sudden move. "Qing, there is something urgent that has made me come back early." Seeing Lu Kaiyun's nervous expression, Su Qing also became nervous and asked, "Mom, what's going on?" "Qing, I just got the news that the old man has already met with several of the Su family's grandchildren. Since you are the youngest and not yet married, you were put off until last. If nothing goes wrong, the old man will meet with you tomorrow morning." Su Qing smiled nonchalantly, stretching the pajamas she was wearing down, but they were short, barely reaching her knees. "Mom, what do you think is going on? I often see my grandfather. What's the big deal? Besides, I haven't seen my grandfather in a while. I'll take this opportunity tomorrow to go see him." As she spoke, Su Qing picked up the mirror on the coffee table, looked in the mirror, and began to fix her messy hair on her shoulders. Lu Kaiyun grabbed the mirror and threw it on the table. "Qing, if things were that simple, do you think I would be so worried? To tell you the truth, the real reason why the old man summoned you all this time is to choose a successor for the Su family among you three sisters." "Ah, my grandfather, why did he suddenly do this?" Su Qing was full of confusion, and then shook her head and said, "No, my uncles are both here, and my grandfather couldn't possibly choose a successor from among us." "Why would Mom lie to you?" It was because she had received definite news that she had flown back from abroad overnight. Su Qing calmed down. Her grandfather, Su Minghai, had 3 sons, but all 3 sons had daughters. The daughter of the eldest brother's family was called Su Yu, and the daughter of the second brother's family was called Su Shui. In terms of talent, Su Qing felt that the 3 sisters were equal, and that any of them could inherit the Su family business. "Mom, whether my grandfather passes the family business to my eldest sister or my second eldest sister, it will still be in the Su family, right? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Shut up." Lu Kaiyun scolded Su Qing, angrily saying, "This family business was originally your father's, and it absolutely cannot be given away to others. You must inherit the Su family business." Su Qing looked troubled. Mom, there's nothing I can do if Grandpa doesn't choose me. You have to fight for it, fight desperately, and you must take it down. At this moment, Lu Caiyun's cell phone rang. When she saw the number of the caller, Lu Caiyun stood up from the sofa in a flash. Qing, don't say anything. It's your grandfather calling. Lu Caiyun connected the call carefully and called out Dad. The other end of the line was the deep voice of Su Minghai, the patriarch of the Su family. Your wife is back from her trip. Dad, I got back early this morning. I didn't want to disturb you in the middle of the night, so I didn't dare to tell you. I was just about to come visit you. Oh, as long as you have this intention, Dad is satisfied. Is Qing there? Let her answer the phone. Lu Caiyun quickly handed the phone to Su Qing, who took the phone and said, Grandpa. Qing, Grandpa heard from Su Yu and Su Shui that you have found a boyfriend. Bring him over tomorrow morning so Grandpa can meet him. Su Qing panicked and hurriedly explained, Grandpa, don't listen to what your sisters are saying. It's not true. Ha, Qing, would your sisters dare to lie to Grandpa? Would they dare to say nonsense in front of Grandpa? Bring him over tomorrow morning, that's settled. Before Su Qing could explain, Su Minghai, the patriarch of the Su family, had already hung up the phone. Su Qing was panicked, muttering, It's over, Grandpa wants to meet my boyfriend. Where can I find him to meet my boyfriend? Chapter 9 Chapter 09, Tomorrow You Go. Looking up, she saw her mother, Lu Caiyun, with a worried look on her face. Mom, my older sisters are the same. They just blabber in front of Grandpa. Su Qing smiled embarrassedly. This is definitely not nonsense. Lu Caiyun said very firmly, and due to anger and anxiety, she kept walking back and forth in the room. Su Yu and Su Shui must have known about you and the delivery boy, which is why they went to the old man and told him. They wanted the old man to know about your shameful affair, so that he would block your way to inheriting the Su family business. Su Qing was shocked and couldn't believe what her mother had said. She asked in confusion, Mom, my sisters wouldn't do this to me, would they? You're still living in a fairy tale. Lu Caiyun scolded, suddenly sat down next to Su Qing, and took Su Qing's hand. Qing, 20 years ago, when you were just 2 weeks old, your grandfather was already planning to settle the succession of the Su family. Your uncles and your father fought over it until they were all bloody, and in the end, they forced your father to leave. This matter hurt your grandfather's heart, so I guess this is why the old man didn't plan to pass the position to his son, but to choose between the three of you. Su Qing was secretly shocked. This was the first time she had heard the reason why her father had disappeared from her mother's mouth. She never imagined that the family feud she saw on TV was actually happening in her family. Mom, I have to tell you something else. The old man not only wants to examine his 3 granddaughters, but also the man who will be the future heir of the Su family. Whether the man is capable or not is an important reference for the old man to pass on the Su family business to her. Su Qing also expected this, and was even more panicked. Mom, what should I do? I don't have a boyfriend. I can't go to see Grandpa tomorrow with nothing to bring. Lu Caiyun was very angry, reached out and slapped the coffee table, and began lecturing Su Qing with the authority of an elder. Now you know how anxious you are. What have you done in the past? How many times have I told you to find a partner? You just wouldn't do it. Now you're trying to make up for it, but it's too late. Seeing her mother's hands shaking violently, Su Qing said uneasily, Mom, calm down. Can you calm down? Besides, if my guess is right, your grandfather already knows who your boyfriend is. Who? The delivery boy. Is it Chu Feng? Su Qing opened her mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. How could it be him? It's impossible. How is it impossible? Su Yu and Su Shui, these 2 little girls, are going to get you in trouble. Su Qing was even more anxious than Lu Caiyun. Mom, when I see Grandpa tomorrow, I'll tell him the truth. No, that will only make you die faster. The old man will be even more angry, and the heir will have nothing to do with you. There's no other way. Tomorrow, he'll have to go. This, letting him go, isn't this an act of suicide? Su Qing hurriedly said. Su Qing looked at Chu Feng's room. She knew exactly what level he was. At this level, deliverymen and bricklayers have no eloquence at all, and when they speak, they spit. If you go to see the legendary grandfather of Linhai City, Su Minghai, the old man will ask just one question and everything will be revealed. Lu Kaiyun grabbed Su Qing's hand. Daughter, today we're not going to do anything. Tell him all the questions the old man might ask. He's like a piece of dead wood, but we'll make him sprout. Lu Kaiyun said, and called Xu Feng out. Xu Feng had heard every word of the conversation between the mother and daughter. Xu Feng shook his head like a rattle, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I can't do this. I can't go and lie to the respected Mr. Su and Lin Hai. If you don't go, I'll sue you for rape. Su Qing said coldly. Xu Feng. You sister, what are you afraid of? Su Qing really used this incident to blackmail herself. Miss Su, this is unreasonable. You obviously forced me. Shut up. Su Qing quickly stopped Xu Feng. In front of her own mother, she naturally couldn't let Xu Feng say all this nonsense. Knowing that Xu Feng was short of money, which was his weak point, Su Qing said, just do me a favor. If you can get through this smoothly, I'll give you 20,000 yuan as a reward. Hearing the words 20,000 yuan, Xu Feng's eyes lit up. He said, it doesn't matter if you give me money or not. I'm mainly afraid that your grandfather will really take a liking to me and force me to marry you. Su Qing snorted in disdain. Don't worry, my grandfather will never look at you. If my grandfather looks at you, I, Su Qing, will write my name backwards. Xu Feng smiled and said nothing. Also, don't be a fool and say whatever you see when you meet my grandfather. I and my mother will teach you what to say. 4 hours later. Su Qing yawned. She wanted to test the man in front of her, who looked like a piece of wood. She looked up at Xu Feng and suddenly heard a slight snoring sound coming from his nose. You. Su Chang leaned back on the sofa, lifted her leg, and kicked Xu Feng in the shoulder. Xu Feng woke up, reached out, and made a gun-drawing motion, looking around warily. Old wolf, I'll cover you, you go. What old wolf? I'm the mother, dreaming of acting in a movie. I've been talking to you for 4 hours, and I'm dry and thirsty, but you haven't listened to me, and you've even fallen asleep. You, are you doing me justice? What did I just say? Tell me again. If you can't, I'll deduct your labor fee. Lu Kaiyun angrily shouted, you see the look on his face? He was snoring just now. You know, he didn't remember anything. This is really hopeless. It's over. It's over. Whether the Su family's industry power will fall on you or not, it's up to fate. Seeing that Xu Feng was still in a pose, Su Qing suddenly pushed Xu Feng. Xu Feng, I just talked for a long time, did you not listen to a word? Su Qing asked. If Xu Feng said yes, she would decide that she would rather not fight for the position of the Su family heir, and she would not let someone like Xu Feng embarrass her grandfather. Miss Su, you hold my labor fee, which is 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. How dare I not listen? Of course I listened, but I don't think your grandfather will ask about everything you said. What? Su Cheng and Lu Kaiyun exchanged glances. This block of wood, Xu Feng, actually dared to question them. Su Qing was also curious. She couldn't wait to hear what fresh insights the bricklayer in front of her would come up with. Xu Feng, tell me, why didn't my grandfather ask me the question I just asked? Lu Kaiyun and her daughter looked straight at Xu Feng, waiting for him to spit out the orchid. I feel that. Xu Feng scratched his head, revealing a look of innocence, and after a long time, he finally managed to say these 3 words. But instantly filled Lu Kaiyun and her daughter's faces with disappointment. Lu Kaiyun stood up directly from the sofa and walked to the table in the room, and bowed to a tablet on the table. Qingqing's father, why did you leave so early? Leaving us alone, we originally had no status in the huge Su family. Now, at a critical time for the Su family's inheritance, the daughter is not doing well, what can be done? Is your lineage really going to be ruined in my hands? Seeing her mother Lu Kaiyun crying, Su Cheng panicked and looked at Xu Feng. Apart from disappointment, she didn't want to say anything. She even cursed herself, why is my life so bad? Why didn't the guy who came in last night have a prestigious university degree, but instead was a delivery boy? Get out of here. Seeing that Xu Feng was still standing there, his mind still wandering, Su Qing yelled at Xu Feng again. Xu Feng looked at the tablet that Lu Kaiyun was worshipping and saw that it said Su Lingren, which was Su Qing's father. Since his spirit tablet was placed in the family, he had already passed away. At the same time, Xu Feng was also a little puzzled. That is, in Su Qing's home, he could not find any photos of Su Lingren. Why is there only a spirit tablet, but no photo? Chapter 10, Elementary School Level. The next day. After breakfast, the Su family, the mother and daughter, and Chu Feng took Su Qing's black BMW M8 and drove halfway across Linhai City, finally reaching the southern suburbs of Linhai City. The southern suburbs of Linhai City are full of trees and villas, and it is also the largest wealthy area in Linhai City. The BMW drove directly into a manor, and the sign on the gate said Xiaoyao Garden. This is where Su Minghai, the patriarch of the Su family, has lived for his entire life. The BMW stopped in front of a small, exquisite courtyard villa, the name of which was Quizula. Seeing several people standing in the courtyard, Su Qing immediately recognized them as Su Yu, the daughter of her eldest uncle Su Lingtian, and Su Shui, the daughter of her second uncle Su Lingtian. The three of them were named by their grandfather, Su Minghai, and their names indicated the weather conditions when they were born. Seeing two tall and handsome men standing next to her two sisters, Su Qing recognized one of them as Lu Qiming, the husband of her eldest sister Su Yu, and the other as Wei Xiaowei, the husband of her second sister Su Shui. Su Qing in the car compared the two brothers-in-law and her man. Not to mention the temperament, just the clothes they were wearing, they were worlds apart. When she saw Chu Feng take a cigarette out of his cigarette case, Su Qing grabbed the cigarette and pulled it away. Smoking in the car, you want to die? At this time, you still have the mood to smoke, I don't know how you can open your mouth. Angrily pointing at Chu Feng's whole body, look at you, you're dressed like a beggar. Do you know what my brother-in-law is wearing? Lu Kaiyun was angry, Xingxing, they all were world-famous brands, how can he recognize them? Chu Feng put the cigarette case back in his pocket, twisted his fingers, and the lighter in his hand spun a circle on his fingertips. Su Qing looked at it in her eyes and, regardless of her lady image, shouted, what are you pretending to be? Chu Feng smiled lightly, the gentleman on the right is wearing a shirt from the Italian brand Zegna, and luxury handmade Santilli shoes. The gentleman on the left is wearing a shirt from the French brand Charles Vanel, and the president's favorite shoes from Tony Ferrari's. Su Qing, your two brothers-in-law are really rich. Su Qing looked at Chu Feng with confusion, how do you know all this, you bumpkin? Although I am a delivery boy, I also shop online. I saw it online. Su Qing gave Chu Feng a look, secretly worried, thinking that her grandfather had already met them, so why were they there today? Lu Kaiyun was also a little confused, but she had been through more storms than her daughter Su Qing, so she urged her daughter to get out of the car quickly. Lu Kaiyun, who had just gotten off the car, walked forward with her hand covering the sunlight, laughing as she walked, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxue, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Su Yu and Su Shui hurried over and called out in unison, third aunt. At the same time, they took hold of Lu Caiyun's hand and the three of them walked over together. Before long, everyone stood together, and Su Yu looked up and down at Chu Feng. Back in Linhai, Chu Feng had already lost his temperament of destroying the world with his Tianlong killing god, and his eyes were also a bit dim and lifeless, looking like a poor and sour person. After only one glance at Chu Feng, Su Yu determined that the man Lao San was looking for was just a delivery boy, with no temperament at all. Lao San is relying on him to compete for the position in the Su family, and Lao San is doomed to lose. Hee, Xingxing, I heard that you found a boyfriend. Su Shui and I have always wanted to visit your home, but we never had the time. Today, we finally met. Xingxing, you really have good taste. Su Yu's sarcastic words made Su Qing's face flush a little, and she smiled reluctantly, saying, Sister, I should have brought him to see you. Su Yu gave her husband Lu Qiming a wink, and Lu Qiming took the initiative to extend his hand to Chu Feng. Hello, this is the first time we meet, let's get to know each other. My name is Lu Qiming, I graduated from the Department of Finance at Cambridge University with a doctorate, and I am currently the CEO of my family's business. Hearing Lu Qiming's introduction, Lu Caiyun's mouth almost fell off, and her arms kept shaking. Su Yu, who was holding Lu Caiyun's arm, noticed this and asked with a smile, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No, it's not that. Auntie San has been suffering from Parkinson's recently. Auntie, then you should go to the hospital to see a doctor. Su Yu smiled and looked back at Chu Feng. She wanted to see how Chu Feng would introduce himself. Chu Feng looked straight at the 1.8-meter tall Cambridge University student in front of him, who was almost the same height as him. Obviously, he had just bragged about his achievements, which was a way of humiliating himself. Oh, my name is Chu Feng. I graduated from the most famous elementary school in the imperial capital, the Yucai Elementary School. My occupation is delivery. Lu Qiming had long known the true identity of Chu Feng, but Chu Feng had only graduated from elementary school, which Lu Qiming had just learned. He had such a lowly status, but he said it in front of everyone, and he didn't blush or even flinch. This kid is interesting. He's got a thick skin. Lu Ciyun's arm trembled even more violently. Chu Feng, today you really made her and her mother lose face. Su Qing's face had turned red, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In order to relieve the embarrassment, Su Qing hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, you don't know, he has many good qualities." "Oh, what are his merits?" Yes, Su Qing's eyes kept turning, and after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't think of any advantages of Chu Feng. In a hurry, she blurted out, "He is very strong." Su Qing's words almost made Su Yu and Su Shui laugh. Lu Kaiyun shivered and took a handkerchief from her bag, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She smiled weakly, "It's really hot today." At this time, Su Shui's husband Wei Xiaowei took the initiative to extend his hand. "If you deliver food, then you must be in the catering business, so we are a perfect match. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Xiaowei. I graduated from Harvard University with a doctorate in management. My family is in the catering business." Chu Feng already knew who this Wei Xiaowei was. He was the son of the Wei Chef Group, the largest restaurant chain in Linhai City. The Wei family alone had at least 100 stores in Linhai City. This guy has more arrogance on his face than Lu Qiming, and it is obvious that he doesn't take this delivery boy seriously at all. Chu Feng shook hands with Wei Xiaowei and said with a smile, "I have heard of the great chef Wei's reputation for a long time. Half a month ago, I went to Wei's restaurant to eat a bowl of noodles, but I didn't know that your family didn't sell noodles at all." Chu Feng's words made Su Chang want to roll her eyes, and she kept cursing in her heart, "Idiot, the Wei family chef makes hot pot, not noodles." Wei Xiaowei looked up and down at Chu Feng, thinking that the kid was saying that on purpose, or that he had never been to Wei's restaurant to eat. Wei Xiaowei thought it was the latter. "Chu Feng, we are now family. When you go to Wei's kitchen in the future, just mention my name and all the food will be free. Mr. Wei, it's fine if it's free, but when I deliver food again, just make the food faster." Wei Xiaowei. Wei Xiaowei was speechless, his face full of embarrassment, and he could only smile and say, "Of course, of course." Su Qing had rolled her eyes. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Shame on you, shame on you. Su Yu is also a Cambridge graduate. What a clever woman." After the conversation just now, she was absolutely certain that she had been excluded from the Su family heir by the elementary school level husband that Lao San had found. And Su Shui had made it clear that she would not compete with her for the position. Thinking about this, Su Yu was in a good mood. "Qingqing, yesterday Grandpa had a conversation with Qiming and Xiaowei, and he was very satisfied with them." His eyes finally settled on the cane that Su Minghai was leaning on. "Old Su, can I take a look at your walking stick?" Su Minghai immediately handed the cane to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the cane, gently wiped it with his index finger, and then looked at it in front of his eyes. "Old Su, the culprit has been found." Su Minghai's face was full of doubt. "What culprit?" "Look, Mr. Su." Chu Feng held his index finger in front of Su Minghai's eyes, and some blue powder could be clearly seen on Chu Feng's index finger. "What is this blue stuff?" Su Minghai exclaimed in surprise. "Old Su, this is a zombie drug developed by an agent of a certain country in the north." "Zombie medicine?" Su Minghai was even more puzzled and even more confused. "What is zombie medicine?" "Of course it is a harmful drug. It is blue in color and looks harmless on the outside. In fact, its toxicity is chronic. If young people touch it for a long time, they will eventually develop muscular atrophy. As for the elderly, what will happen to the elderly?" Su Minghai asked anxiously. Chu Feng's expression became extremely serious. "As for the elderly, this zombie medicine will slowly infect his lungs, making them stiff. This is why Mr. Su coughs up blood." Su Minghai froze, his face turning pale, and his emaciated body shaking uncontrollably. Chu Feng knew why Su Minghai had that expression. It was obvious that someone wanted to harm Mr. Su. And it wasn't done openly, but with such despicable and dirty methods. The important thing is that the person who wanted to harm Su Minghai actually used a drug that only an agent would use. This was a surprise even to Chu Feng. After a few minutes, Su Minghai's expression returned to normal. He looked at Chu Feng again and was deeply puzzled. How could a delivery boy know what an agent from a certain country in the north used? "Who are you?" Su Minghai asked again. Now, even if he were to be beaten to death, he would not believe that Chu Feng was a delivery boy. Chapter 12, Brilliant Acting. Seeing Su Minghai doubting his true identity, Chu Feng smiled lightly. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, Mr. Su, you must protect yourself well, and never let those who want to harm you have another chance. Su Minghai nodded slightly, acknowledging Chu Feng's statement. He didn't expect that the delivery boy, whom he despised, would actually save his life. Su Minghai's dissatisfaction with Chu Feng disappeared in an instant. In this world, what is greater than saving a life? Chu Feng, let me call you Xiaofeng for now. Thank you for saving my life. I will bow to you first. Chu Feng quickly helped Su Minghai, who was bent over, up and smiled. Su, I can't accept such a great gift from you. How can I not be grateful for saving my life? No matter what, I already owe you a huge favor. Also, I was rude to you just now, so please don't take it to heart. Old Su, you are a legendary figure in Linhai City and someone I respect. How could I dare to take it to heart? Su Minghai took Chu Feng's hand. The zombie medicine thing, you and I know, don't tell a third person. Chu Feng immediately understood the meaning behind Su Minghai's words. He would slowly and privately investigate this matter. I understand, Mr. Su. Chu Feng replied, thinking to himself that the Su family may look peaceful and harmonious on the surface, but how many dark tricks are hidden in the shadows? Thinking about this, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the Chu family again. Back then, the Chu family's struggles were much crueler than the Su family's. He and his mother were the losers in the Chu family's struggle. His mother was driven to her death, and he was forced to go overseas. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Su Minghai's words interrupted Chu Feng's thoughts. He saw Su Minghai holding something in his hand. Chu Feng only had to take a look to know that it was an invitation. Xiao Feng, to be honest, Li Juinjia, the son of the Linhai Li family, is very fond of Su Qing. This is an invitation from Li Fuzhan, Li Juinjia's father. Mr. Su, let me guess what this invitation means. Is the Li family going to talk to you about the marriage of Li Juncheng and Su Qing? Su Minghai nodded, that's right. In the invitation, Li Fuzhan said that the two families would meet at the Longgang Hotel the day after tomorrow, and the main purpose was just as you said. Chu Feng laughed disdainfully. What invitation? It's all bullshit. Old Su, you should write a letter to Li Fuzhan directly, saying that Su Qing is already taken. Xiao Feng, you and the Li family are fighting over Su Qing. With the Li family's strength, if you don't do it right, you will have to worry about your life. Su Minghai looked up and down at Chu Feng. He thought that if he said this, Chu Feng would definitely back down. Chu Feng took the invitation directly and tore it in half. Such a move made Su Minghai slightly shocked. In my eyes, for Su Qing, the Li family can't even think of taking her away from me, even if they were the emperor. Su Minghai looked at the delivery man in front of him, who had a dubious identity. He didn't even take the mighty Li family seriously. Was he pretending, or did he have the strength to challenge the Li family? If so, who is he? Xiao Feng, don't gamble with your life. He took out a bank card from his tang suit. There is some money here, just consider it a breakup fee for you and Su Qing, and leave Su Qing from now on. Looking at the bank card, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Grandpa Su really thought of himself and Su Qing as a couple. Chu Feng pushed the bank card back that Su Minghai handed him, and said with a solemn oath, Su, don't say you're giving me $1 million, even if you're giving me 10 million, I won't break up with Su Qing. Also, if the Li family and I fight over Su Qing, then go over my dead body. After saying this, Chu Feng regretted it. I thought that I and Su Qing were fake, and this girl said that she wanted to throw up when she saw me, and she would never marry me in this life. I worked so hard on the performance, but would Su's father think that I really fell in love with Su Qing? Suddenly, Su Minghai's wrinkled old face was filled with a sly smile, as if his plot had succeeded. Chu Feng immediately realized that the old man was still the best. The old man's words were a test. Unfortunately, I didn't see it, and I actually went along with his plan. Sure enough, Su Minghai patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, revealing a look of satisfaction. No, it should be said that he was very satisfied. Ha, Chu Feng, I have to tell you the truth. In fact, I don't think much of you, the delivery boy. I wanted to kick you to death, but you just showed off your skills and saved my life. My opinion of you has changed immediately. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been killed by someone else. Chu Feng said to himself. Also, I think you are close to my Su Qing just for her money. Your fearless performance just now made me understand that you are sincere about my Su Qing. Chu Feng was a little bit confused and secretly complained. My acting skills are Oscar-worthy, but I overacted a little. Now it's good. The old man likes me, and in a couple of days he'll probably force me to marry Su Qing. There are many important things to do after running away from Tianlong this time, and the only thing I can't do is get married. Xiaofeng, I'm giving you this $1,000,000 as a gift. Xu Feng doesn't lack money. He can be said to be rich enough to rival a country, but his money is all on his bank card and he can't touch it because if he does, his underlings will immediately know where he is. When these brats come, they do everything for him, so how can he be happy and carefree? Because the money in the bank card cannot be moved, at this time, Xu Feng is really a poor man. Xu Feng really wanted to put the million in his pocket, but the play had already reached this point and had to continue. Su Lao, I am good with Su Cheng. Our relationship is based on love, not money. Therefore, I will not take a penny from you. Su Minghai was overjoyed and praised, not bending over for $1,000,000, very good, I like people like you, and you have passed another test for me. After that, Su Minghai put the bank card in his pocket. Xu Feng saw this and a black line appeared on his forehead. Damn you, old fox, you didn't really want to give me money, Xu Feng scolded. You are my savior, so just tell me what you want in the future, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Su Minghai's expression became very serious again. However, if you are good with Su Qing, you will offend the Li family. I am not lying to you about this. You should be careful in the future. The Li family's influence is as deep as the sea. Thank you, Mr. Su, for reminding me. For Su Qing, even if I die, it will be worth it. Xu Feng secretly cursed himself. When had he ever told so many lies? This was the sum total of his lies in his entire life. Is he going to be struck by lightning? If Su Qing heard these tear-jerking words, would she jump up in excitement? Su Minghai, overjoyed, took Xu Feng's hand. Let's go, future son-in-law. I'll go out with you. Xu Feng. Chapter 13, Unexpected. In front of the Tsueju building, the younger generation of the Su family was still standing outside the door. Su Yu and Su Shui were leisurely and carefree, while Lu Qiming and Wei Xiaowei were playing with their cell phones, enjoying themselves. Su Qing and her mother Lu Kaiyun looked up at the bamboo house from time to time. Xu Feng had been inside for almost an hour, and Su Qing really couldn't guess what her grandfather and this elementary school graduate and delivery boy had to talk about. Moreover, the more they talked, the longer they talked, the greater the chance that Xu Feng would be exposed. Looking back, she saw her mother Lu Kaiyun rubbing her hands and looking more nervous than she was. Suddenly, the door to the bamboo house creaked open, and everyone looked towards the bamboo house. They saw the old butler Li Zhong come out first. Su Qing couldn't help but walk forward to ask Li Zhong how things were going. But she was pulled back by Lu Kaiyun as soon as she took a step. Qingqing, calm down. Lu Kaiyun said gently. Then, when she looked up, she was dumbfounded by what she saw. She saw Su Qing's boyfriend, who was delivering food, holding the hand of the old man of the Su family. No, to be more precise, it was Mr. Su holding Mr. Chu's hand. And Grandpa Su was beaming with a radiant smile, as if he had encountered the greatest of good fortune. Lu Kaiyun was stunned. Since she married into the Su family, she had never seen her husband's grandfather so happy. His mouth was practically split in two. Su Yu and Su Shui exchanged another glance, and Su Yu couldn't help but rub her eyes. She thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the laughing old man and Xu Feng walked up to them that Su Yu and Su Shui realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. Not only had the delivery man not been chased out by Grandpa, it seemed that he was also very much liked by Grandpa. What's going on? Lu Qiming and Wei Xiaowei were also shocked, and kept repeating to themselves that the old man had never been so kind or happy with them. How did this kid do it? The most dumbfounded was Su Qing. She kept her mouth open and stared at Xu Feng until the two of them walked up to her, and her mouth still didn't close. Qingqing, I heard that you and Xu Feng just met, so you probably don't know each other very well yet? Su Minghai said directly. Hearing Su Minghai's voice, Su Qing came to her senses and hurriedly said, Yes, Grandpa, we just met not long ago and don't know each other very well. Grandpa just checked him out for you, and he's a very nice person. Grandpa is very satisfied, he's a trustworthy person, so you can put your heart at ease and be bold in your interactions with him. Su Qing. Stunned, Su Qing couldn't help but look at Xu Feng. The look in her eyes was like looking at a monster. She kept repeating it in her heart, over and over again, over and over again. How did this guy, in the end, get my grandfather to fall for him? Chu Feng was so favored that Suyu couldn't stand it anymore, and her jealousy was bursting. She said, "Grandpa, Qingqing's boyfriend is good-looking and handsome, but his job is delivering food. How can a delivery man pull it off? When Grandpa was young, he even picked up manure for the landlord's family." Su Yu. Su Qing looked like she couldn't laugh or cry. Grandpa was so infatuated with Chu Feng that, judging by the situation, Chu Feng said that he would sleep with me tonight, and Grandpa would send me in without hesitation. Su Minghai naturally saw that the younger generations of the Su family looked down on Chu Feng. This is normal. He also looked down on Chu Feng just now. He hated him. If his arms and legs weren't too old to move, he would have kicked Chu Feng to death. Although Xiaofeng is now at the bottom of society, it is a life experience. If it doesn't work, I will transfer Xiaofeng to my side and teach him personally. Su Minghai's words made Su Yu even more displeased. Grandpa's words clearly recognized the man that the third son had found. If he approves of Chu Feng, then he approves of Lao San. Is the old man going to pass the position of the Su family's heir to the third son? This is absolutely not acceptable. Su Yu grabbed Su Minghai's arm and said in a coquettish tone, "Grandpa, Qiming also wants to learn from you." Su Minghai's eyes fell on Lu Qiming, who hurriedly bowed slightly, his expression extremely respectful. "Grandpa, although I graduated from Cambridge University, what I learned is far from enough. If you can teach me, that would be great." "Oh, Qiming, your father is much better than me. You can learn from your father. Besides, you manage your family business well, which proves your ability." "Grandpa, my father manages a huge family business, so he doesn't have time to manage me. Besides, everything I've learned so far has come from books, but real management knowledge comes from practical experience. So, Grandpa, your lifetime of experience is a treasure that I can never learn enough about." Lu Qiming's flattery made Chu Feng want to vomit, and he snorted in disdain. Lu Qiming clearly heard the sound of disdain in Chu Feng's mouth. Of course, he also saw the disdain on Chu Feng's face. Lu Qiming said to himself, "Kid, you may be arrogant now, but one day you will fall into my hands." Qiming's mouth is really sweet, and he said that I, the old guy, was very happy. Su Minghai smiled. But Chu Feng had already seen that the old man of the Su family had a little bit of disgust in his eyes. In front of someone like Mr. Su, you should be honest and sincere, and flattery is not at all popular. Speaking of parents, Su Minghai suddenly remembered that he had just talked to Chu Feng for a long time and still didn't know what his family background was like. "Chu Feng, what do your parents do?" Chu Feng didn't want to mention his family, which made him sad, to anyone else. He said lightly, "I don't have a family. I'm alone." Su Minghai immediately understood that Chu Feng was an orphan. Lu Qiming's mouth curled up into a different kind of smile. He has no status, and his family status is not good either. Although he has temporarily won the favor of Mr. Su, that is only temporary. He has no strength to compete with me and Su Yu. Su Minghai nodded thoughtfully, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. "It doesn't matter if you have a bad job or a bad background, as long as you are a good person and willing to work hard, don't worry. As long as my Qingqing is willing to marry you, you won't object, you can come in and marry her." Su Qing was embarrassed and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. Although Chu Feng was showing off in front of her grandfather, she, Su Qing, would never give up her principles. She could never marry Chu Feng, a delivery boy. And, what kind of joke is this about marrying into the family? Seeing that Su Minghai has been trying to match him with Su Qing, Chu Feng smiled and said, "Su, you just said that you would marry her, but what about marrying her into the family? These words are a bit premature. To be honest, right now, I really don't fancy your granddaughter. As for whether I will fancy her in the future, that's a different story." "Mr. Su." Su Qing couldn't help but cry out, "You delivery boy, what do you mean? Do you think I would ever look at?" Lu Kaiyun hurriedly pulled Su Qing back, covering her mouth with one hand. She was afraid that Su Qing would say the truth directly if she got angry. If the old man knew that she and Su Qing had teamed up with Chu Feng to deceive him, he would be furious. Seeing Lu Kaiyun's nervous expression, Su Minghai laughed and said, "Old lady, it's normal for young people to have problems in their relationships. Why are you so nervous?" "Dad, I'm not afraid that they'll fight and upset you." Suddenly, a man's voice came from the air. Dad, don't be fooled by their sweet talk. Chapter 14, The Boss Slaps His Face. Everyone turned around and saw a man in his 50s with greasy hair, a big beer belly, and a long box in his arms. As the man approached, Su Yu and Lu Qiming both shouted out, Dad. This person was Su Ling Tian, Su Minghai's eldest son. Su Minghai had 3 sons, the eldest, Su Ling Tian, the second, Su Lingdi, and the third, Su Linggren. Their names together mean heaven, earth, and people. When she saw Su Ling Tian, Lu Xian's face immediately changed. Apart from the Patriarch, the most powerful member of the Su family was the eldest son, Su Ling Tian. When the 3 sons were fighting the most fiercely, Su Ling Tian was the strongest and used many tricks. Some of the methods were unscrupulous, which forced the third son of the Su family, Su Linggren, to run away. Lu Kaiyun had a deep understanding of this, and she had a deep resistance to Su Ling Tian. Boss, what did you mean by what you just said? What kind of flowery words were they? Su Minghai asked. Su Ling Tian suddenly pointed at Chu Feng. Dad, in fact, he is not Ching Ching's boyfriend at all, he is actually a delivery boy. This kid used despicable means to seduce Ching Cheng, and later blackmailed Ching Cheng, hoping to become the Su family's son-in-law and turn his life around. After saying this, Su Ling Tian looked at Chu Feng proudly. Boy, today I'm going to expose your true colors. Do you deserve to hit on my Ching Cheng? With your status, you're not even worthy of a dog. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light shot out of his eyes inadvertently. Su Ling Tian, on the outside, looks like a human dog, but he speaks so badly, like a street-fighting shrew. This made Chu Feng feel extremely uncomfortable. Su's eldest son, you are not being polite to me, so don't blame me for not being merciful to you. Of course, Chu Feng still couldn't find a chance to fight back against Su Ling Tian, so he could only silently watch his performance first. Su Minghai's face instantly changed color, and he looked at Chu Feng coldly. Is this the truth? Su Yu and Su Shui, Lu Qiming, and Wei Xiaowei stared at each other, and everyone's face was full of gloating expressions. Su Cheng and Lu Kaiyun were instantly thrown into a panic. Su Qing thought to herself, it seems my mother was right, the family feud has already begun in secret. Lu Kaiyun glared at Su Ling Tian fiercely. She knew that the eldest son of the Su family would definitely not be kind-hearted when he came, and would do something bad. She never thought that he would use such despicable means. Grandpa, it's not like that. Su Qing came up to explain, but was stopped by Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at the Su family head, who had his hair combed and shiny, like a nouveau riche, and asked with patience, Su Ling Tian, who told you about this? Seeing Chu Feng call him by his name, Su Ling Tian showed his strong dissatisfaction. This was clearly looking down on him and ignoring him. He said coldly, Mr. Li Juinjia of the Li family. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy Li Juinjia really deserved a beating. He was despicable to the extreme, and he even turned the tables. Su Ling Tian, do you believe in the outsider Li Juinjia or your niece Su Qing? I believe in everyone, but I don't believe in you. You used despicable means to get Ching Ching, and you still want to infiltrate the Su family and confuse my father with your sweet talk. I will never agree to it. Shut up. Su Minghai suddenly interrupted Su Ling Tian. He glared at Su Ling Tian fiercely, cursing in his heart, I'm 85 years old. Can I be easily confused? He waved impatiently and said, Boss, you go stand over there and let Chu Feng speak for himself. Su Minghai is absolutely authoritative in the Su family. Su Ling Tian did not dare to disobey the old man's order and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Chu Feng's eyes fell on Su Qing. Miss Su, just now your uncle said I had killed you. If I really did, where do you think I should be right now? You should be in the grave. Even if you weren't dead, I would send you to jail. Chu Feng smiled lightly. Now I am standing here alive, which means that I did not kill you? Of course you didn't. Su Qing said coldly, looking at her uncle Su Ling Tian with extreme dissatisfaction. If he hadn't started it, how would they have talked about the one thing she most didn't want to talk about? Especially when she saw the 2 brothers-in-law listening to her with rapt attention, Su Qing felt even more embarrassed. Grandpa Su, I'm afraid you've also seen something. I'll be honest here. In fact, it was Li Juinjia who wanted to seduce Su Qing, and I saved Su Qing. Su Qing gave Chu Feng a look and thought to herself, what? You saved me? You're the one who got lucky and picked up a big bargain. Is that so? Su Minghai looked at Su Qing with a gloomy face and asked. Su Cheng nodded. Grandpa, Chu Feng didn't lie to you, and I didn't lie to you either. This is the truth. After Chu Feng saved me, I got to know him. Su Minghai exhaled angrily and slowly turned his head to look at his eldest son, Su Lingtian. He thought that Chu Feng knew my Su Cheng, and there was a story of a hero saving a beauty in the middle. But this story has been completely distorted by the eldest son. He's talking nonsense without investigating. What a fool. Boss, in the future, don't say things so confidently that you don't understand yourself, and make your old father lose face with you. Yes, father is right, I will definitely change. Su Lingtian nodded and bowed, extremely embarrassed. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed so quickly by this Chu Feng kid? He kept cursing Li Juinjia in his heart for fooling him. Seeing his own father also lose to Chu Feng, Su Yu's mouth clearly drew an unpleasant expression. At this moment, Su Lingtian suddenly thought of the thing in his arms, and quickly picked it up and said, Dad, take a look. What good thing did I get you? What the hell is it? Just open it, don't be so mysterious. Su Minghai scolded. Dad, this thing is very precious. Let's go inside and look at it, so that it won't be damaged by the sun. Su Lingtian smiled. Seeing Su Lingtian smile, Lu Kaiyun rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart, saying that he would stop at nothing to please the old man. You all come in and take a look. Su Minghai waved his hand, and then, with the help of the housekeeper Li Zhong, he took the lead and walked towards the bamboo house. The younger generation hurriedly followed. Su Cheng and Chu Feng walked at the back. Su Cheng pointed at Chu Feng, who smiled and said, Miss Su, I didn't embarrass you, did I? No, but what did you mean by what you just said? What? You don't necessarily like me. Who do you think you are? Where did you get such great confidence? I'm telling the truth. Right now, I really don't have any interest in you. You? Su Cheng looked around and said coldly, I'll deal with you when we get home. Chu Feng scratched his head and thought to himself, will Su Cheng make me kneel on the washing board? Su Cheng, who was walking forward, could hardly hide her joy. In any case, Chu Feng's performance this time was beyond her expectations, and even exceeded her expectations. Not only did he not fail in front of the old man, he also made her look good. Also, when he was arguing with his uncle, he was calm and unafraid, and in the end he made his uncle look bad and even unable to save face. This also made Su Cheng very happy. However, it was a bit hard for Su Cheng to understand how a delivery boy could be so strong. Chapter 15, The Painting is Fake. Everyone walked into the Tsueju building. Su Minghai sat in the armchair, and Su Lingtianzi called Su Yu and Lu Qiming to open the treasure. When the treasure was unfolded, it turned out to be an ancient painting, the Guanyin sending the child. Seeing this ancient painting, Su Minghai, who was sitting in the armchair, slowly stood up, his expression becoming more and more surprised, more and more unbelievable, and more excited. This is Wu Daozi's Guanyin sending her son from the Tang dynasty. This painting is supposed to be lost, so how could it be here? Dad, I bought this from a collector's family at a high price. It cost me 10 million yuan. It's worth 10 million. Su Minghai caressed the Guanyin sending her son to heaven painting, as if he were caressing his own child, with great care. When the old man praised him, Su Lingtian's face showed a smug smile. He thought to himself that he had just lost face, but now he had finally won back the game. Dad, if you like something, I'll buy it for you no matter how much it costs. Boss, it's rare that you have such filial piety. Dad remembers, it cost 10 million, right? Dad will give you 20 million. Su Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand. Dad, this is the son's filial piety. How can the son ask you for money? This time, Su Yu also helped a lot. She provided the information to her son. Su Minghai looked at Su Yu and praised her. You are as filial as your father. Grandpa is very satisfied. You are a good granddaughter. Seeing the eldest son and his family getting all the limelight in front of the old man, Lu Kaiyun looked left and right, her eyes rolling back in her head like a wink, jealous to the extreme. But there was nothing she could do about it. Her husband was a loser, and he was so frustrated that he ran away when he couldn't beat the eldest son. The reason why Su Minghai likes this Guanyin sending the child painting is because his family needs it so badly. He had 3 sons, but all 3 sons had 3 daughters. After that, the 3 daughters-in-law chose not to have any more children. The Su family was facing a generational crisis, which made Su Minghai very worried. Su Lingtian precisely seized the old man's desire for a grandchild and sent him the guanyin sending the child painting. Sure enough, when the painting was delivered, the old man was so pleased that he almost jumped up and down. You see, now that we have the guanyin sending the child painting, with guanyin's protection, are we afraid that our son won't come? If one of you three gives birth to a grandchild for grandpa first, the family business will be hers. These words made Su Yu and Su Shue's faces light up with joy, but Lu Xian's face was gloomy. She kept thinking to herself, Grandpa, this is not playing by the rules. This is obviously a trap for my Qingqing. Su Yu and Su Shui had already married and had been trying to have a child for many years. They could have a child at any time. But Qingqing, she and Xu Feng are fake. When they find a real partner, confirm their feelings, get married, and have children, the other person's child may already be able to make soy sauce. Xu Feng turned around and suddenly saw Su Qing looking dejected. Xu Feng smiled and said, Miss Su, if you need anything, just tell me. We can still make it in time if we work harder now. Get out. Su Qing said coldly. Li Zhong, put this guanyin giving birth to a child painting away and send it to my study. Su Minghai ordered. Yes, Mr. Su. Li Zhong began to pack up the guanyin sending sun picture, being very careful not to bump it or knock it over. Suddenly, he received this guanyin sending the child painting, and Su Minghai was in a good mood. He was about to tell everyone to stay for dinner when he suddenly saw Chu Feng shaking his head at his guanyin sending the child painting. Su Minghai was puzzled. What did the boy mean by shaking his head? Xiao Feng, is there something you want to say? Su Minghai asked, never taking his eyes off the guanyin sending the child painting. Mr. Su, there is something I want to tell you, but I'm afraid you'll be angry if I say it. Xu Feng's words immediately made Su Qing nervous, and she looked straight at Xu Feng. Su Qing was naturally afraid that Xu Feng would say something bad about her. Su Minghai's eyes turned back. If there is anything, you can say it. Then I'll just come straight to the point. Xu Feng's eyes drifted past Su Lingtian, who was puzzled. Why is this kid looking at me? Everyone was looking at Xu Feng, not knowing what the guy was going to say. In my opinion, this painting is not real at all. What? Everyone was shocked when Xu Feng said this. The most shocked and angry were Su Lingtian and his daughter. This guanyin sending the child painting was something that they had worked very hard to obtain, spending 10 million real gold and silver. Now this kid Xu Feng is saying that this guanyin sending the child painting is not real, which is obviously aimed at them. You delivery boy, what do you know? What are you talking about? Immediately retract the nonsense you just said. The one shouting at Xu Feng was Su Yu. Xu Feng saw it in his eyes and thought that Su Yu had finally torn off her disguise and was coming at him. And this Su Yu, her methods, her ruthlessness definitely surpasses Su Qing. Su Lingtian was also extremely angry, and he clenched his fists tightly, roaring at Xu Feng, Kid, you're talking nonsense, humiliating me, and you don't take me, Su Lingtian, seriously. Looking at the angry Su Lingtian and Su Yu, who looked like they were about to eat Xu Feng, Su Qing sighed in private. Xu Feng has already offended Li Juntai, which is bad enough, and now he has offended my uncle. My uncle is not a pushover either. I'm afraid that Xu Feng will be unable to get by in Linhai. Su Qing hurriedly pulled Xu Feng's arm and whispered, Are you crazy? You're a delivery boy, do you know how to paint? What makes you say this painting is fake? Miss Su, I said this painting is fake, so it is fake. Su Qing. I'll fucking beat you up. Su Lingtian couldn't hold back any longer, and swung his fist at Xu Feng's face. Stop it. Su Minghai stopped Su Lingtian from hitting him, and Su Lingtian put away his fist and pointed at Xu Feng angrily, If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you won't be able to leave the Su family today. Stand aside. I'm here, so you don't get to say such things. Su Minghai scolded, and Su Lingtian took 2 steps back with a face full of embarrassment. Su Minghai took a few steps toward Xu Feng. Xu Feng recognized the zombie medicine of a mysterious agent from a certain country in the north. Because of this, Su Minghai dared not underestimate Xu Feng. But he said so emphatically that the painting was fake, and Su Minghai was also doubtful. Could he also understand painting? Xiao Feng, tell me your opinion. Why is this painting fake? Xu Feng was so sure because he had bought the guanyin sending her son painting 3 years ago and it was now in the headquarters of the Tianlong organization. There is only one guanyin sending her son to the world, so the guanyin sending her son to the world in front of us is definitely not real. Mr. Su, you may not know that 3 years ago, at the famous Zurich auction, the final auction item was this Guanyin sending her son. Su Minghai was slightly taken aback and shook his head, saying, I really haven't heard of this. It's not strange that Mr. Su hasn't heard about it, because the auction was not open to the public and there was no media coverage. At that auction, the Guanyin sending her son painting was bought by a mysterious buyer. Su Minghai was full of disbelief. May I ask who bought it? Tianlong. Chapter 16, A Terrible Loss. Hearing the name of Tianlong, Su Minghai's face turned pale, and he said, Is he the king of the underground mercenary world? Xu Feng nodded, it was him. At the time, he spent $100 million to buy this painting. $100 million? Hearing this figure, everyone's eyes widened. $100 million, that's nearly 7 billion yuan. This Tianlong is really rich. Su Qing had never heard of the dragon before. In her mind, mercenaries were all bad people, and naturally the dragon was no good either. And he spent $100 million on a painting. I don't know what he plans to do with it. He's really a spendthrift. Suddenly, Mr. Su sighed, what a generous offer. I'm afraid only he in the world can make this happen. Xu Feng stared at Su Minghai and thought to himself that this old man seemed to know a lot about Tianlong. Has Su Lao met this Tianlong? Su Minghai shook his head in a hurry. I, Su Minghai, am a self-confident, successful person, but how could I have seen this Tianlong? Tianlong is just his code name, and he is a man who sees the beginning but not the end. Besides, we are not on the same page at all. Suddenly, Su Minghai froze, looking up and down at Xu Feng. How did you know about this? Oh, Mr. Su, as for how I know, you don't need to worry about that. Just know that this painting is fake. Dad, don't believe him. How can he prove that the painting is fake? You can't just believe his word. Su Ling Tian shouted, if this painting is really fake, how can he explain to the old man, and where will his face be? Old Su, as for whether this painting is real or fake, just have a professional examine it and you will know. I dare say that the young master has been cheated. If you go after it now, you might be able to get the 10 million back. Later. Su Ling Tian's embarrassed mouth kept shaking, and he angrily said, this painting is definitely not fake, definitely not. If you, a delivery boy, can tell that this painting is fake, that would be big news. If you're right, I'll go deliver food. Su Yu said in a strange voice. Su Minghai waved at Li Zhong, who hurriedly walked over to him and waited for his orders. Li Zhong, immediately video with Professor Chunigu of Linhai University, let him see the painting on site. Okay, I'll do it right away. Li Zhong connected to Chenigu's video. When he heard that Su Minghai wanted him to identify the authenticity of the Guanyin sending the child painting, Chenigu smiled and said, Su Lao, there is no need to identify it. This painting was bought by someone years ago. At the time, the auction price was $100 million. Now, who would spend 10 million to sell it again? That would be a loss. Therefore, this painting is definitely fake. Hearing Chenigu's words, Su Lingtian rolled his eyes and collapsed on the ground. Su Yu and Lu Qiming hurried over to help him up. Su Yu kept shaking and calling out, Dad, wake up. Lu Xian's mouth curled up in a sneer, and she said to herself, this is really the case of being too clever by half. Now, how will you end up? Thank you, Professor Chen, I'll invite you for tea some other time. Su Minghai gestured to Li Zhong to hang up the phone, and then turned around to see the boss sitting on the ground, and said coldly, stand up. Su Lingtian stood up, his body trembling, and he could barely stand up with the help of his daughter and son-in-law. Dad, I really didn't know that the painting was fake. Su Lingtian cried, tears falling down his face. What are you crying about? What kind of look is that? If you knew that the painting was fake, would you have been fooled? It's fine that you're stupid, but you've made your old father stupid and ashamed along with you. Dad, I'm sorry. That's enough. Su Minghai interrupted Su Lingtian. His brows were tightly knitted, and it was clear from his eyes that he was very disappointed with his eldest son. I'm asking you, where did the 10 million come from? Did you take it from the company account? I think that you would never spend your own money. Su Lingtian did not dare to answer and lowered his head. Looking at Su Lingtian's miserable appearance, Xu Feng smiled coldly, this is what happens when you offend me. Su Minghai sighed helplessly, looking like he hated iron that couldn't be made into steel. Chu Feng could see Su Minghai's expression clearly, and thought that the main reason why Grandpa Su wanted to choose an heir from his granddaughter was that his son was not up to par. In that case, the second son, Su Lingdi, is probably not very good either. I just don't know what the old man will do to Su Ling Tian. Su Minghai paced back and forth in the room, talking as he walked. You spent 10 million on a fake, and you used the company's account. If this gets out, where will the Su family's reputation be? You must be taught a lesson. From today on, you will hold 15% of the group's shares, which you will temporarily return. Su Ling Tian was dumbfounded, his face turning ashen, and he said in a trembling voice, Dad, this punishment is too severe. No, it's not enough to warn the group. Li Zhong, notify the group's financial department to handle the handover as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Su Ling Tian's face turned pale. The Su family business is a family business, and the founder, Su Minghai, is a one-man show, in an absolutely authoritative position. In the Su family, his word is basically equivalent to an imperial decree. Although he was dissatisfied, Su Ling Tian could only obediently carry out the order. Su Yu pursed her lips. She had been so confident, but suddenly she felt lost about the prospects of the heir. Who could have imagined that the situation would suddenly turn around? It was all. Su Yu looked at Chu Feng, and the resentment in her eyes grew stronger. Chu Feng knew exactly what Su Yu was thinking. Chu Feng extended his hand to Su Yu. Miss Su, you just said that if the painting is fake, you will deliver takeout. We can deliver together. Welcome to join. You. Su Yu angrily turned her head to the side and cursed in her heart, don't be arrogant. I'm going to get back all the humiliation I've suffered, and soon. Seeing that Chu Feng was deliberately trying to anger Su Yu, Su Qing felt a little sorry for her and pulled Chu Feng back, warning him, don't be so unreasonable. You'll offend more people this way. Okay, that's enough for today. Everyone, go home. Su Minghai, who was in a bad mood, dismissed the idea of inviting his granddaughter to dinner and directly gave the order to dismiss the guests. Lu Kaiyun couldn't help but look at Chu Feng twice, unable to hide her joy. She didn't expect that this delivery boy, Chu Feng, was so capable. Not only did he not lose face, he even shone. It was really unexpected. In addition, Chu Feng severely punished the eldest son of the Su family, which made Lu Kaiyun, who had been angry with Su Lingtian, feel very good. After the younger generation of the Su family left, Su Minghai immediately called his trusted butler Li Zhong to his side. Li Zhong, immediately find out what this blue powder is, and do it quickly. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Li Zhong came back and Su Minghai couldn't wait to ask, did you find out? Master, it's been found out. This is the blue powder used by the secret agents of a certain country in the north, also known as zombie powder. Upon hearing this, Su Minghai gasped. To be honest, he still didn't believe the answer that Chu Feng had given him, but now, he was completely convinced. Not to mention anything else, there is a force lurking in the shadows, a force that wants to kill him. Who could it be? Chu Feng. Su Minghai kept repeating Chu Feng's name in his mouth. A small delivery boy actually knew about this mysterious blue powder. Incredible, incredible. Li Zhong, listen, 1. Investigate how the blue powder came about. 2. Find out the true identity of this Chu Feng as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Chapter 17, A Peaceful Breakup. The villa of Su Qing in Donghai. Laughter was heard everywhere. Su Qing looked at Lu Kaiyun, who was laughing, and said helplessly, Mom, don't laugh anymore. What if you laugh too much? Ha, Qing, when I think of your uncle's face, which looks like a bitter gourd, I can't help but laugh. Your uncle has been arrogant in our family for decades, and when has he ever been treated like this? It makes me laugh to death. Ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going outside to laugh. Lu Kaiyun walked out of the villa laughing, and Su Qing shook her head helplessly. She suddenly realized that Chu Feng had gone into his room after returning from his grandfather's house and had not come out yet. Su Cheng walked to Chu Feng's room and knocked on the door. What are you doing hiding in the house? Come out. Chu Feng walked out of the house with a long face. What's wrong? Su Qing asked with a twinkle in her eyes. What else could it be? It's because of your grandfather. Before I went, I said that your grandfather would like me, and that I would have to marry you. See, I was right. Su Qing's face darkened and she said in a bad mood, What do you mean? You're a delivery boy, and you're not happy to marry a rich girl? Of course I'm happy to marry a rich girl, but to marry you. Xu Feng shook his head. You. Su Qing kicked Xu Feng directly on his thigh and pointed at the door with one finger. Get out of here. Xu Feng did not roll away, but instead extended his hand to Su Qing. This time I didn't embarrass you, and your grandfather was so happy that he almost passed the family head position to you. The 20,000 thank you fee is settled. Su Qing turned her head to the side, looking cold and unfeeling. Su Real Estate Group pays wages on the 15th of every month, so come back in 10 days and pay me then. Ha, Miss Su, judging by your expression, you're not going to owe me money, are you? Su Qing's face revealed a hint of cunning, and she laughed. Of course I have to owe you a few days, but it's easy to get the money. Xu Feng immediately covered his chest. You'd better not have any improper thoughts about me. For this measly 20,000 yuan, I would never sell my body. Get out of here. Who wants your body? Su Qing roared and shouted, you better behave yourself and answer my questions honestly. Xu Feng smiled and said, what's the question? First, how did you conquer my grandfather? Second, how did you know that the Guanyin sending the child painting was fake? Third, are you really a delivery boy? The three questions Su Qing asked made Xu Feng realize that he had been too clever today, making Su Qing doubt his true identity. There was no way to hide his true identity. At this time, Xu Feng naturally would not reveal his true identity. Ha, Miss Su, I am a delivery boy, no doubt about it. If you don't believe me, you can check with ele.me. As for how I conquered your grandfather, it was all thanks to my 3-inch tongue. Su Qing looked at Xu Feng very unsatisfiedly. What else? As for how I knew that the Guanyin sending sun painting was fake, it was very simple. A friend of mine told me about the auction of this painting. After a pause, seeing that Su Qing still didn't believe it, Xu Feng said, from the look on your face, you still want to know who my friend is? I'll tell you. He's a foreign correspondent. Su Qing was skeptical of Xu Feng's explanation, but it could be explained away. So, you're so lucky today, it's all because you're so lucky, isn't it? Xu Feng immediately said, haha, Miss Su, you are a rare and intelligent woman. I didn't think I would be so lucky. I'm thinking, should I take advantage of my good luck and buy a lottery ticket? Su Qing no longer pursued the matter, silently keeping silent, frowning with her two curved eyebrows, as if talking to herself. My grandfather has now recognized you. Isn't this a good thing? Xu Feng was a little confused. Why is it not a good thing? What if my grandfather forces me to marry you? But you're not the type of person I like. We should get out of this situation as soon as possible. Nima. Su Qing's directness left Xu Feng speechless. He felt his self-esteem being severely attacked. I've been so good today, and you're so blind that you were fooled by a few reasons I made up. You've missed out on a great guy. If you want to break up, then let's break up. Without any ties, I'm going to go out and have a good time. Ha, Miss Su, if you want to break up, it's not that simple. Either I punch you, or you punch me, and we'll have a fight, and then we'll split up peacefully. Bang! Before the word breakup could be said, Su Qing punched Xu Feng in the nose, and a red stream ran down his nostrils. Su Qing clapped her hands and said, Xu Feng, you really came up with a great idea. Now that we've had a fight and broken up, you can go. Xu Feng. You son of a bitch. I have always believed in the truth that the first to strike is the strongest, and the second to strike is the most miserable. I always strike first in any situation. I never thought that today, I would fall into the hands of a girl like you. What a shame. However, looking at Su Qing's delicate face, Xu Feng really couldn't bring himself to punch her again. A kiss is fine. Besides, it was already noon, and Mr. Su didn't provide lunch. Xu Feng was hungry and thought that Su Qing would definitely let him finish his meal before leaving. After all, I did her a big favor. Why are you still standing here? Do you still want me to feed you? Su Qing suddenly said, pointing to the door is right behind you. Damn, you're heartless. Xu Feng's glass heart instantly shattered. You're a piece of shit. You son of a bitch, this is called crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, this is called killing the donkey after grinding the millstone, and this is called killing the dog after the rabbit is dead. Okay, I'm leaving. Miss Su, we'll meet again later. No, never again. After I leave, don't you dare come looking for me. If I go looking for you, I won't be surnamed Su anymore. Hurry up and leave, Su Qing said impatiently. Chu Feng turned and walked out of Donghai Xingjing. From beginning to end, she didn't see Su Qing come out to stop him. After kicking Chu Feng out, Su Qing let out a long sigh of relief, looking very relaxed. She now looked down on Chu Feng, and even more so on someone with an unknown identity who didn't tell the truth. At this moment, Su Qing's phone rang. She hurriedly looked at the caller ID and realized it was her grandfather, Su Minghai. Su Qing hurriedly answered the phone. Grandpa. Qing, is Chu Feng still here? He had to go out for something. Qing, Grandpa is not a fool, how could he not know the true relationship between you and Chu Feng? Today, Grandpa is also turning a blind eye and cooperating with you and putting on a show. Su Qing smiled embarrassedly, thinking that it was actually Grandpa who was acting, and we were the audience. Now, you remember what Grandpa said. No matter what, you must keep Chu Feng by your side. You must never let him leave. How about this? Let's arrange for him to work at your company first. Su Qing felt a little bad and said with a sad face, Grandpa, is this appropriate? Why not? Remember, if you let Chu Feng go, Grandpa will be very unhappy. Don't blame Grandpa for not recognizing you as his granddaughter. Su Qing. Doo-doo, Su Minghai hung up the phone. Su Qing ran out, shouting, Hey, you, come back first. But there was still Chu Feng's figure outside. It's over, it's over. Su Qing kept stamping her feet. At this time, Lu Kaiyun, who was out for a walk, returned. When she heard that Su Qing had driven Chu Feng away, Lu Kaiyun angrily tapped Su Qing's forehead. Now that you've driven him away, aren't you afraid that Li Juinjia will do something to him? Mom, he doesn't tell the truth and he's not from a good family, I'm annoyed by him. Now you're upset, but you'll be even more upset later. When the old man asks you for him, how will you explain? After saying that, Lu Kaiyun stormed back into the house. Su Qing silently looked into the distance, thinking to herself, Chu Feng, don't run too far. Chapter 18, To be a Manager. Chu Feng left the Su family. Chu Feng, who had been hurt by Su Qing, was going to get a massage and back rub to comfort his wounded heart. Of course, it's all formal and not formal, without a hint of evil. But the technician must be absolutely correct. This is the most basic requirement. It was already 6 p.m. when Chu Feng finished comforting his wounded heart. Chu Feng, who had returned home relaxed, was dumbfounded. His home had been smashed up again by that guy Li Juinjia. Damn it, Li Juinjia, I swear, I won't be called Chu until I've smashed your family to pieces. Chu Feng's current residence was bought with the change he had on hand, and it cost a total of 400,000 yuan. After spending all the money, Chu Feng basically became a penniless person. He couldn't use the money on his bank card, so he had to find a job delivering food. Although it was a dilapidated apartment building, it was at least a place to live. Now it had been smashed twice, and Chu Feng couldn't help but feel sad. So he began to clean up the debris in the house. Hearing the noise from Chu Feng's side, Su Hua, the neighbor across the way, opened the door and hurriedly dragged Chu Feng inside. Oh, Chu Feng, what did you do to offend these people? Why do these people come to your house to smash it up every other day? I offended a mad dog. Let the mad dog jump around for a while. When I come to my senses, I'll go clean up. Su Hua's face was full of worry. Chu Feng, this mad dog is not a small force. Every time he comes to your house to make trouble, there are no less than 10 people, especially the leader with a beard who is very arrogant. Humph, he deserves a beating. Chu Feng said coldly, naturally knowing who Su Hua was talking about. He is the thug of Li Juntai, who beat him up at Xian Yuan Villa. Chu Feng, you haven't had dinner yet, right? That's good, I haven't eaten either. I'll make 2 dishes and we'll have a good drink. Chu Feng wanted to refuse, but Su Hua had already gone to the kitchen to prepare dinner. It had been half a year since he had returned to Linhai City, and he had been a neighbor of Su Hua for half a year. Chu Feng had spoken to Su Hua a few words through the door, but had never entered Su Hua's home. This was the first time Chu Feng had visited. While Su Hua was busy in the kitchen, Chu Feng took a look around Su Hua's house. The whole room was very clean, almost spotless. This made Chu Feng feel a little strange. Su Hua is in his 20s or 30s, and he is not married. In theory, a bachelor, especially one who works on a construction site carrying bricks, should have a messy house. The only explanation is that Su Hua is a clean man. Soon, Su Hua had prepared the snacks, a roasted chicken, a plate of ham sausage, a plate of peanuts and a fried egg. Chu Feng, this is all the food we have at home. It's simple, don't worry about it. Hua Zi, you're being too formal. For a bachelor like me, being able to eat such a meal is already a luxury. I'm also a bachelor. Let's talk about the life of a bachelor. Su Hua poured wine for Chu Feng while saying. The two men had a drink first. According to age, Chu Feng was younger, so he should have poured the wine, but Su Hua said that this was his home and Chu Feng was a guest, so he resolutely refused to let Chu Feng pour the wine. While the two were arguing, Chu Feng suddenly saw a scar on Su Hua's right hand. Chu Feng pointed to the scar on Su Hua's back of his hand. How did you get this scar? Su Hua subconsciously retracted his hand and smiled. I was working on a construction site and accidentally got injured by a steel bar. Chu Feng looked at Su Hua for 3 seconds. As the king of mercenaries, he had seen all kinds of injuries. He immediately saw how the scar on Su Hua's right hand was formed. It was not a result of a steel bar piercing his arm, but rather a small caliber ordinary pistol. Chu Feng immediately became alert. This Su Hua has a story, and he must have another identity. The mercenary king lives next door to a man with a story and an unknown identity. It is inevitable that Chu Feng will suspect that Su Hua is coming for him. Of course, this is just Chu Feng's speculation. Hua Zi, you must be more careful when working on the construction site in the future. That's right, Chu Feng, you should be careful too. The two men had another drink and asked each other about their families. Naturally, Chu Feng didn't want to talk about his family, but Su Hua only said that he was from a rural area in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and that his parents were both farmers. It's good to be a farmer. To be honest, I also want to go to the countryside and buy a few acres of land, grow grain and vegetables, and live a pastoral life. Chu Feng said with longing. Chu Feng, let's think about this kind of life when we can't move bricks anymore. Chu Feng and Su Hua drank a bottle, and Su Hua went to get more wine, but was stopped by Chu Feng. Chu Feng had already seen that Su Hua's drinking capacity was very large. Hua Zi, you can't drink anymore. If you drink anymore, you'll be too drunk to look for a job tomorrow. Looking for a job? Su Hua looked at Chu Feng in surprise. What's wrong? Don't you want to work at the Su family's construction site anymore? I want to go too, but I can't. I was fired by that girl from the Su family. That heartless woman. Su Hua was a little surprised and even more confused. No, Chu Feng, to be honest, I really don't understand. What is your relationship with Su Qing? Don't say it, it's embarrassing to say it. Chu Feng, who was speaking, stood up from the bench. Huazi, thank you for the wine and the food. I'm full and drunk, and I should go home and clean up my doghouse. I'll help you clean up later. With Su Hua's help, Chu Feng quickly cleaned up the smashed house, but the bed and furniture in the house were basically all smashed, leaving only a broken table. Without a bed, Chu Feng could only sleep on the floor. After sleeping on the floor all night, in the morning, Chu Feng, who had just finished washing up, heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Su Hua standing there. Chu Feng, I have good news for you. You don't need to look for a job. Chu Feng was stunned. What do you mean, Hua Zi? Chu Feng, it's like this. Fan, the foreman, knows that we are neighbors, so he called me and said that he must take you to the construction site to move bricks, and that he will also give you a pay raise. Chu Feng smiled and understood the reason. Foreman Fan Yongtai is definitely not that kind of person, and he doesn't have the authority to raise wages without authorization. It must be Su Qing who told him to do so. Could it be that after Su Qing kicked me out of the Su family, she regretted it? It's not that easy for me to go back. Hua Zi, you tell Fan that I'll go back, but I won't be moving bricks on the construction site. Chu Feng thought about it and suddenly thought of Lu Meili, who was next to Su Qing. That beauty, that little peach. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and he said, I'll lower my demands. Just give me a position as a group office manager, or I'll never go. Su Hua was dumbfounded by Chu Feng's request. He even felt that it was an unrealistic fantasy. Su Hua scratched his head. No, Chu Feng, I feel a little confused. Or did I hear it wrong? Let me confirm, you want to be the office manager of Su's real estate group? That's a middle to high level position. Yes, that's the position. With that, Chu Feng leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and smiled. Huazi, when you get to the construction site, you can tell Fan Yongtai. Remember, the office manager of the Su Real Estate Group. Su Hua. He kept thinking to himself, did I drink some white wine last night and make this kid Chu Feng drunk and confused? A bricklayer suddenly wants to become the manager of the Su Real Estate Group office. If this works out, it's going to be a miracle. Chapter 19, Appointing a Manager. On the Su family construction site, when Su Hua told the foreman Fan Yongtai about Chu Feng's request, Fan Yongtai jumped up in surprise. Damn it, a bricklayer is going to be the manager of the group office. Is he crazy, or is God crazy? The foreman, Chu Feng, did say that. He also said that if he wasn't given this position, he wouldn't come to work. If he doesn't come, then don't come. Who the hell cares about him? Fan Yongtai shouted, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the group office. When Lu Meili told Su Qing about Chu Feng's request, Su Qing was so angry that she slammed her desk. A lousy bricklayer actually dared to ask me for such a high position. He really needs to be taken care of. Lu Meili is Su Qing's personal secretary, and the next step up in this position is office manager. This position is currently vacant and is temporarily held by Lu Meili. Now, Chu Feng wants this position, which means he is taking her position. Of course, Lu Meili was unhappy. Director Su, this guy is really a bit arrogant, and he's overdoing it. A bricklayer, giving him a security guard job, that's already enough too. Give him face. Su Qing recalled what her grandfather had said, if she didn't bring this Chu Feng back and get him into the company, he might not recognize her as his granddaughter when the time came. Also, my uncle's 15% of the Su Group's shares, my grandfather said he could take them back. As for the position of general manager of the Su Real Estate Group, Grandpa could remove himself from it with a single word. Thinking about this, Su Qing had a headache. After thinking about it, she said helplessly, beautiful, you can just tell Chu Feng that I've agreed to his request. Mr. Su, this. Lu Meili's face instantly turned dark. She couldn't understand how the chairman of the prestigious Su Real Estate Group could be so accommodating to a bricklayer. Does the chairman have something in his hands? It must be. Mr. Su, we can't be pushed around by this kid. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone to take care of him. What do you mean? Let me tell you the truth, this guy has my grandfather under his spell. It was my grandfather who repeatedly asked me to arrange for him to come to the company. What can I do? Lu Meili was even more puzzled. How could a bricklayer have a relationship with the Su family patriarch? Su Qing also knew what Lu Meili was thinking, and comforted her, don't worry about the position of group office manager. In a while, I'll arrange for you to be the group vice president. Group vice president? Hearing this position, Lu Meili's face instantly brightened, and she said gratefully, thank you, Chairman Su, for your cultivation. On the Su family construction site, Chu Feng, who was looking carefree and happy, walked over. Fan Yongtai, who was smoking a cigarette, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it. When Chu Feng walked over, Fan Yongtai laughed, hey, isn't this brother Chu Feng? Aren't you going to be promoted to group office manager? Why are you back on the construction site, moving bricks? Chu Feng put his arms behind his back, oh, foreman, I just came here to take a look around. Looking at Chu Feng's posture, it seems that he has really become the group office manager. What a joke! Fan Yongtai sneered, since you have a pair of hands for moving bricks, then move bricks properly. What do you want to be the group office manager for? Are you the material? You are born to be like a bricklayer. Besides, can you do the computer work? The foreman said that the work requires brains. Chu Feng smiled. It's good to know that it takes brains. Okay, don't stand there, hurry up and move the bricks. If you don't get the bricks upstairs today, don't think about going home. Later, Fan Yongtai once again showed off his authority as a foreman. Whoever it is, Zhang Litao, you can't work while smoking, so hurry up. That Zhu Jinchao, you son of a bitch, you say your ancestor is Zhu Yuanzhang. I don't believe you, if you stand there stupidly and don't work, get out. That Chu Feng, you son of a bitch, are you still dead? Are you still dreaming of your spring and autumn dreams? Hurry up and move. After Fan Yongtai finished scolding Chu Feng, he suddenly saw a woman in a light blue suit with a light blue miniskirt and black high-heeled shoes walking over. Fan Yongtai was stunned. Isn't that Secretary Lu from the group headquarters? Fan Yongtai hurried over and smiled. Secretary Lu, why are you here? Fan Yongtai, what do you mean? As the General Secretary of the Su Family Real Estate Company, I am directly in charge of Mr. Su. Can't I come to the construction site to take a look? No, Secretary Lu, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Of course you are welcome to come here often. Lu Meili glared at Fan Yongtai. I didn't know you were so powerful on the construction site, like a king. Remember, this is the Su Real Estate Group, not a slave market, and the workers are not slaves for you to scold. Yes, Secretary Lu is right. I will definitely pay attention and change. Then, Fan Yongtai pointed at Chu Feng. Secretary Lu, this guy is just hanging around on the construction site, not doing any work. Can I scold him a little bit? What are you scolding him for? Lu Meili glared at Fan Yongtai, then introduced Chu Feng. Mr. Su has just appointed him as the manager of the Su Real Estate Group office. Fan Yongtai. Lu Meili smiled and snorted at Fan Yongtai again. Fan Yongtai, if you think Manager Chu deserves a scolding, then go ahead and scold him. I. Fan Yongtai mumbled and couldn't speak. Manager Chu, come to the group office to report in a while. Chairman Su is waiting for you. Lu Meili smiled at Chu Feng. Secretary Lu, please go back and tell Chairman Su that I will be there in a moment. Also, in a moment, I will come to you for tea. Lu Meili smiled at Chu Feng again. Good, Manager Chu. Turning around, her face was instantly filled with a look of deep disgust. After Lu Meili left, Fan Yongtai rushed to Chu Feng at a speed of 180 miles per hour, smiling and saying, Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your promotion to the position of manager of the Su Real Estate Group. Ha, Foreman, didn't you just say that I was just a bricklayer? Fan Yongtai looked around and said with a puzzled look, Damn, who said that? It's obvious that he's blind. Can't he see that Manager Chu is born to be a manager? That's enough. Chu Feng interrupted the crazy-ass kisser Fan Yongtai. This guy's mouth is like a winding mountain road, turning whenever he wants. Chu Feng walked forward. When he reached Su Hua, he stopped. Hua Zi, do you want to work at the group headquarters? I can tell you about it. Su Hua shook his head and smiled. Chu Feng, I don't have your talent. I'd rather stay here and move bricks. It's time to go home. Let's go for a drink. Chu Feng patted Su Hua on the shoulder. He thought to himself, you're not without talent like me. You're very talented, but you're just hiding it. Soon, I will unveil your mystery. Fan Yongtai let out a long sigh as he watched Chu Feng's receding back. It feels like a dream. It seems that the beautiful Su likes masculine men. This boy, Chu Feng, will not escape the clutches of the beautiful Su. Fan Yongtai said, see you later. Dozens of people on the construction site were all staring at Lu Meili's short skirt, none of them were working. Fan Yongtai picked up the iron pliers and knocked on the steel pipe. Don't think that just because Secretary Lu came over and said a few words to you that you can turn the world upside down. Hurry up and get to work. Chapter 20, The New Official Takes Office. In the group office, Lu Meili stood in front of Su Qing for half an hour. Su Qing didn't say a word, leaving Lu Meili at a loss. Beautiful, let me ask you, is there any vacant office in the group? Lu Meili had been working for Su Qing for half a year, and she was like a worm in Su Qing's stomach, immediately understanding Su Qing's true thoughts. Su Qing didn't want the bricklayer to take the position of the real group office manager at all. Chairman Su, do you want to give Chu Feng another room in the group? He's not very capable. Can he really sit in the position of group office manager? Give him a small room. Lu Meili thought for a moment and said, Chairman Su is right. This Chu Feng really doesn't have much education, so let him just have a title. After Lu, the driver, quit, his room is still empty. It's too much to let him go to the driver's room. You call him over. Yes. Su Qing's office. Chu Feng's eyes drifted over to Lu Meili, who was standing straight and tall at this moment, with her hands crossed in front of her short skirt and her legs tightly closed together, so tightly that not even a fly could fly through. Chu Feng thought to himself, with her looks and legs, it was obvious that she was still a virgin. Oh, Mr. Su, thank you for transferring me to the group office. This time, I will definitely work hard in your group office. Lu Meili saw that Chu Feng was strong, especially with his muscular body, and also, just now, the boy's eyes were wandering over her body. She could tell what was going on in Chu Feng's mind. A bricklayer who has had a stroke of luck wants to hit on me, Lu Meili. This lazy toad wants to eat my swan meat. He is simply too beautiful to think about. She is the secretary of the chairman of the board, a graduate of a prestigious university. How can she be interested in a guy who just got lucky and is now moving bricks? Beautiful, you take Chu Feng to go through the formalities. Okay, Mr. Su. Lu Meili smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Chu Feng. Manager Chu, please come with me. Secretary Lu, don't call me Manager Chu, just call me Xiaofeng. Su Qing rolled her eyes slightly, and a displeasure crossed her delicate face. If you dare to mess with the male-female relationship in the group office, you will be fired immediately. Su Qing said coldly. Ha, Chairman Su, I'm just a bricklayer on a construction site. Everyone in your office is rich and beautiful. Who would want me? Hurry up and leave. Su Qing waved impatiently. Lu Meili led Chu Feng away from the group office. Looking at this magnificent office full of beautiful women, Chu Feng was overjoyed. With such a working environment and so many beautiful women, working here for a lifetime will definitely add a few years to my life. Hey, Secretary Lu, where is my office? Seeing that Lu Meili was leading him out of the office area, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Lu Meili kept walking forward without looking back. Manager Chu, don't worry, I'm leading you there. Your office is next to mine. Chu Feng was delighted. He was so close to Lu Meili that it would be convenient to visit her in the future. The first time as a stranger, the second time as a friend, and the third time as a lover. Next to the group office, there was indeed a small room. When Chu Feng walked into the room, he was dumbfounded. Compared to the magnificent office outside, this room was a world apart. It was a small room of less than 10 square meters, with a bed and a table. At best, it was a storage room. The sheets on the bed had turned yellow from lack of washing, and there were more than a dozen cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table. Please, Manager Chu. Lu Meili smiled, her contempt clearly visible in her eyes. Secretary Lu, are you sure this is the office of the office manager of the prestigious Su Real Estate Group? This office environment is really too poor. This is what Chairman Su specially arranged. If you have any complaints, go to Chairman Su. Chu Feng had already understood that Su Qing was trying to get back at him. This ruthless woman. Ha, Secretary Lu, it seems you all look down on me as the manager. We don't look down on managers, we mainly look down on you, especially people like you who came in through the back door. After saying this, Lu Meili threw a contemptuous smile at Chu Feng. At that moment, a young and beautiful little girl ran over in a panic, directly to the front of Lu Meili. Secretary Lu, it's bad, all the office computers have a blurry screen, you should come and take a look. It's normal for the computer to have a blurry screen, but it's a bit abnormal for all the computers at the headquarters to have a blurry screen. Zhao Jing, quickly notify the technical department and have them come to solve the problem. Lu Meili shouted and walked quickly forward. Just a few steps away, Lu Meili's phone rang. It was Su Qing calling. Lu Meili hurriedly answered the phone and learned that Su Qing's office computer also had a broken screen. Don't worry, Mr. Su, the technical department is working on it. I think it will be solved soon. Lu Meili and the little beauty Zhao Jing walked quickly to the office area, and Chu Feng followed them silently. At this time, dozens of employees at the headquarters of Su Real Estate were all shocked to see the computer with a broken screen. Although everyone's faces were full of anxiety, there was nothing they could do but worry. Lu Meili bent over and lay on the desk. Lu Meili was wearing a miniskirt, and this action made Chu Feng, who was standing behind her, light up. This posture and movement easily make one think of being in a fog. Chu Feng looked around. Everyone was staring at the computer with the broken screen, and no one noticed that the man was admiring the view. Lu Meili naturally didn't know, and with her hands on the keyboard, she typed a string of characters and hit the enter key. Watching the skillful movements of Lu Meili, Chu Feng sighed, this Lu Meili is not only beautiful, but also seems to be a computer expert who understands technology. He had expected the computer to come back to life after Lu Meili pressed the return key, but the computer with the broken screen not only did not get better, but instead became even more broken. Damn it! Lu Meili slammed her desk angrily and shouted back, why haven't the people from the technical department come yet? Secretary Lu, I'll go and hurry them up. The little beauty Zhao Jing hurriedly said. Hurry up! Lu Mei shouted, suddenly seeing Chu Feng standing not far behind her, his eyes staring at the two small buttocks of the little beauty Zhao Jing. who was running forward. Lu Mei's eyes turned to a deep disgust. Then she thought, for a migrant worker like this who can only move bricks, what else can he do except think about the dirty things he wants to do to a woman's belly? When she turned around, she saw Su Qing coming angrily. Lu Mei hurriedly went to greet her. What's going on? The computers at our headquarters have never had a screen glitch before. Su Qing said angrily. Chairman Su, I suspect that we may have been attacked by hackers. At this moment, Zhao Jing, who had just run to urge the technical department, ran over with two young men in their 20s wearing glasses. They were Zhang Xiaozhang and Ning Wenran from the technical department. They both graduated in computer science and have a deep understanding of the field. Zhang Xiaozhang and Ning Wenran ran over without saying a word, sat in front of the computer, and started typing code into the computer. Director Su, with the help of the technical department, it will be solved very quickly. Lu Mei said. Su Qing also smiled approvingly at Zhang Xiaozhang and Ning Wenran. Not to mention anything else, their computer skills were definitely commendable. Zhang Xiaozhang and Ning Wenran typed in one password after another, but they still couldn't solve the problem of the computer screen going blank. Su Qing was anxious. When she looked back, she saw Chu Feng standing in the room, as if he was watching the fun. Su Qing's eyes flashed with disgust, and she said coldly, Chu Feng, you are now the manager of the group office. Now that the group's computers are all broken, shouldn't you do something about it? Lu Mei snorted in disdain, Director Su, the computer screen is broken, not the wall. It's just a matter of moving a few bricks to fix it. If you don't have the ability, how dare you ask for the position of group office manager? I don't know how you can open your mouth. Mr. Su, don't be angry. Some people just don't know their own limitations. Seeing that Su Cheng and Lu Mei were arguing back and forth, obviously taking their anger out on themselves, Chu Feng laughed and said, What's wrong with you two? What's the rush? Can't I think of a solution? I'm afraid you don't even know how to turn on and off the computer. You think you can solve it, but you can't solve shit. Su Qing also ignored her status and scolded anxiously. Chu Feng laughed and looked at the computer with the broken screen again and said, Mr. Su, what if I fix it? If you can fix it, I won't be named Su. Ha, Mr. Su, this sentence is like the 20,000 yuan you owe me, like a big gust of wind, it doesn't count at all. Oh, what's wrong with the computer screen? Why has it turned into a red bar? Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone looked at the computer. Chapter 21, Computer Expert. The huge computer screen turned into a red bar, which kept scrolling across the screen. Zhang Xiaozhang and Ning Wenran from the technical department were still typing code. But it seems that they can't solve it at all. Su Qing, who was standing by and watching, looked increasingly unhappy and increasingly dark. Chu Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He looked around the group office, and finally settled on the electric switch. Chu Feng didn't say anything, and walked over and pulled the switch. Why is there a power outage? The people in the office clamored. Lu Mei suddenly saw Chu Feng standing next to the electric switch, and immediately angrily said, Chairman Su, it's not a power outage at all. It's Chu Feng who pulled the switch. Su Qing also saw Chu Feng pulling the circuit breaker. Her face became even more ugly. She said coldly, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Why did you pull the circuit breaker? Chu Feng walked over with a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaozhang stood up and glared at Chu Feng, angrily saying, We were about to solve the problem, but you pulled the circuit breaker. All our efforts were in vain. Give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I don't care who you were introduced by, get out of here immediately. Su Qing said, looking away. At this time he didn't even want to look at Chu Feng. In the office, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring straight at Chu Feng, waiting for his reasonable explanation. Chu Feng reached out and tapped on the keyboard, smiling, Chairman Su, didn't you just ask me to solve it? I've already solved it. Su Qing suddenly pointed at Chu Feng. Her jade arm trembled like she had been electrocuted, and she shouted at Chu Feng, Is what you call a solution pulling the circuit breaker? Yes, I have saved the company from a lot of losses. You should be thanking me. Pulling the circuit breaker is called recovering losses? Su Qing angrily said, and she wanted to kick Chu Feng. Lu Mei interrupted, Mr. Su, I think you should set some rules for him. He can't do anything at the group headquarters except sit in the house. Chu Feng looked at the idea of Lu Meili and smiled. All the computers in the group have a broken screen. Obviously, this is a hacker intrusion. Everyone knows it was a hacker. Lu Meili sneered. Oh, Secretary Lu, since it was a hacker attack, what did the hacker do? I think not. The hacker's real goal was to steal the company's core secrets. Su Qing and Lu Meili looked at each other. They shared the same feeling that Chu Feng was right. In this situation, what is the best way to defend? I think there are two. The first is to smash the computer directly, and the second is to cut off the power supply, which can directly cut off the transmission of data. Su Cheng nodded thoughtfully and couldn't help but say, that makes sense. Chu Feng smiled, the more reasonable part is still to come. Just now, all the computers in the group were not just broken, they were controlled by hackers. This method of control is achieved through the wake on LAN function. When Chu Feng said this in English, Su Qing's eyes widened. Lu Meili's mouth also twitched a few times in embarrassment, looking at Chu Feng like a monster. Chu Feng didn't care that everyone around him was surprised and continued, this network card function is generally set in the CMOS. There is a key step here, and that is that the hacker must first capture a computer in the group's headquarters LAN. When he said this, Su Qing's mouth opened wide. She didn't know if anyone else knew this, but she didn't know. Therefore, I am sure that the hacker first hacked a computer at the group headquarters. There is a prerequisite here, the hacker needs to know the MAC address of the computer first. Su Qing was already beyond shocked at Chu Feng's performance. But after all he said, what problems can he solve? Chu Feng, what exactly do you mean? Don't talk about these professional things. Su Qing said, suddenly realizing that a group of high-achieving students at the headquarters of the group were actually listening to a bricklayer talk here. Wasn't this picture a bit too funny? Chairman Su, after all I've said, don't you understand what I mean? I mean, there is a traitor within our group who first told the hacker the MAC address, and we only suffered a large-scale invasion after that. There is a traitor? Su Qing was shocked. Who? Su Qing naturally asked Chu Feng who it was. On second thought, how would he know who the traitor was? However, Chu Feng's next sentence shocked everyone. Zhang Xiaozhang, at this moment, don't you want to stand up and say something? Everyone looked at Zhang Xiaozhang. Could the traitor be Zhang Xiaozhang? Zhang Xiaozhang's face instantly turned white, and his expression became very panicked. He stood up from his chair and pointed at Chu Feng. What do you mean? Don't slander people. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiaozhang, thinking that he was the backbone of the technical department and had worked at Su's real estate group for several years. How could he be the traitor? When Zhang Xiaozhang joined the company, Su Qing happened to be interning in the human resources department of Su's real estate group and had personally interviewed him. She thought he was a good kid and would never believe that Zhang Xiaozhang would betray her. Su Qing walked over to Zhang Xiaozhang, who whispered to him, Mr. Su. Xiaozhang, how has Su treated you over the years? Mr. Su, Su sure has been very good to me. Then tell me the truth. Have you done anything to betray the company? Chairman Su, I. Seeing Zhang Xiaozhang stammering, Su Qing's heart sank to the bottom of her chest. It was obvious that Zhang Xiaozhang had done it. Lu Meili naturally saw it too, and she couldn't help but ask angrily, Director Su has been so good to you, and he has given you a high salary that is much higher than other companies. Why did you betray Director Su? Zhang Xiaozhang fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and begged for forgiveness. Director Su, I'm sorry. To be honest, it was Hu Chang, Li Junti's little brother, who told me to do it. Damn it, it's Li Juinjia again. Su Qing's eyes were filled with anger, and in an instant, she cursed Li Juinjia 100 times in her heart. Chu Feng was a little puzzled. If Li Juinjia wanted to get Su Cheng, why did he have to get the core secrets of Su Qing's real estate company? Chairman Su, Zhang Xiaozhang betrayed the company and sold the company's core secrets. I think we should send him to the police. Lu Meili suggested. Mr. Su, please forgive me this time. Zhang Xiaozhang immediately began to cry and beg for mercy. Looking at Zhang Xiaozhang, who was kneeling and crying, and looking at the person who betrayed him, Su Qing really wanted to send him to jail. On second thought, once Zhang Xiaozhang is sent to jail for a period of time, he will have a criminal record. Now, which company would want an employee with a criminal record? Forget it, I won't send the police this time. Zhang Xiaozhang, get up. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you, Mr. Su. Zhang Xiaozhang kept nodding and bowing. However, Zhang Xiaozhang, the Su real estate group is no longer suitable for you to work here, so you can leave. Don't worry, even though you have done something bad, I won't owe you a penny in wages. After saying that, Su Qing looked away. She didn't want to look at Zhang Xiaozhang again. Su Qing's eyes fell on Chu Feng. He actually understood such profound computer knowledge. This delivery boy once again amazed him. Also, this time, we really should thank Chu Feng. If it weren't for Chu Feng, the group's core secrets would have been stolen by this kid Li Juinjia. At the same time, Su Qing also had a deep doubt, that is, how did Chu Feng know that Zhang Xiaozhang was a problem? After Zhang Xiaozhang left, Su Qing couldn't wait to ask her question. Chairman Su, the reason I was able to discover that Zhang Xiaozhang was up to something is very simple. In my spare time, I studied computer programming and researched programming codes. Su Qing was dumbfounded. A delivery person doesn't study how to deliver food, but instead studies computer programming. Isn't this a bit unprofessional? Manager Chu, in other words, you can read programming code? Lu Meili asked. At this point, Lu Meili did not dare to underestimate Chu Feng. Secretary Lu, yes, I discovered the problem when Zhang Xiaozhang entered the code. He is different from this brother. Zhang Xiaozhang was typing the code blindly. He was bullying you because you don't know how to program code. Lu Meili nodded slightly to Chu Feng, with an expression of incomprehension. She kept thinking to herself, what a talent. But why would someone like this come to a construction site to carry bricks? It would be better for him to lead the technical department. Chapter 22, Talent. Chu Feng had already seen Lu Meili's thoughts and took the initiative to say, I like to be free and easy. I would never do manual labor if I could do something else. Otherwise, I wouldn't be delivering food or carrying bricks. He then smiled at Su Qing and said, Su Dong, why don't you transfer me to be your secretary? The chairman of the board of directors of a prestigious company only has female secretaries, not male ones. How can this be? Su Qing had already seen through it. This guy Chu Feng was definitely hiding his talent on purpose. No matter what the reason was for him not wanting to say it, it would be better to keep someone like him by her side, at Su Real Estate, than to have him leave. Chu Feng, what do you mean by that? Don't think you know anything about computer programming and get carried away. Did I say I was transferring you? It's good enough if you can do a good job in the office. After that, he said to Ning Wenran in the technical department, Ning Wenran, you take on the work of the technical department. From now on, all the computers in the group must be encrypted and re-encrypted, and there must be no more mistakes. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll get right on it. Su Qing turned and left. Chu Feng showed off his skills, and he was still so cool and free, immediately charming the young ladies at the Su Real Estate headquarters. At this time, they all looked at Chu Feng in amazement. Lu Meili coughed twice. What are you all looking at? Go back to work. If you delay, you'll all have to work overtime tonight. When Lu Meili threatened them, all the little hotties in the group obediently sat down in front of their computers, turned them on, and got to work. Lu Meili walked up to Chu Feng and her attitude towards him was 1,000 times better than before. Manager Chu, you just came to the group office, you don't have a cup of water yet, come with me, I'll get you a cup of water. Thank you, Secretary Lu. Chu Feng followed Lu Meili into the office. Lu Meili first went to the window and pulled the curtains. Chu Feng was taken aback. What did Lu Mei mean by pulling the curtains as soon as she entered the office? Could it be? This is too strong, and I'm not ready for it. When Lu Meili looked back, she saw the strange look in Chu Feng's eyes, and she knew that he had misunderstood. Don't think too much. I can't stand the light, that's why I closed the curtains. As she spoke, Lu Meili walked over to the bookcase and took out a glass from inside, handing it to Chu Feng. Here, you can use this first. Thank you, Secretary Lu. Chu Feng took the glass and, as he did so, his finger accidentally grazed the back of Lu Meili's hand. Lu Meili glared at Chu Feng and said with a smile, Chu Feng, how old are you this year? Secretary Lu, why are you asking this? What, are you trying to introduce me to someone? I'm 25. Lu Meili smiled flirtatiously. You're only a few months younger than me, so you can call me sister in the future. You don't have to wait. You can call me sister now. You're so sweet, but don't call me sister in the company. Mr. Su hates this kind of clique, especially when people are flirting in the office. Tell me, who do you like in the company office? I'll introduce you to him. What if I like you? Lu Meili smiled faintly. Why, do you think I'm very pretty? Of course I think you're beautiful. Otherwise, why would I be interested in you? Lu Meili shook her head. I don't mean to discourage you, but in your current state, you're just a small manager with no position or money. Even the receptionists at the group don't look up to you. No, I don't have any money now, but I'm still handsome enough to get a few girls, right? Lu Meili's eyes fell on Chu Feng's face. There was no denying that this Chu Feng was handsome. But what does it matter if he is handsome? Nowadays, beautiful women don't care if a man is handsome, they only care if he is rich. Lu Meili's eyes were like a seductive silk, and she gently stroked Chu Feng's chest with her index finger. Ha, you are very handsome, but it would be nice if you had a little money. Maybe you could catch up with me. So, Manager Chu, work hard. Although he was wearing clothes, Chu Feng could already feel the warmth of Lu Meili's fingertips, like a drop of warm water at 20 degrees Celsius falling on his skin, warm and gentle. You have very well-developed muscles. How did you train them? I think you couldn't have built such muscles even if you had delivered takeout food for 10 years or carried bricks for 10 years. Secretary Lu said that in addition to moving bricks, I like to go to the gym when I'm free. This is how I got these muscles. Why don't we go play together tonight? Lu Meili pointed to Chu Feng. You want to date me on the first day of work? You're pretty bold, but I'm not willing to go out with you in your current identity, for fear of being embarrassed. She said, I'm blunt, don't take it personally. Chu Feng laughed. That would be the case, but you punched me, and it hurt my chest. Should I return the favor and hit you in the same place? Get out. Lu Meili smiled and scolded, sat down in a chair, crossed her legs and stared at Chu Feng. Let's talk about something serious. I'm curious. How did you get such a deep knowledge of computers? Lu Meili asked, pointing at Chu Feng. Don't tell me you're self-taught. I don't believe in self-taught nonsense at all. Secretary Lu, don't be so nosy. Just tell me straight out. Do you want to learn computer knowledge with me? I have plenty of time tonight to teach you properly. I don't have enough time to practice yoga and apply a facial mask in the evening. I never study, so don't bother me in the evening. Now I have something to ask you. Secretary Lu, between you and me, don't say ask for advice, just give me orders. Chu Feng laughed. Lu Meili turned on the computer and said, I'll get straight to the point. Chairman Su wants to develop a customer management system, and he gave me the task. I then gave it to Zhang Xiaozhang in the technical department. But I never thought that this little rascal was a traitor. Now that Zhang Xiaozhang has been fired, this matter cannot be left unsettled, so, Secretary Lu, you want to give me this task? Manager Chu is smart. You just showed off your skills and amazed me. I was so shocked that I almost jumped up. So, I believe you. You can definitely complete this difficult task. Then, Lu Meili winked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng was stunned. The power of this wave of electricity was more than 10,000. Fortunately, after years of dodging bullets and bombs, I have developed super immune skin, otherwise I really couldn't withstand Lu Mei's attack. Ha, Secretary Lu, I helped you, is there any reward? Lu Meili winked at Chu Feng. It's done. I'll take you back to my place and we'll have a drink. Have a good drink. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and he said to Secretary Lu, tell the cafeteria that I won't be eating lunch because I'm going to work overtime. The reason why Chu Feng is so proficient in computers is because he has a computer genius under his command. That is a beautiful and intelligent girl who is naturally graceful and voluptuous, and can cause a car accident just by walking down the street. Her name is Yinshan. Codename, Little White Fox. She is also the only female member of the Tianlong organization. This time I left without saying goodbye, and Little White Fox will definitely cry her heart out. At this moment, Chu Feng couldn't think about Little White Fox. In order to have a good drink with Lu Meili, he had to go all out. Pilai Bala, lines of code formed on the computer, and all were typed blindly. Lu Meili was dumbfounded. How could she remember so much code? She must have a very powerful brain. What a talent! Lu Meili was completely convinced that the customer management system that Su Dong had strongly requested would soon become a reality. Lu Meili took the initiative to pour a glass of water and walked up to Chu Feng. Chu Feng was about to say thank you, but Lu Meili made a shushing gesture. Manager Chu, just work at ease. I'll feed you. A few minutes later, Lu Meili cut another apple. Manager Chu, don't move, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Xiao Shui drank the water, ate the apple, and could still taste the fragrance of Lu Meili. At 6 p.m., a perfect brand new customer management system was successfully developed by Chu Feng. Secretary Lu, you go and report to Chairman Su. Tell him that this brand new customer management system has been specially encrypted by me, so even if hackers break into our computers, it will be very difficult for them to steal the customer information inside. Lu Meili couldn't believe what she was seeing. Could a delivery boy really have created a customer management system? She couldn't help but repeat the words in her mind, talent, talent. Chapter 23, Let's Go for a Drink. When Lu Meili presented the new customer management system to Su Qing shook her head like a rattle and asked 3 times, is this really made by Chu Feng? Chairman Su, it's true, this is really Chu Feng's work. I was standing next to him when he was working on this system, and I didn't leave for a moment. Su Qing was silent. Chu Feng, this delivery boy and bricklayer, was becoming more and more mysterious to her. His public identity is completely at odds with what he does. What exactly is his identity? Suddenly, Su Qing had an extra thought. Why would someone like this stay by her side? And he even turned into a delivery boy, and he happened to come in when I was drugged by Li Juinjia. Was it really a coincidence? The more Su Qing thought about it, the more confused she became, and the more she couldn't figure out the true identity of Feng. She also secretly warned herself that in the future, when she was with Chu Feng, she must be more careful. But no matter what, the customer management system she had been pushing for so long was finally completed, which was of great significance for protecting the core interests and confidentiality of her group's customers. Beautiful, you did a great job on this, I am very satisfied, I will inform the finance department to add this to your monthly bonus. Thank you, Mr. Su, but the main credit goes to Manager Chu. Shouldn't he be rewarded as well? Lu Meili said that in front of the old boss, he couldn't be too greedy. You don't need to worry about it. I'll take care of it. You can go now. Okay, Mr. Su. Chu Feng wanted to help Su Qing's company develop this customer management system because he had already strongly sensed that Li Juinjia not only wanted to get Su Qing's person, but he also had other intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stolen the secrets of the Su real estate group. Lu Meili returned to the office and completed the task assigned by Su Qing. Not only did she receive praise from Su Qing, she also received a bonus. Although Su Qing did not say how much the bonus was, Lu Meili was sure that it would not be small. So, Lu Meili was in a good mood. She saw Chu Feng leaning against the sofa, eating an apple she had cut up for him. Lu Meili took the small white bag hanging on the hanger and turned to Chu Feng, giving him a wink. What are you still doing here? Where are we going? After helping her sister out so much, she should at least thank you. Let's go for a drink. At this point, Lu Meili paused and said, let's go to my place to drink. Chu Feng quickly ran to Lu Meili's side, as fast as lightning. You're pretty fast. Lu Meili smiled and turned around and walked out. When she reached the door, she stopped. Chu Feng, wait for me at the front door first. I'm going to the bathroom first. Okay. Chu Feng stood at the gate, feeling very happy. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to have a good chat with Lu Meili about life that night. At this time, Chu Feng naturally didn't care about Su Qing's feelings. Because he and Su Qing were fake, Su Qing couldn't control what he did. The important thing is that he and Su Qing have already broken up peacefully. On second thought, what peaceful breakup? He and Su Qing never even dated. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman named Lu Meili, carrying a white handbag, walking out of the Su real estate office building. When Lu Meili walked up to Chu Feng, he took her hand and she didn't resist. She just smiled at him faintly. This smile suddenly brightened Chu Feng's eyes. This Lu Meili is completely different from Su Qing. Su Qing is arrogant and unapproachable, but Lu Meili is passionate. Secretary Lu, let's go. Tonight, we won't come back until we're drunk. At this moment, a honking sound came from behind. Chu Feng frowned. Damn it, whoever interrupts me and Lu Meili from chatting about life at this time, I will be angry with him. Suddenly, Lu Meili suddenly broke free of Chu Feng's grasp and looked very panicked. Chu Feng knew why Lu Meili was panicking because Su Qing's car was approaching. Su Qing's BMW M8 coupe stopped next to Chu Feng and Lu Meili, and Lu Meili hurriedly called out, "Su Dong. Beautiful, you're here too." "Oh, Mr. Su, we just got off work and came out together." Su Qing didn't pay any attention to Lu Meili, and looked at Chu Feng standing next to Lu Meili, and said slowly, "Chu Feng, get in the car." He was about to chat with Lu Meili about life, but at this moment, Chu Feng would never get into Su Qing's car. He smiled and said, "Su Dong, it's already after work. What are you doing? Let's go for a drink." Su Qing said. "Chu Feng. Lu Meili." Chu Feng shook his head like a rattle, and went to have a drink with Lu Meili. That wasn't just a drink, it was a drink with Su Qing. Only a fool would go with Su Qing. No, I've already." Lu Meili hurriedly interrupted Chu Feng and smiled. "If Chairman Su asks you to go for a drink, you should go. That's a great favor to you. What are you pretending to be so big for? Hurry up and go." Lu Meili is capable of reaching the position of General Secretary of the group, so she is naturally not a fool. A secretary going to compete with the mighty Su Dong for a man Lu Meili, don't want to live anymore. Lu Meili left alone, and the helpless Chu Feng got into Su Qing's BMW M8, which cost more than 2 million yuan. He just wanted to scold Su Qing, but when he saw Su Qing's gloomy face, he seemed very unhappy. The words that he was about to say to Su Qing were swallowed back down into his stomach. "Miss Su, where shall we go for a drink?" Chu Feng asked, wanting to break the silence in the car first. "I'll take you wherever I want. Why do you ask so many questions? Is it useful?" Su Qing said coldly. Chu Feng was stunned. What's wrong with Su de Mainyao? Has she taken an anger pill? She's so angry. Also, I helped her develop the customer management system with great difficulty, but she didn't say a word of thanks, but instead she was angry with me. Women like to drink when they are angry. Maybe that's why she called herself out. Miss Su, what's upsetting you? Tell me, and I'll be happy. You. Su Qing glared at Chu Feng, suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right, and stopped the car by the side of the road. I forgot that you are the office manager hired by Su Real Estate. You don't work, but let the boss work, and you still say cold-blooded things. Is there such a subordinate as you? You drive for me. Okay, I'll drive. Chu Feng, who was helpless, got out of the passenger seat and walked around the car. Just as he was about to get into the driver's seat, Su Qing grabbed the door. I forgot, do you know how to drive? Do you have a driver's license? Miss Su, you are really sharp-eyed. I really don't have a driver's license. Su Qing naturally didn't believe it, saying, You run around Linhai all day, and you don't have a driver's license? You're fooling me. Miss Su, I do run around Linhai every day, but I ride a small electric moped, which doesn't require a license. Chu Feng was telling the truth. He had spent 7 years abroad, dodging bullets and bullets, so he had no time to take a driving test. Although he doesn't have a driver's license, Chu Feng is confident that he can drive around Linhai City with his eyes closed. Such a big man, he can't even pass the driver's license exam, what a waste. Without a driver's license, you have to drive anyway. If you crash, you have to pay for it. Chu Feng smiled and said, Okay, I'll drive. Just tell me where you want to go, and I'll take you there right away. Su Qing got into the car and said in a bad mood, To go drinking, of course you have to go to a bar. The best and most luxurious bar in Linhai is the Aurora West Street Bar, which is also very suitable for your appetite. Oh, it suits my appetite? Chu Feng looked at Su Qing with a puzzled expression. Miss Su, you're being cryptic. What do you mean by it suits my appetite? There are so many beautiful women there, isn't it suitable for your appetite? Miss Su is the only one who knows me, but with you, Miss Su, who is? As beautiful as a fairy, by my side tonight, it is impossible for my eyes to look at other beauties. Compared to you, other beauties are all mediocre and vulgar. Su Qing glared at Chu Feng and pointed at him, warning him, I know your character. You are a womanizer. You are a womanizer. Chu Feng said discontentedly, Miss Su, you are clearly framing a good person by saying this. If you call someone a good person, there would be no bad people in the world. I'm warning you, don't touch me tonight. Can I at least pull your hand? No. Seeing Su Qing's resolute look, Chu Feng said helplessly, Going out for a drink with you is a kind of torture. Alas, my beauty. Chapter 24, A Crazy Time. At the bar on West Aurora Street, Xu Feng parked his car and walked to the bar with Su Qing. The first thing that caught his eye was a dimly lit corridor filled with a strong, hormone-filled atmosphere. The reason for this atmosphere is that in the short, less than 5-meter corridor, at least 6 couples are enjoying each other's tastes. Xu Feng's peripheral vision fell on Su Qing's face. It was obvious from her eyes that she was not used to the scenery in front of her, and her eyes were flashing. It can be seen that Su Qing should rarely come to this kind of place. "Miss Su, it's the modern age, why are you still making that face? I'll give you a heads up, the scenes in the private rooms are probably even crazier. How can these kids do this to their parents?" Su Qing muttered. "Miss Su, you're only 22 this year, not much older than them, at most you're a child. Also, don't look at them from God's perspective. In your eyes, they're monsters, but in their eyes, you might be a monster who doesn't eat human food. So what should I do?" Su Qing asked. "As the saying goes, you drink the water where you go. You should act more freely." After that, Xu Feng's hand went to Su Qing's waist. "Get out." Su Qing opened Xu Feng's hand and glared at him. The two of them came to a huge dance hall. The lights in the dance hall were dim and flickering, and a large number of people were swaying wildly to the deafening music. In the middle of the dance hall, 4 or 5 beautiful women wearing white t-shirts and denim hot pants were dancing wildly. Seeing these beauties, Xu Feng's eyes lit up. "Miss Su, you rest here for a while, I'll go down and dance for a while." Before Su Qing could reply, Xu Feng slipped into the crowd of dancers, leaving Su Qing alone in the wind. "Bastard." Su Qing couldn't help but curse. He had just vowed that as long as I was around, he would never look at another woman, but he had already broken his promise. Shameless, a liar, a hypocrite. At this time, a waiter walked up to Su Qing and said, "Miss, what would you like to drink?" "A bottle of XO." Su Qing said in a bad mood. Su Qing sat down in a corner and drank alone, her eyes constantly searching the ballroom. She was naturally looking for Xu Feng. After searching several times, Su Qing finally found Xu Feng in the crowd. She saw that at this time, Xu Feng was dancing face to face with a beautiful girl in hot pants with long legs. "Bastard." Su Qing slammed the glass on the table, and she had kindly invited this guy to drink, but he ignored her and went off to have fun on his own, leaving her to drink alone. What kind of delivery guy is this? Feeling very bored, Su Qing drank a few more glasses, and Su Qing, who was already a little drunk, threw the glass on the table and turned and walked out. After only 3 or 4 steps, Su Qing was stopped by someone. It was Xu Feng. Seeing Xu Feng, Su Qing's anger boiled over. She said coldly, "Get out of here. Get as far away as you can. And, you're fired. Don't come to work again." "Miss Su, I came with you at your invitation to drink, but you yelled at me all the way, and you were indifferent. How can I play with you happily? What are you so upset about? Tell me." Su Qing didn't say anything, but pointed to the XO on the table and said in an unmistakable tone, "You've left me here for half a day, twisting and turning with the beautiful woman, quite dashing. You first drink 3 cups as a punishment. Ha, Miss Su, you can leave me here too, and then go in and find a handsome guy. Don't worry, I won't care how long you're gone." Pop. Su Qing slapped the table and said angrily, "Stop giving me crap. Just say it. Do you want to drink?" "No." Xu Feng said directly. "You." Su Qing was so angry that smoke came out of her 7 orifices. She suddenly picked up the entire bottle of XO on the table and poured it into her mouth. Xu Feng went up and took the bottle away from her, smiling. "You drink so much, aren't you afraid we'll have a second time? Instead of drinking here, it's better to come down and have a crazy time." To be honest, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qing is not completely free. The old man Su Minghai is strict with the younger members of the Su family, and places like this Aurora West Street bar are definitely not allowed to be entered by the younger members. Therefore, for Su Qing, she had heard of the bar on Aurora West Street for a long time, but had never set foot in it. Hearing Xu Feng's crazy talk, Su Qing didn't know how to play at all, and could only look at him with confusion. "Miss Su, since you're here, don't hold back. If we don't go crazy, we're not teenagers anymore. Come on, let's shake it up for a while." At this moment, Su Qing, who was a little drunk, got a hot idea. "Yes, tonight is the time to go crazy. After tonight, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to be crazy." "Miss Su, you finally figured it out. That's right, let's go. Chu Feng went to take Su Qing's hand, but Su Cheng dodged and walked into the dance floor first. Chu Feng couldn't help but look at his hands, which had nowhere to go. If nothing unexpected happened, he would not be able to hold Su Qing's hand tonight. Damn it, when has the master of the Tianlong ever been so embarrassed? Chu Feng realized that Su Qing didn't know how to dance very well. She was just copying the dance moves of other beautiful women. But with her good figure and peerless looks, although Su Qing's dancing was very amateurish, it couldn't hide the charming figure under the short skirt. Chu Feng, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If he really married a beauty like Su Qing, he would dance for her like this every night, and he would definitely sleep better at night. No, it should be said that every night will be full of enthusiasm. He ran over to Su Qing, who shouted at Chu Feng, "Get crazy!" This was a great opportunity to dance the close-up dance with Su Qing, so how could Chu Feng let it go? He reached out with his big hand to grab Su Qing's soft waist, but she opened it with her hand. Chu Feng smiled helplessly. This is really the case. My heart is willing, but the moonlight is unwilling to shine on the ditch. Embarrassing. Su Qing, who had drunk half a bottle of XO, had a glazed look in her eyes, and while twisting her waist, she pointed at Chu Feng and said, "You're the delivery guy. Don't think that just because I've had a little wine you can take advantage of me. Don't even think about it. Miss Su, who wants to take advantage of you? I just want to dance with you. How do you feel now? Do you feel better?" "Yes, I feel much better. Indulgence is the best way to release inner pressure. You don't know that when I'm stressed, I go running to get rid of all the pressure." Su Qing, who was dancing on the dance floor, was obviously a little crazy. She twisted her waist even more, and it was even more in place and even more charming. Chu Feng looked at her and thought to himself, Su Qing has the foundation to become a master of dance. If she had a master to guide her, she would definitely dominate the dance world. After half an hour of frantically dancing on the dance floor, Su Qing was sweating profusely, her face was flushed, and her hair was sticking to her forehead in strands, making her even more charming. Chu Feng's shirt was also half wet. Due to the heavy sweating, Chu Feng, who was already extremely thirsty, was even more thirsty when he saw Su Qing's current appearance. This is in public. If it were in a private place, with only him and Su Qing, Chu Feng felt that he could not resist Su Qing's temptation. "I can't do it anymore, I can't do it anymore, I'm not dancing anymore, it's too hot." Su Qing panted and said, and came out of the dance floor. Chu Feng hurriedly followed her. The two sat on the sofa, and Chu Feng ordered 2 glasses of iced juice, which he drank in one gulp, immediately feeling comfortable all over. Su Qing also drank half a glass, then put the juice down and said, "What should we do next?" "Mr. Su, we're having so much fun, let's just have a little more fun." Su Qing looked at Chu Feng warily. "What do you mean by a little more?" Chapter 25, Give Him a Color. Seeing the wary look in Su Qing's eyes, he knew that Su Qing had misunderstood. Chu Feng smiled and said, "You won't even let me hold your hand, so how can you be happy?" "Of course, it's not that kind of happiness. I mean, let's go sing for a while. Singing can also release stress." Su Qing shook her head and looked very troubled. "Unfortunately, I don't know how to sing, and I sing very badly. Singing well is for professionals. We are amateurs, so we don't need to sing well. We just need to be able to sing and shout." "Okay, let's go sing." Chu Feng showed a cunning look. "Singing in a private room is much more private than here. With my skills, in a little while, I will definitely make you throw yourself into my arms." Chu Feng ordered a private room, turned on the song request system, and handed the microphone to Su Qing. "Miss Su, I'll find the song you like to sing." Su Qing thought for a moment, "Then you can find me a song called Heart Rain." "Heart Rain?" Chu Feng was stunned. Singing also represents mood. At this moment, Su Qing is going to sing a song about heart rain. Is it because she is going to become someone else's bride tomorrow? Chu Feng immediately sensed that there was a reason for this. As the rhythm of the music developed, a song about the rain of the heart began. As Su Qing opened her mouth and the first note was released, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that Su Chang was not honest, that she could not sing, and that she was not a professional. Chu Feng, can fake it, but this Su Qing can fake it even better. Heart Rain is a song for male and female chorus, and Su Qing didn't give Chu Feng a chance at all, singing both male and female parts. As the beautiful singing deepened, Chu Feng was so absorbed that he was almost hypnotized. Su Qing sang this song with tears in her eyes, showing that she was deeply moved. As Su Cheng became more and more sad, Chu Feng felt that at this moment, he should give her a broad and solid chest. Miss Su, you sing so movingly that you almost make me cry. If you are really sad, rest your head on my solid chest and let me give you a safe place to lean on. Get out. Chu Feng. Su Qing only said one word to Chu Feng, and then she started singing again. Chu Feng looked helpless, secretly competing with himself. I don't believe it, tonight, I really can't even hold your hand. Looking up, he saw Su Qing's tears running down her cheeks. Chu Feng took the opportunity to immediately pick up a tissue from the coffee table and wipe it on Su Qing's face. Wiping away Su Qing's tears was a lie, and taking the opportunity to wipe Su Qing's face was the real deal. Hey, Miss Su, look at you singing, your tears are falling, I'll wipe them for you. Get out. Su Qing grabbed the tissue and wiped her own tears. Chu Feng. After finishing the song, Su Qing put the microphone down and said goodbye to Chu Feng. She was sitting very close to him, so she subconsciously moved to the side. Chu Feng let out a sigh. If nothing unexpected happened, he would not even be able to touch Su Qing's hand tonight. Damn, if I had been drinking with Lu Meili, I would have finished it by now. Seeing Su Qing pick up a tissue to wipe away the remaining tears on her face, looking pitiful, Chu Feng also put away his carefree demeanor. Miss Su, what's bothering you? Tell me. Su Qing wiped her nose with a tissue again and sobbed, it's nothing. This is not nothing, you are crying like a baby. I am your subordinate, your man. If you have something to tell me, I will help you if I can. Su Qing was silent for a minute, 2 minutes, and Chu Feng did not rush Su Qing, waiting for her to tell him the truth. Finally, Su Qing finally said it. The Li family sent an invitation to my grandfather, asking the Su family to meet at the Longgang Hotel tomorrow to discuss my marriage to Li Juntai. Chu Feng already knew about this, and it seems that Mr. Su just told Su Qing. Miss Su, don't worry. Your grandfather already knows that we are together, and he will definitely reject the Li family. In fact, my grandfather also rejects the Li family from the bottom of his heart, and he doesn't want me to marry Li Juntai either. But there's nothing I can do. The Li family is too powerful, and our family can't afford to offend them. I think that tomorrow, my grandfather will definitely give in to the Li family's authority, and in the end, he will treat me as a sacrifice and I will have to marry Li Juntai. Chu Feng finally understood why Su Qing was in such a bad mood. It was all because of Li Juinja. Suddenly, Su Qing directly grabbed Chu Feng's hand. Chu Feng was stunned. He had spent the whole night trying to get Su Qing's hand, but he never expected her to take the initiative to hold his hand. This happiness came too suddenly. Chu Feng took the opportunity to put his hand on Su Qing's hand. Miss Su, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. This time, Su Qing did not pull her hand out again. With a look of disappointment in her eyes, she said, I have a strong feeling that tomorrow, the Su family will definitely force me to marry Li Juinja. I can't swallow this, so I want to show him some color. Miss Su, if you want to teach him a lesson, you've come to the right person. To tell you the truth, I'm very good at fighting. Just tell me, do you want Li Juinja to lose an arm or a leg? I'll go and do it for you right away. Su Qing pulled her hand out of Chu Feng's hand and said, stop bragging. You can't even handle Li Juinja's thugs, and besides, he has someone standing behind him. Who is standing there? Su Qing shook her head and smiled bitterly, forget it, it's not worth talking about. Chu Feng said to himself, it seems that the forces behind the Li family are not small. Suddenly, Su Qing crawled forward slightly, brought her head close to Chu Feng's face, and said softly, Chu Feng, let's go to a hotel. What? Su Qing's words almost made Chu Feng jump. Su Qing, who wouldn't let him hold her hand, actually took the initiative to suggest going to a hotel room. What is going on? Is this a test? Yes, it must be testing me. Chu Feng looked awe-inspiring. Su Qing, how could you have such thoughts? What kind of person do you think I am? I'm telling you, I'm not that kind of man. Get out of here. Stop pretending in front of me. I know what you're thinking. I'm doing you a favor. You should be happy. Go book a room. Chu Feng reached out and touched Su Qing's forehead. Miss Su, are you feverish? Who has a fever? Su Qing opened Chu Feng's hand and said seriously, I already said that I want to show Li Juinja some colors. Shu Feng suddenly realized. I'm stunned. So, what Su Cheng meant by give Li Juinja a taste of his own medicine was to give Li Juinja a taste of his own green. This is too cruel. Ha, Miss Su, you're not even married to Li Juinja yet, and you're already giving him a green face. This guy is really miserable. I'm not only going to give him a hard time now, but even after I marry him, I'm going to give him a hard time. Then, pointing to Chu Feng, she said, after I marry Li Juinja, no matter when I call you, you have to come at any time, and you have to come to me every night. You, damn it. This time, Chu Feng jumped up directly. What does Su Qing think of me? And, you have to come to see you every night. Are you married to Li Juinja or to me, Chu Feng? Chu Feng shook his head like a rattle. No, we must not do this. If we do this, we will be adulterers and adulteresses. For someone like Li Juinja, this is not a big deal. Just tell me, will you come or not? No. Chu Feng directly refused. This is a matter of principle, and also a matter of being a person. You must never break the bottom line of being a person. In addition, Chu Feng realized that Su Qing absolutely did not want to marry Li Juinja. If in the end, Su Qing really married Li Juinja under the pressure of her family, Su Qing's life would be ruined. It would be too cruel to ruin such a peerless beauty like this. The tragedy of a beautiful woman with a short life must not be allowed to happen to Su Qing. Also, when Su Qing said these words, her eyes became more and more blurred, and it was obvious that she was drunk and talking nonsense. Miss Su, you've had too much to drink. I'll take you home. Who says I'm drunk? I'm not drunk, I'm sober. Let's go to the hotel. What hotel? Chu Feng picked Su Qing up and walked out of the karaoke room. At this time, Su Qing's legs were weak and she could no longer walk. Chapter 26, My cousin is here. Chu Feng carried Su Qing to the bar and prepared to pay the bill, but after searching for a long time, he realized that he didn't have a penny on him. In desperation, he could only pick up Su Qing's bag and flip it around. The waiter stared at Chu Feng coldly, cursing in his heart. Hunting this beauty and spending other people's money, this is really a scumbag. What the hell? After rummaging through Su Qing's bag and finding a few hundred yuan, he paid the bill and walked out of the Aurora West Street bar with Su Qing on his arm. He put Su Qing in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt before he sat in the driver's seat. Seeing Su Qing's head droop again, Chu Feng straightened it for her before starting the car and driving off. The car, weaving through the high-rises of Linhai City, left one building after another behind it. Looking at Su Qing, who was sitting in the passenger seat and sleeping soundly, he thought to himself, if I were a scumbag, this would be a great opportunity. Of course, I couldn't take the drunk Su Qing to the East Sea scenic area. If Su Qing's mother, Lu Kaiyun, saw her daughter like that, I wonder how she would scold Su Qing? He couldn't go to Shang Yuan Villa either, because it seemed that Li Juinja's men were always there. If I went there, it would cause extra trouble. Then I could only go to a hotel. But then I thought, I don't have a penny on me, and it seems like I've emptied Su Qing's bag. Who knows what her PIN number is? Then, Chu Feng thought of a place, which was the apartment building where he lived. He just didn't know if Li Juinja's bastard shit subordinates had visited his home again. Chu Feng thought about it again and again. Now, he could only go to his own doghouse. Back at the apartment building, Chu Feng parked the BMW M8 downstairs and then carried Su Qing down from the car. He carried Su Qing to the front door, found the key in his pocket, opened the door, and saw that the house was completely undamaged, and Li Juinja's subordinates had not visited again. Chu Feng put Su Qing on the ground floor that he had prepared the night before. Seeing Su Qing lying on the ground, Chu Feng smiled helplessly. It was really difficult for this Su Qing. Looking at the unconscious Su Qing, he naturally remembered what happened that night. At that time, the crazy Su Qing kept pulling Chu Feng, but he couldn't make him come up and submit. When he saw Su Qing's eyes, which were filled with bloodshot, and her skin, which was red all over, he knew that Su Qing had been drugged. At that time, Chu Feng thought of immediately taking Su Qing to the hospital. However, Su Qing was already very poisoned, and if she was not taken to the hospital immediately, she might die. There was really no other way. Chu Feng could only steel his heart and, with a merciful heart, save Su Qing. Now, I think about it, I was still very great. Tonight, in her own home, on a simple floor bed, Su Qing fainted again. This time, she was not drugged, but she was drunk. I'll go up there myself and tell her tomorrow that it was a beautiful misunderstanding. I'm afraid it can be explained away. Ha, it's a pity that I'm not a scumbag, and I would never take advantage of someone in trouble. Chu Feng said to himself, helped Su Qing take off her shoes, and grabbed Su Qing's feet and put them on the floor. Looking at the jade feet wrapped in black stockings, Chu Feng's heart trembled again. This is the most likely scenario that will cause a man to make a mistake. At this moment, the door to the building was kicked open with a bang. Chu Feng's first reaction was that Li Juinja's younger brother had come looking for him again. Damn it, if I don't throw you off the building today, my name is not Chu. Looking back, I saw two men in black suits jump in. These two men were over 1.8 meters tall, and they were extremely imposing. They had piercing eyes and looked like martial artists. Suddenly, the two men in suits each took a step to the side, and a beautiful woman with long curly hair, a tall figure, and a stunning beauty stood behind them. Seeing the beauty, Chu Feng couldn't help but light up. It was a beauty whose beauty was definitely not inferior to Su Qing. At this moment, Chu Feng was still holding Su Qing's feet. The beauty's eyes suddenly turned red with anger and disgust, and she pointed at Chu Feng and yelled, "You bastard, let go of my cousin." Cousin? Chu Feng looked at the beauty in surprise and smiled. Who are you? Who am I? Su Qing is my cousin, so of course I'm her cousin. Cousin, I didn't know that Chairman Su had such a beautiful cousin. I think you probably don't even know my cousin, so I'll let you know. My name is Lu Zian, Su Qing's mother is my aunt, and my father is Su Qing's uncle. How dare you pick up my cousin's body on West Street at the Aurora Bar? I think you're looking for death. The beauty looked just like Su Qing, and her nose was a bit like Su Qing's. Chu Feng felt that this person must be Su Qing's cousin. Chu Feng immediately understood what was going on. It must have been when he was helping the drunk Su Qing out of the bar on West Street that she was seen by her cousin Lu Zian. Let go of my cousin's feet, you pervert. Lu Zian shouted at Chu Feng, who then came to his senses and quickly put Su Qing's feet on the floor. He smiled and said, Su Qing, you've misunderstood. Misunderstanding, impossible misunderstanding. If it weren't for my extra care in following you, my cousin would have been taken advantage of by you. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, you two go up and arrest him for me. Chu Feng looked at the two men in suits. It turned out that one of them was Zhu Xiong and the other was Wei Jun. It was obvious that they were both subordinates of Lu Zian. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun heard their master's order and slightly opened their arms and walked towards Chu Feng. Cousin Su Cheng, I'll say it again, you really misunderstood. In fact, I'm the office manager of the Su Group. Chu Feng's words made Lu Zian even more angry. You said you were a subordinate of Su Qing, a subordinate, and you dared to have a dirty mind about your master. When your master was drunk and unconscious, you wanted to take advantage of her. Take advantage of her, but you also brought her to such a shabby place. Lu Zian looked around and couldn't help but mutter, this is really not a place for people to live in. It's a doghouse. Chu Feng smiled helplessly, Cousin Su Qing, please be a little more considerate. This is my home. That's even less likely to be forgiven. I hate bastards like you the most. You actually brought my cousin home to bully her. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, listen up. Beat this bastard to death. Hearing Lu Zian's order, Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun walked faster. Chu Feng smiled helplessly and took 2 steps back, saying, Lu Zian, I think we'd better not fight in my house. Why? What if you break something in my house? Lu Zian's beautiful eyes turned around again, and she sneered, you poor bastard, all you have left is a broken table. What else is there to smash? Beat him up. Wait, I still have something to say. Chu Feng stopped Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, who were about to start fighting. Lu Zian stared at Chu Feng coldly. Chu Feng was also looking at Lu Zian. Chu Feng thought, a rich girl like Su Qing doesn't even hire a bodyguard, but her cousin Lu Zian goes out with 2 bodyguards. Could it be that the Lu family is more powerful than the Su family? Seeing Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun standing straight, with their fists clenched and crossed in front of their chests, they stared at Chu Feng with a condescending look. Lu Zian, I'll say it again. I really am the group office manager of your cousin Su Qing's company. I came out with her tonight at the invitation of Director Su to take a stroll. Don't try to fool me. Do you think I'm stupid? I saw you and Su Qing when you first walked into the bar on Aurora West Street. Later, you helped the drunk Su Qing out of the car, and in the car, you even touched her face. Chu Feng looked at her with a look of helplessness and said, "In the car, I didn't touch Su Dong's face at all. It was Su Dong's head that was hanging down drunk. I was just straightening her up so that she could sleep more comfortably." Lu Ziyan naturally did not believe in Chu Feng's explanation, and snorted, "What did you mean by holding my cousin's feet just now? You kissed her already, you're disgusting." Chu Feng. Chapter 27, Afraid of Being Seen. Hearing what Lu Ziyan said, Chu Feng was anxious. "Lu Ziyan, did you see me do this with? I admit that just now, I did look at Su Dong's feet. This is also a normal reaction for a man, but it was just a glance. Don't explain, you're sick. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, grab him, tie him up first, and let my cousin clean up after she wakes up." The big man on Lu Ziyan's left side stepped forward first, clenching his fists and grunting, and said as he walked, "Miss, I, Zhu Xiong, can handle this rookie by myself, so don't let Brother Wei get involved." Wei Jun laughed and said, "I never planned to fight. Kid, be sensible and tie yourself up with a rope. You'll save yourself the pain of being beaten." Chu Feng looked up and down at Zhu Xiong. He saw that Zhu Xiong walked with a steady pace, and it was obvious that he was an expert in martial arts. Zhu Xiong walked a few meters away from Chu Feng, and Chu Feng suddenly put his arms behind his back. Zhu Xiong was stunned. "What do you mean, kid?" "Ha, it's nothing. Zhu Xiong, I'm just waiting for you to attack." Chu Feng laughed. "You're waiting for me to attack with your arms behind your back?" Zhu Xiong angrily said. "Yes, in a moment, I will defeat you. If my arm moves even once, I will lose." Zhu Xiong. Wei Jun, who was standing not far away, laughed. "The 5th place in the 10th Sanda Championship in Linhai City, and yet he is being looked down upon like this. If this gets out, where will he put his face?" Lu Ziyan glared at Chu Feng coldly and angrily said, "Zhu Xiong, don't be scared by his words. He is trying to get to your heart. In this world, the person who will defeat you has not yet been born." Zhu Xiong was not angry. He just took what Chu Feng had just said as a joke. "Kid, did you hear that? I was the 5th place in the 10th Sanda competition in Linhai City. After hearing this ranking, do you still have the guts to fight me with your hands behind your back?" Chu Feng ignored Zhu Xiong and pointed to Wei Jun standing not far away and asked, "Zhu Xiong called you Wei Gu. It seems that you are older than Zhu Xiong, and your temperament is not bad. You must be good at martial arts." Wei Jun smiled and said, "Kid, you have good eyes. I am indeed stronger than Zhu Xiong, and I was 4th in the 10th Sanda competition in Linhai City." Seeing that Chu Feng ignored him and started talking to Wei Jun again, which was obviously intentional and obviously slighted him, Zhu Xiong angrily said, "Kid, if you're not a coward, then fight me." "Ha, after I beat you, this Wei Jun will definitely have to fight too. That would be a lot of trouble. To save time, you two can fight together. That's really arrogant." Before Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun could even speak, Lu Ziyan, who couldn't help but speak up, cried out, "It's the Linhai City Sanda champion Lei Hu. He wouldn't dare challenge Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun at the same time. Do you think you're worthy?" Chu Feng didn't want to waste any more time with these people, and thought to himself that he would defeat them as soon as possible and show them what a true master was. Chu Feng put his arms behind his back again and said coldly, "You two hurry up and attack together. I don't have time to waste on you. You're killing me." Lu Ziyan was furious and shouted, "Zhu Xiong, Wei Jun, since people look down on you so much, you should let them have their way. Remember, as long as you don't die, you can fight however you want. Don't be polite to this pervert." Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun had already been infuriated by Chu Feng's madness. The two of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. That is to beat him to death together. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun jumped over at the same time, punching quickly and attacking Chu Feng's cheeks from the left and right. Seeing the speed of Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun's punches, Lu Ziyan, who was standing aside watching the show, smiled with satisfaction. These two were hired by the Lu family at a high price, and the money was really worth it. And if they bully my cousin, Lu Ziyan, they'll be beaten to death. Suddenly, Lu Ziyan froze. Just as she was feeling smug, two dark figures flew past her. What the hell? Boom! With a loud noise, the two bodyguards she had brought, Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, smashed the only table in the room to pieces, and finally fell to the ground, turning over on their backs. Moreover, their bodies were still shaking, and their faces were full of pain. What's going on? Looking at the table that had been smashed to pieces, Chu Feng sighed helplessly. Now, his home really doesn't have a single piece of furniture left. Suddenly, Lu Ziyan heard a sigh and hurriedly looked back. It was Chu Feng who was sighing. I thought that the 5th place in the 10th Sanda competition in Linhai City and the 4th place in the Sanda competition were both very good, but I never thought that they would be so easily defeated. Lu Ziyan looked straight at Chu Feng. Did you beat them? Ha, Lu Ziyan, I didn't hit him. Did a ghost hit him? To tell you the truth, I'm not only your cousin's group office manager, but also your cousin's first bodyguard, and I'm also a personal bodyguard. Do you know what the word personal means? What does it mean? Lu Ziyan asked with a puzzled look on her face. That means I have to be with her all the time, take care of her diet and lifestyle, and even take over when the employer has special needs. Lu Ziyan widened her eyes. This kid, is he cousin Su Qing's little white? Cousin, she's too crazy, isn't she? On second thought, this is impossible. Cousin Su Qing has received a strict education since childhood, including traditional virtues. How could she do such a thing? If my aunt knew about this, she would break her legs. Don't try to fool me. I don't care who you are. I will never let my cousin stay here. I must take her away. Chu Feng was only too happy to see Lu Ziyan take Su Qing away. He quickly agreed, Lu Ziyan, if you were taking Su Dong away, that would be great. I was worried about how to take care of Su Dong. Please. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a light coughing sound came from Su Qing in the room. Chu Feng and Lu Ziyan hurriedly looked back and saw Su Qing struggling to sit up from the floor. Seeing that Su Qing had woken up, Lu Ziyan hurried over and took Su Qing's arm. Su Qing looked at Lu Ziyan in surprise. Cousin, how did you get here? Hearing Su Qing's weak voice, Lu Ziyan said softly, if it weren't for your cousin coming in time, you would be finished. I've never seen you drink alcohol since you were a child, but why are you so drunk this time? Is it because you've been corrupted by this kid? Su Qing and Lu Ziyan both looked at Chu Feng. Su Qing shook her head, cousin, this time I got drunk and it has nothing to do with him. I wanted to drink it myself. Lu Ziyan gently pointed at Su Qing's forehead, a beautiful woman with no experience drinking, getting drunk as a skunk, you really have a lot of guts, do you know that you almost got taken advantage of by someone at home? Oh, really? Su Qing looked confused, looked around, and asked again, where is this place? Miss Su, this is my home. Chu Feng said directly. Su Qing was puzzled, how did I end up in your house? Qing, do you really need to ask? This kid brought you to his house, and he still wants to violate you. Su Qing pointed at Chu Feng, he wants to invade. Su Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The last time, he took advantage of her when she was unconscious. This time, he still wants to repeat the same trick? Chu Feng, I didn't think you were like this. Are you really a dog that can't stop eating shit? Facing Su Qing's accusations, Chu Feng's face didn't look good either. Miss Su, next time you're in a bad mood, don't make me drink with you. Find someone else. When you're drunk, see if you can get back safely from the bar on Aurora West Street. Seeing that Chu Feng would not admit it, and that he was still talking so tough, Lu Ziyan, who was very dissatisfied, leaned close to Su Qing's ear and whispered, don't you know how despicable he is? When we came in just now, he was admiring your stockings. Chu Feng glared at Lu Ziyan. This guy's embellished description of the situation had probably completely turned him into a lecher in Su Qing's eyes. In fact, when Su Qing told Chu Feng at the bar on Aurora West Street that she wanted to teach Li Juntai a lesson, she was still sober at the time. At this moment, Su Qing also remembered what she had said at the time. She thought to herself that she had said it all, completely without shame, and that it didn't matter if Chu Feng admired her stockings. Cousin, just look. Our stockings are meant to be worn outside. Are you afraid of being seen? Lu Ziyan quickly reached out and touched Su Qing's forehead and said to herself, this child, is she delirious from the fever? Cousin, I'm not confused, I'm very clear. Let's go back together. Su Qing struggled to stand up. Looking back, she saw Chu Feng living in such a simple place. Chu Feng has surprised Su Qing several times. Su Qing thought that Chu Feng was a hidden master, but now she has seen where Chu Feng lives. Su Qing felt that Chu Feng might be talented in some ways, but in essence, he was still a small person who was at the bottom of society. Chapter 28, Revenge. A person who is at the bottom of society, his family is so poor, and I still owe him money. Will I suffer retribution? Chu Feng, go to the finance department tomorrow and collect the 20,000 yuan I owe you. After saying this, Su Qing walked out, and Lu Ziyan hurriedly followed and supported Su Qing. Seeing that Su Qing was going to pay her wages, she thought that Su Qing must have seen her simple and unadorned home and realized that she was really a penniless person, and she had moved her heart of compassion. Su Dong, thank you very much. Tomorrow, I will go to the Longgang Hotel with you. Hearing the words Longgang Hotel, Su Qing's expression instantly froze. Su Qing suddenly turned around. Chu Feng, you're going with me. Are you kidding? Don't you know that Li Juinjia is at the Longgang Hotel? If you go to the Longgang Hotel, you'll be going to his lair. He'll kill you. Miss Su, you're thinking too much. Li Juinjia will never kill me. On the contrary, he'll thank me. Su Chang looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Why? Because, tomorrow, I am going to personally deliver you to him, to Li Juinjia. After I do this, will Li Juinjia still be unhappy? After you marry Li Juinjia, we will have no more ties, and I will be free. You. Su Qing pursed her lips tightly, and in the end, a look of deep bitterness appeared on her face. You're really thoughtful. I'll grant your wish. Tomorrow, you'll take me there. Okay, I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning. Su Qing looked at Chu Feng for 10 whole seconds, and kept repeating in her heart that he was really a heartless man. On second thought, a small person at the bottom of society, can I still ask him to do anything for me? Lu Ziyan couldn't stand it anymore and coldly shouted, saying such things, are you still a man? Of course, Lu Ziyan had heard of Li Juinjia's reputation. She also knew that Li Juinjia was madly pursuing Su Qing, and if Su Qing married Li Juinjia, it would be like jumping into a fire pit. As a subordinate of my cousin, how can you say such things? Don't you know what kind of person Li Juinjia is? He is a scumbag, and you are actually sending your boss to the hands of a scumbag. You are really an asshole. Su Qing stopped Lu Ziyan, who was scolding Chu Feng. Cousin, it's not his fault. Faced with the enormous power of the Li family, what can a delivery boy do but do what he can? A delivery boy? Lu Ziyan widened her eyes in shock, looking up and down at Chu Feng. Qing, what delivery man are you talking about? He delivers? Cousin, to be honest, he was a delivery boy before he came to my company. Lu Ziyan was even more puzzled. Qing, how did a delivery boy become the group office manager? Su Cheng smiled bitterly. Cousin, don't ask. Come with me to the Longgang Hotel tomorrow and witness my happy moment. Lu Ziyan pursed her lips and said firmly, Cousin, you must think of a way to get you out of this misery. Looking back at Chu Feng, Lu Ziyan coldly said, I don't want to see this self-seeking thing again. Qing, let's go. When passing by Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun, Su Qing asked in confusion, Cousin, aren't these two your bodyguards Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun? What are they doing lying on the ground? Lu Ziyan's face was full of embarrassment. Seeing that Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun's eyes were still rolling, she said in a bad mood, You two are still alive. What are you doing lying on the ground? Get up quickly. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun struggled to get up from the grass. Even if they stood up, they could only stand with their backs hunched, unable to stand straight. Lu Ziyan angrily said, What are you two pretending to be? Is it that exaggerated? Zhu Xiong rubbed his chest, gritted his teeth, and endured the intense pain as he said, Miss, we really weren't faking. That kid's kick just now really almost took our lives. Wei Jun also chimed in, Also, it seems that he hasn't used his full strength yet. If he had, we would have been dead. Lu Ziyan opened her mouth wide and couldn't help but look back at Chu Feng again. Is he really that powerful? Okay, don't embarrass yourselves here. If you break a rib, go see a doctor. If you're fine, go back to bed. Lu Ziyan said impatiently. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun nodded in shame. The reason they were ashamed was because just now, that kid really kicked them away with his hands behind his back and his feet flying. To be defeated like this is a disgrace for martial artists like them. Zhu Xiong and Wei Jun left, and Su Qing asked in confusion, Cousin, who beat them up like this? I heard that the bodyguards around you are all former Sanda champions. Oh, Qing, don't ask who it was. It's embarrassing to talk about it. Let's go. I'll drive you home. Tonight, let's talk about it. In front of the window of the building. After watching Lu Ziyan help Su Qing into the car and the car leave, Chu Feng took out a cigarette and smoked it silently. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Chu Feng couldn't understand why, tonight, after such a big incident in his own room, his neighbor Su Hua didn't react at all. The only explanation is that he may not be home. What could Su Hua be doing at this late hour? After finishing the cigarette, Chu Feng returned to the house. Chu Feng, who was wide awake, lifted up the floor and took out a spirit tablet from under the floor. It read, "The Spirit Tablet of Mother Li Jingshu." Seeing this name, Chu Feng's eyes could not help but become moist. Li Jingshu was the name of Chu Feng's biological mother. She was a woman with a hard life. She was born into a poor family, but later went to study in the imperial capital with excellent grades. After graduation, she went to work for Chu's company and became one of her own biological father Chu Tianhao's personal secretaries. Chu Tianhao was a passionate man, and the young girl, who was not yet deeply involved in the world, could not resist Chu Tianhao's sweet words. Soon, his mother had an affair with Chu Tianhao. Later, his mother became pregnant and gave birth to a child, who was Chu Feng. Chu Tianhao hid them for more than 10 years, never daring to let the Chu family know of their existence. But in the end, the secret was revealed. Chu Tianhao's wife, Wei Ganshang, found out about the secret. From then on, he and his mother suffered merciless, inhuman humiliation. Chu Feng still does not want to recall the humiliating scenes. His mother had no choice but to take him away from the imperial capital and come to Linhai City, thousands of miles away. However, that power still did not let go of him and his mother. 8 years ago, on a stormy night, 4 uninvited guests broke into the house where he and his mother were renting and dragged his sleeping mother and him out of the house. They beat his mother and him up, and forced his mother to leave the country and change her surname. To this day, Chu Feng cannot forget the scene of being beaten. "Chu Tianhao, you have ruined my mother and I for life. Who would want to be surnamed Chu? Sooner or later, I will seek justice for my mother and return the surname of Chu to you." At the time, the men who broke into the house were all masked, but Chu Feng clearly recognized their voices. They all had a coastal accent. "I, Chu Feng, will dig you all out one by one and seek justice. After I settle things in Linhai, I will go to the capital and I will not spare any of the Chu family." Chu Feng put his mother's spirit tablet back into the floor, and he remembered what his mother had said to him with her last breath. "Feng, remember, in this life, it is better to be a poor man than a rich man. Live a good and happy life, and don't avenge your mother in this life." Chu Feng understood what his mother meant. Chu Tianhao, who had caused his mother so much suffering, and that ordinary person, Wang Yanshang, could not even move a finger against them. "Unfortunately, I am not an ordinary person anymore. Mom, I will live happily, but without revenge. Am I still worthy of being your son? Your son now will avenge all wrongs." Chu Feng said to himself, his tears staining his clothes. He then lay down on the floor and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 a.m., Chu Feng heard the sound of his neighbor Su Hua opening the door and coming home. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Su Hua, his nightlife is very rich. Chapter 29, The Bones Are Really Soft. The next day, in the morning, Chu Feng came outside the Shang Yuan villa. It was already 9 a.m. and Su Chang and Lu Zian were still sleeping soundly. Chu Feng smiled helplessly. Su Qing, who is going to marry the world's most despicable man, Li Juinjia, today, can still sleep until this time. Her heart is really big. Chu Feng didn't know that last night. Su Chang and Lu Zian couldn't stop talking, and the two of them kept talking until 3 a.m. After waiting for half an hour, the door to the Shang Yuan villa finally opened. Lu Zian accompanied Su Qing out of the villa. Seeing Chu Feng standing outside the villa, Su Chang and Lu Zian acted as if they hadn't seen him, and walked straight to the car. Chu Feng walked a few steps and opened the car door for Su Qing in advance. Su Qing stared at Chu Feng coldly and mocked, "It seems that you can't wait any longer. Miss Su, it's not that I'm impatient, but you two are too late. You both have dark circles under your eyes, and it seems like you stayed up late. Staying up late is bad for your peerless looks. Let's drive, no more nonsense." Su Qing shouted. Chu Feng drove the BMW M8 towards the Longgang Hotel in Linhai City. The Su family has assets worth tens of billions of yuan, so they can afford to buy luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan or even more. But Su Minghai, the patriarch of the Su family, was also a penniless man when he was young, and he became a billionaire from scratch. Su Minghai's life has undergone tremendous changes, but one thing has always remained the same. That is frugality. Su Minghai stipulated that the price of all the cars in the Su group must not exceed 3 million. Therefore, Su Qing had no choice but to drive a top-of-the-line BMW M8. Xu Feng, Su Cheng, and Lu Ziyan quickly arrived at the Longgang Hotel. The Longgang Hotel is a landmark building in Linhai City and the most luxurious hotel in Linhai City. For this engagement ceremony, the Li family had booked the most luxurious Shangdu Hall at the Longgang Hotel. Of course, with the Li family's wealth, it was like scratching an itch to spend 100,000 to 800,000 to book a luxury hall. For this engagement, the Su family came with the Patriarch Su Minghai, the eldest son Su Lingtian, the eldest granddaughter Su Yu, and the second granddaughter Su Shui. Of course, Su Qing's mother, Lu Kaiyun, was a must-come. The Li family came with Li Fuzhan, the head of the Li family, his wife Wu Ruoyun, and the male lead Li Juntai. Li Juinja's gang of lackeys could only greet them outside the hotel. Outside the hotel, Chu Feng saw Hu Chang, who had repeatedly brought people to smash his family's face several times. The master was so proud and happy when he saw Hu Chang, but when he saw Chu Feng walking with Su Qing, the joy on his face disappeared. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground and said, "Brothers, we have been looking for this kid for days, but we never thought he would come to us. What are you hesitating about? Let's get started." Hu Chang and a dozen others surrounded them in a flash, surrounding Chu Feng, Su Qing, and Lu Ziyan in the middle. Seeing the ferocious look of Hu Chang and the others, Su Qing was a little panicked at this moment, so she pretended to be calm and said, "Hu Chang, I'm warning you not to mess around. If you mess around, then my relationship with Li Juinja will be over." Hu Chang would not dare to ruin Li Juinja's good thing even if he had 100 guts, not to mention that this Su Qing might become the future young lady. He smiled carefully and said, "Miss Su, we are not targeting you, we are targeting this guy. You can go in and let this kid stay." Hu Chang pointed his index finger at Chu Feng's nose. "Kid, you beat up my master into a pig's head the day before yesterday, and you still dare to show up today. You have a lot of guts. You dare to beat up my master. I really don't know how to write the word death." Xu Feng hurriedly begged for mercy, saying, "Hu Chang, you still don't know. I came here today to apologize to Mr. Li. As long as Mr. Li can forgive me, I can kneel down." Su Chang and Lu Ziyan both looked at Xu Feng. Su Qing didn't want to say anything, but just shook her head in disappointment. Lu Ziyan wanted to slap Xu Feng in the face. Such a big guy, but he spoke in such a soft voice, it was even worse than a woman, it was so embarrassing. What a soft bone. Xu Feng's words made Hu Chang's eyes light up. The engagement ceremony today already needed some fun, and having this kid kneel down and apologize to Li Xiao in person would definitely make Li Xiao very happy. If Li Xiao is happy, he will reward me with a lot of money. Good boy, you're sensible and you know how to act. When you go in, you must make a loud noise. Hu Chang, don't worry, I am sincerely here to apologize to Mr. Li. When the time comes, everyone will definitely be able to hear the sound of my headbanging, and it will definitely be louder than the sound of firecrackers. Xu Feng's words made Hu Chang happy. Hu Chang knew Li Xiao's virtue. The louder the boy knocks, the happier Li Xiao will be, and the more money he will get. Much more. Miss Su, Mr. Li, and his family have been waiting for a long time. Let's go in together. Hu Chang said happily. Everyone walked into the Longgang Hotel. At the entrance to the Shangdu Hall, Su Qing bumped into Lu Kaiyun. When she saw that Xu Feng was also there, Lu Kaiyun said with a puzzled look, "Xu Feng, why did you come along? Today's scene is not suitable for you to come." Lu Ziyan sneered, "Auntie, how could he not come?" He wanted to take the opportunity of Qingqing and Li Juinja's engagement to kneel down and apologize to Li Juinja, begging him to spare his life. Lu Kaiyun looked straight at Xu Feng for 5 whole seconds without saying a word, and finally sighed. "If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let you meet the old man. With a big family like the Li's, no matter how happy you are to fool the old man, in the end, you have to let Qingqing and Li Juntai get together." Xu Feng helped Lu Kaiyun get rid of the boss, Su Lingtian. For this one thing alone, Lu Kaiyun was deeply grateful to Xu Feng. She reached out and patted Xu Feng on the shoulder. "Xu Feng, with the Li family's strength, we Su family can't afford to offend, let alone you, a delivery boy with no background and no power. In a while, you will bow to Li Juntai and admit your fault, and you will be free from Li Junti's entanglement. This is not a shame. Don't worry, no one will laugh at you. Thank you, Mrs. Su, for your reminder. Don't call me Mrs. Su, just call me Auntie from now on." Chu Feng, don't worry, you've helped me a lot, and I've never forgotten it. With the financial resources of my family, I can afford to help you in Linhai City. In the future, if you have any problems, just tell me. Oh, Auntie, I'll call you when I need your help. Lu Ziyan rolled her eyes. How can you say such a thing after selling your master? How thick-skinned you are. Su Qing pulled the arm of the sarcastic Lu Ziyan and said, Cousin, it is only right that our family help him. He has indeed helped our family. Seeing that Su Qing and her aunt were both speaking for Chu Feng, Lu Ziyan was even more displeased, saying, Qing, it's not that your cousin is saying anything about you, but you're always too soft-hearted. A soft-hearted person like this who betrays his own family should be fired from the company as soon as possible, and you should also avoid associating with him. Okay, cousin, don't say any more. He's a delivery boy. Can you expect him to do something big? That's right, he doesn't have the strength to do anything big. Lu Ziyan sneered and stopped talking. The group walked into the Shangdu Hall, and Su Qing and the others walked directly to the old man Su Minghai. Seeing that Chu Feng was also there, Su Minghai nodded slightly to Chu Feng, and his face showed a little bit of guilt. In any case, in front of this Chu Feng, he broke his promise. He couldn't not keep his word, because the Su family simply didn't have the strength to refuse the Li family. Chu Feng's eyes drifted over the cane that Su Minghai was leaning on. He saw that Su Minghai was still leaning on the cane, but Chu Feng was sure that the harmful zombie powder must have been gone. And Su Minghai still insisted on using the cane, naturally to confuse the person who wanted to harm him in secret. Li Fujian was standing not far from Su Minghai and saw Su Qing. His eyes lit up and he walked over. Behind him were his wife, Wu Ruoyan, and his son, Li Juntai. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The Li family was the first powerful family he had encountered since returning to Linhai. There will be a stormy storm in a while. Chapter 30, What a Mad. Li Fujian, with his extraordinary temperament and noble demeanor, looked straight at Su Qing. Ha, Mr. Su, no wonder my son won't marry anyone but your granddaughter. Qing's looks and figure are so good that I'm afraid any man would be tempted. The head of the Li family has said it. My Qing is just an ordinary girl. She's not as good as the head of the Li family said. Don't be so modest, Mr. Su. Qing's strength is right here. How can I pretend not to see it? To be honest, I am very satisfied with Qing. My Juinja and your Qing are a perfect match. The Li and Su families should become good friends. Wu Ruoyan also chimed in, Qing has beautiful eyes, a high nose bridge, and a round chin. She has the look of a good wife, and I am very satisfied with her. Li Fujian laughed. Since Juinja's mother is satisfied, that means Qing really meets the Li family's standards for a spouse. What do you think, Mr. Su? Su Minghai glanced at Su Qing, saw that she was expressionless, and knew that his granddaughter was not willing to marry Li Juntai at all. But what can be done? Su Minghai thought, although Li Juinja is a bit of a jerk now, if Qing marries him, with her strength, can't she control this playboy? Oh, indeed, as the head of the Li family said, if the Li and Su families could be united in marriage, that would really be the best. Su Minghai agreed, so the matter was settled. Li Fujian was overjoyed and said with a smile, to show how much the Li family values this marriage in Qing, we have also prepared some gifts for Qing. At this point, Li Fujian held up a finger. The first gift is $10 million for Qing. When he said this, there was a small commotion in the crowd. Su Yu and Su Shui exchanged glances. The engagement gift they received was only a measly 1 million yuan. The second gift, once Qing has passed through the door, I am prepared to give Qing 10% of the shares of the Li Group. When he said this, the commotion in the crowd was much greater than before. 10% of the shares of the Li Group is worth 10 billion yuan. The Li family is really generous. It seems that the Li family is willing to spend a lot of money to marry Su Qing as a daughter-in-law. The Li family gave the Su family such a heavy dowry, and Li Fujian felt that Su Qing would definitely be overjoyed. But when he saw Su Qing's expression, Li Fujian was suddenly a little displeased. Not only did Su Qing's face not show any expression, on the contrary, she was disgusted and pouting. What kind of expression is this? Does she think the dowry is too little, or does she look down on the Li family? Seeing that Su Qing was not speaking, Li Juinja could not help but shout, Su Qing, what do you mean? Is $10 million plus 10% of the shares of the Li Group still not enough for you? How much do you want? Shut up. How dare you speak to Qing like that? Get out of here! Li Fujian scolded Li Juntai, who took 2 steps back in a huff. In the end, his eyes fell on Chu Feng, who was standing next to Su Qing. When Chu Feng and Su Qing came in together, Li Juinja noticed Chu Feng. At this moment, Li Juinja really wanted to beat his lackey Hu Chang. Damn it, he can't even watch the door properly, and he let this kid in, that's disgusting. Li Juinja gave Hu Chang a secret wink, and the two of them walked to the corner of the Shangdu Hall. Li Juinja slapped Hu Chang directly. Hu Chang, you son of a bitch, at such a sacred moment, you actually let Chu Feng, this disgusting fly, in. What does this mean? Get him out of here immediately. Ha, young master, listen to me. Originally, I wanted to get rid of this kid, but this kid said that he came here today to apologize to you on his knees. I thought that it would be nice to add a little entertainment to the big day of your engagement. Li Juinja's eyes lit up. Hu Chang, are you serious? Did this kid really come to kneel down and apologize to me? Young master, how could it be fake? Besides, how dare this kid fool us? We have dozens of people around us. Ha ha. Li Juinja laughed, getting more and more excited. Today, let this kid kneel down on the spot. I want to give him a scare, and I want to give Su Qing a scare. I want them to know who is the boss in Linhai. Let's go. Li Juinja and Hu Chang walked over and saw their father Li Fujian standing next to Su Qing, smiling and asking, daughter-in-law, if you have any requests, just say them. In the whole country, you can't say it, but in Linhai City, there is nothing the Li family can't do. Master Li, please be careful with your words. Who is your daughter-in-law? Su Qing said coldly. Su Qing's cold expression made Li Fujian's expression freeze, and he was instantly embarrassed. Su Minghai's cane hit the ground, and he scolded, Su Qing, how dare you speak to the head of the Li family? You're not being respectful. Apologize to the head of the Li family immediately. Su Qing turned her head to the side and ignored him. Su Minghai smiled helplessly at Li Fujian. Master Li, you see, your granddaughter is getting older and disobedient. Su Minghai naturally found a way to back down. He had been here for a long time, and knew that Li Juntai had drugged his granddaughter. Su Minghai did not say much to Li Juntai. Plus, his eyesight is failing him, so it wasn't until now that he saw Li Juinja standing next to him, with his face covered in bruises. Su Minghai asked in confusion, nephew, what happened to your face? Oh, Mr. Su, I was careless the day before yesterday and was beaten by a dog. However, today this dog came to me with its tail wagging and knelt down to apologize. Now, it's time to kneel down. Li Juinja said, looking straight at Chu Feng. Lu Zian made a gesture to Chu Feng, they are calling you, go and kneel. Hu Chang also shouted, kid, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and kneel down. Chu Feng smiled and waved to Li Juinja, signaling him to come over. Li Juinja walked over with a smile on his face. Hu Chang immediately shouted, boy, remember, you have to make a loud sound when you bow. Li, I'm really sorry for hitting you in the head the other day. Today, I'm here to apologize to you. Please accept my bow. Kneel. Li Juinja shouted. Pop. Suddenly, Chu Feng flew up and slapped Li Juinja, sending him flying. The sound of the slap on his face was indeed like a firecracker. Wow! Seeing Chu Feng's actions, the crowd suddenly burst into a cry of surprise. The elderly Mr. Su, who had difficulty walking, stood up from his chair with a loud noise. What is going on? Lu Zian, who was standing next to Su Cheng, was shocked by Chu Feng's actions and jumped back 2 steps. She thought to herself, didn't we agree to kneel down? Why did he change it to slapping his face? And he slapped Li Juinja's face? The others just opened their mouths wide. Holo Chang's face turned pale and his eyes rolled back in his head, and he almost fainted. Damn it, I've been tricked by this kid. And the most dumbfounded was Su Qing. Without any warning, who could have thought that Chu Feng would suddenly strike? Suddenly, Chu Feng twisted his body, passed his hand through Su Qing's waist, held Su Qing's head with his other hand, and then kissed her passionately. The crowd suddenly erupted in a burst of exclamations. Su Qing's mind immediately went blank like a short circuit. She only felt that a small fish had swum into her mouth, frantically wriggling her little fish. She couldn't help but tremble all over. Li Fujian and Wu Ruoyan were in a state of shock and didn't know what was going on. It was not until half a day later that they reacted. Someone had beaten their son Li Juntai and forcibly kissed their future daughter-in-law. This is directly moving soil on the Li family's head, directly humiliating the Li family to death. What a madness! Chapter 31, The Furious Li Family. After pressing Su Qing for nearly 30 seconds, Chu Feng let go of Su Qing, who shouted at Chu Feng, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Chu Feng held Su Qing's hand. Su Qing, the day before yesterday I told your grandfather that someone was going to take me away from you, so step over my corpse to get there. Now this guy Li Juinjia is going to take you away from me, and I'm going to fight him to the death. Su Qing was dumbfounded. Chu Feng was still acting in front of my grandfather. But I am a poor man, I don't have the strength of the Li family. Today, when I saw how much the Li family gave you as a dowry, I suddenly felt that if you really choose to follow the Li family, I will let you go. I can't delay your happiness. You. Don't say anything, let me finish. Chu Feng held Su Qing's hand even tighter. If you really choose the Li family, just now, let's consider it our kiss goodbye. What I regret now is that I'm really useless and I couldn't get you pregnant earlier. You. Su Qing's face had already turned red, and she looked around awkwardly. At this moment, the expressions on the field were all kinds of different. Some were dumbfounded, some were shocked, some were angry, and some were gloating. The angry ones were naturally the Li family. The most angry person was of course Li Fuzhan. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Minghai, coldly asking, Su, what is this? Do you think our family is easy to bully? Even though Su Minghai had experienced countless storms in his life, he didn't know what to do in the face of what was happening. I can't say that this has nothing to do with my family, so you go and beat Chu Feng to death. If I did that, the Su family would be too unprincipled. In addition, Chu Feng is too impulsive and crazy. This has completely angered the Li family and could even cost him his life. It would also make him, Su Minghai, lose face. Master Li, I really can't control the affairs between young people, but you are a magnanimous person, so you should give the younger generation a break. Su Minghai said this. First of all, he put aside his own family relationship. What happened now was not instigated by the Su family. At the same time, he also pleaded for Chu Feng. How could I let Chu Feng get away with humiliating the Li family like this? Li Fuzhan roared. Su Ling Tian secretly gave a wink to his daughter Su Yu, who immediately understood what her father meant. They had their own little plans. First, they absolutely could not let Su Qing marry Li Juinjia. Once Su Qing married Li Juinjia, she would have Li Fuzhan's support behind her, and no one in the Su family could compete with her. Second, sell this delivery boy, and use Li Fuzhan's hand to give him a good beating to his arrogant arrogance, and also to avenge the humiliation of the other day. Thinking about this, Su Yu took the initiative to stand up and slightly bow to Li Fuzhan, saying, Master Li, I wanted to tell you that it was actually him who was obsessively pursuing Qingqing. It was his fault that Qingqing had fallen into this situation. Even today, it was his self-directed play, and it had nothing to do with Qingqing. After saying this, Su Yu walked straight back, giving his father Su Ling a wink. The meaning was that it was a done deal, and the delivery boy was dead. Su Qing looked coldly at her eldest sister Su Yu. Su Yu's little thoughts were naturally clear to Su Qing. It was only now that she realized how deep her sister's thoughts were and how scheming she was. She suddenly realized that what she wanted to do to her sister now was to kill Chu Feng. At the same time, Su Qing also guessed the reason why Chu Feng did this, which was to help her get out of the trap of Li Juinjia. Now it is clear that the trap has been solved. Even if she begged to marry Li Juinjia probably wouldn't want her anymore. But Chu Feng, he is taking his life to get himself out of this situation. Because he was standing across from Li Fuzhan, the head of the Li family. Such a character, my grandfather wouldn't dare to provoke him, so what does Chu Feng have? Li Fuzhan looked up and down at Chu Feng. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Among the young people of similar age and the wealthy and powerful families of Linhai City, there seemed to be no trace of him. At this time, Li Juinjia, who had just been blown away by Chu Feng, stood up with the help of Hu Chang. Without saying a word, he first gave Hu Chang a hard slap. Hu Chang was dumbstruck, unable to say anything, and could only endure it. Li Juinjia walked over to Li Fuzhan and pointed at Chu Feng and said, Dad, this kid is just a delivery boy. Kill him, and no one will know. Li Fuzhan was full of doubts. Could such a crazy person really be just a delivery boy? Hu Chang, you guys attack me together and kill me. Chu Feng flew out a kick, kicking Li Juinjia, who was yelling, in the stomach. Li Juinja, who was completely unprepared, was kicked 3 meters away. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Su Lingtian and Su Yu looked at each other, both of them with an expression of disbelief on their faces. They had never seen such a ruthless and crazy person. To be so brazen in front of me, Li Fujian, is to court death. Li Fujian pointed angrily at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's kick not only hit his son's stomach, but also his face. Chu Feng smiled coldly. Li Fujian, if I had you in my sights, would I have kicked your son? You. Li Fujian, who was furious, directly slapped Chu Feng in the face. Chu Feng slapped him back, knocking Li Fujian to the ground. The air was suddenly silent. It was so quiet that you could hear the sound of hair falling to the ground. Su Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but look back at her father, Su Lingtian. Su Yu suddenly noticed that her father was wiping the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. Crazy, crazy, really crazy, Su Qing kept repeating. Hu Chang ran over quickly and helped the family head Li Fujian, who had fallen to the ground, to his feet. Li Fujian yelled like a madman, Hu Chang, get everyone else out of here, and leave this kid behind. At Li Fujian's order, the Li family servants began to frantically drive people out. Even the highly respected old man Su was driven out. Su Chang naturally did not want to go out, and begged frantically, Grandpa, don't leave Chu Feng alone, he will be beaten to death. Su Yu and Su Shui tried to drag Su Qing out of the house. Su Yu said as they walked, Su Qing, he brought this on himself. Who let him be so crazy? If he dies, so be it. At worst, we'll give his family some compensation. Su Yu's words made Su Qing angry. Big sister, how can you say such things? Chu Feng, he only got into this situation because he wanted to help me. Qingqing, can't you see that if you weren't a rich girl, a rich person, that guy would never have helped you? Don't be fooled by his false affection. You and that delivery boy really don't match. Big sister, I didn't say he was suitable, but I can't just watch him get beaten to death by the Li family. Su Qing ran to the Shangdu Hall again. This time, her mother Lu Kaiyun and cousin Lu Zian also joined her. Lu Kaiyun said anxiously, Qingqing, you can't help by rushing in like this. You've caused such a big humiliation to the Li family. Maybe they'll beat you too. Don't worry. Let me think of a way. Suddenly, she saw her grandfather standing not far away. Su Cheng hurriedly ran to Su Minghai and grabbed his arm, pleading, Grandpa, please think of a way to save Chu Feng. Qingqing, don't worry. Grandpa is trying to think of a way. The Li family is still angry, so I'm afraid no one can persuade them. Grandpa, what should we do? Su Qing was so anxious that tears were about to fall. The only person who could persuade Li Fujian was probably the president of the Linhai Chamber of Commerce, Shang Jinxing, but... Grandpa, but what? There are 20 to 30 Li family thugs inside. Even if the Chamber of Commerce president speaks, it's like a distant water that can't quench a nearby thirst. Chu Feng is already dead. Grandpa, he died for me. Su Qing cried. Su Minghai was also moved by Chu Feng's feat, and said, that day, he told Grandpa that if anyone tried to take you away from him, they would have to step over his corpse. Grandpa thought he was just saying that to please me, but I never thought it would actually come true. Su Minghai looked into the distance again and praised, in this world, there are not many men like Chu Feng who are so devoted to loving a woman. Su Qing. Chapter 32, Extraordinary Skills. Seeing Grandpa praise Chu Feng so much, at this moment, Su Qing's heart was full of contradictions and confusion. She couldn't even figure out whether what was happening in front of her was a performance or the real thing. Could it be that Chu Feng really loves her? Why does it feel like a dream? If Chu Feng really got killed by the Li family because of this, she, Su Qing, would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Xiangdu Hall, the Li family thugs led by Hu Chang numbered 30, surrounding Chu Feng in a circle. The furious Hu Chang pointed at Chu Feng and yelled, you said you were going to apologize to Li Sha, but you were just trying to fool me. You came in here to undermine Li Sha's position. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Hu. Due to his anger, Hu Chang's beard was blown up, like Zheng Fei in ancient times. Chu Feng smiled and said, Hu Chang, you brat smashed my house twice with your men. What do you say about this? You're almost dead, what else can you say? You can tell him in hell. Hu Chang said furiously. In his eyes, pinching Chu Feng was as easy as pinching an ant. Li Juinja, with his face swollen and his nose broken, shouted, Hu Chang, give him a beating to death. Li Juinja gave the order, and Hu Chang jumped out first. His burly body was very agile, and he punched Chu Feng in the left cheek with a left hook. Seeing Hu Chang's move, Li Juinja smiled and shouted, "Ha, Hu Chang is truly the best fighter under my command. This move will let you know what is powerful." A few days ago, Chu Feng beat him up badly, and today he was slapped hard by Chu Feng. Li Juinja's face was swollen like a pig's head. After he finished speaking, he covered his face and gritted his teeth in pain. Looking up, he saw his top man, Hu Chang, fall backwards with his body straight. The sudden change scared Li Juinja. But the next scene made Li Juinja even more dumbfounded. He saw the 20 or 30 thugs he had brought with him being knocked to the ground by Chu Feng's punches, and there was absolutely no second punch. Li Fuzhan was also scared out of his wits. He had never seen such fast moves before. It was almost as fast as lightning. Soon, only Li Fuzhan, Li Juinja, and Wu Ruoyun were left on the field. The three of them had their mouths wide open, unable to close them due to shock. Chu Feng clapped his hands, pointed at Li Fuzhan with his big hand, and Li Fuzhan's legs bent, almost collapsing to the ground. "Li Fuzhan, I have no grudges against you. In theory, I shouldn't get involved in your family's mess, but I met Su Qing, and I have to get involved in this mess. I'm telling you here that in the future, I don't care about other women, but don't ever take Su Qing for granted again." Li Fuzhan nodded awkwardly, "I know about this." Chu Feng walked towards Li Juinja, who was scared by Chu Feng and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Li Juinja, you sent people to smash the takeout station where I work, and you beat everyone in the takeout station. In addition, your people smashed my house twice. What do you say about this?" "I'll pay you back," Li Juinja said, his mouth trembling with panic. "I don't care about your money. Listen, I want you to kneel down and apologize at the takeout station where I work within 3 days, and compensate me 10 times the value of the destroyed property. In addition, when you go back, smash your own home again. Remember, smash it a little." Hearing Chu Feng's request, Li Juinja's mouth opened even wider. This is the most humiliating request he has ever heard in his life. Li Fuzhan's face turned black as charcoal, and he kept muttering in his heart that the mighty Li family was intimidated by a delivery boy. If this got out, it would be a big joke. Seeing that Li Fuzhan and Li Juinja were both silent, Chu Feng knew that they were not truly convinced. He said coldly, "What, you're not going to say anything? Do you want me to beat you down before you say anything?" Li Juinja, who was not convinced, took a step forward, but was stopped by Li Fuzhan. He cursed in his heart, "Do you still not think your face is swollen enough? We will approve everything you say," Li Fuzhan said, with a sinister look in his eyes. "Ha, you are still a reasonable person. In 3 days, I will go to the Li family to see if my demands have been met. If not, I will break the legs of you and your father." Li Fuzhan and Li Juinja both pursed their lips. Chu Feng turned around and saw that Hu Chang, who had just been knocked unconscious by his punch, had woken up. This kid was Li Juinja's front runner. Li Juinja did all the bad things, and this kid was the front runner. This time, I'm going to teach him a lesson that he'll never forget. Chu Feng casually ordered 2 people, "You and you, go and pluck off Hu Chang's beard one by one." Everyone was dumbfounded. Hu Chang has a full beard, and if you pull it out one by one. Go and pluck it, if you don't, I'll pluck all your hair. Chu Feng yelled, his fists clenched and rattling, and the 2 men immediately ran over. "Brother Hu, yes, I'm sorry, but don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all to pluck a beard," a man said in a trembling voice. Afterwards, the sound of a pig squealing in pain could be heard in the Shangdu Hall. The 2 boys were also quick and soon completely removed Hu Chang's beard. Chu Feng patted Hu Chang on the head. "Hu Chang, I didn't think you were so handsome with a clean-shaven face." Hu Chang's face was as embarrassed as his dead mother's, and he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. "Chu Feng, are you okay?" At this moment, the voice of Su Qing came from outside. Chu Feng pointed his big hand and said, "Don't say that I beat you down, just say that you fell down by yourself." After that, Chu Feng reached out and touched Hu Chang's face, and said with a smile, "Brother, I'm going to borrow some of your blood." Chu Feng had just smeared the blood on the corner of his mouth when Su Qing rushed in, quickly ran to Chu Feng, and saw that Chu Feng was still alive. Su Qing was so happy that she burst into tears. "Chu Feng, you really scared me to death. We thought you were dead." Chu Feng looked listless. "Su Qing, although I'm not dead yet, I'm almost dead. I'll take you to the hospital first." Su Qing said anxiously. It's okay, I'll just go home and rest. Su Qing looked at Chu Feng up and down and asked in a puzzled voice, Are you really okay? I'm fine. Su Qing was doubtful, and when she looked back, she saw that the Li family members were all lying on the ground. Su Chang was even more puzzled. What happened? Why are they all lying on the ground? Hu Chang was standing next to Su Qing and quickly replied, Miss Su, we all fell accidentally. Su Qing looked at the man talking to her with confusion and asked, Who are you? You look familiar. Hu Chang. At this moment, Hu Chang wanted to die. Miss Su, it's me, Hu Chang. Hu Chang, you are Hu Chang, where is your beard? Seeing Su Qing's determined look, Hu Chang's pride was hurt. Chu Feng said, Miss Su, don't ask so much. Look, Hu Chang is so handsome with a shaved beard. At this point, Su Qing didn't care about whether Hu Chang was handsome or not. She told Chu Feng to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, which was the most urgent matter. Chu Feng, let's go quickly. Outside the Longgang Hotel, Lu Kaiyun was anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Su Yu, who was standing next to her, said, Auntie, don't worry. Qingqing will definitely be fine. Besides, when Qingqing sees the corpse of that Chu Feng, she will give up. Li Juinja won't be able to marry her, but Qingqing can still marry other wealthy families. Originally, when Su Qing rushed into the Longgang Hotel, Lu Kaiyun also wanted to follow her in, but it was the old man Su Minghai who stopped her. The old man said, Third, his daughter-in-law, Li Fuzhan, will give me some face and definitely won't make things difficult for Su Qing. Su Minghai sighed, the Su family has wronged Chu Feng a little. Lu Ziyan was supporting her aunt Lu Kaiyun, but her eyes were nervously looking towards the Longgang Hotel. Oh, they're coming out. Suddenly, Lu Ziyan shouted, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Longgang Hotel. Chu Feng and Su Qing came out, holding each other's hands. Chapter 33, A Plan to Escape. Seeing Chu Feng, Su Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. It's like this, and he still won't. Su Ling Tian hurriedly stopped Su Yu from talking and whispered in her ear, Su Yu, after Chu Feng's disturbance, Su Qing will definitely not marry Li Juinja, but this guy is even more favored by the old man. If you talk nicely for a while, the more you praise Chu Feng, the happier the old man will be. Dad, let me praise that kid. For the time being, remember, small forbearance leads to chaos in big plans. Chu Feng and Su Chun walked over to Su Minghai, who looked up and down at Chu Feng. The old man's eyes were full of surprise. Being able to get out of this situation unscathed made Su Minghai realize even more that this Chu Feng was no ordinary person. Chu Feng, are you okay? Old Su, I'm fine. I just got beaten up by the Li family and spit out 2 bowls of blood, but don't worry, I didn't sacrifice myself in vain, I didn't bleed in vain. The Li family was deeply moved by my spirit of dying for love, and they promised me that they would no longer bother Su Qing. Chu Feng was stunned by what Su Minghai said, and looked up and down at Chu Feng, wondering, Chu Feng, are you telling the truth? Old Su, how dare I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask the Li family father and son. Look, they're coming out. Everyone's eyes looked at the Longgang Hotel again, and they saw Li Fuzhan, Li Juntai, and Wu Ruoyun walk over together. At this moment, the Li family all looked as if they had lost their mother and were crying. As Li Fuzhan and the others approached, Chu Feng said, Master Li, in light of the fact that I have lost so much blood, will the Li family no longer allow Su Qing to marry your son? Li Fuzhan was slightly stunned, and he cursed in his heart, You didn't shed a single drop of blood, and the blood on the corner of your mouth was still from Hu Chang. But Li Fuzhan, who was no ordinary person, instantly understood what Chu Feng meant. Old Su, Chu Feng, and your Qingqing are so in love that they even dared to fight with our family for Qingqing. This spirit is really touching. After what just happened, I also understood that a forced marriage is not sweet, so let's forget about the marriage between the Li and Su families. Li Juinja, who was behind Li Fuzhan, was furious. Damn it, I got beaten up and I still have to say good things about him. The mighty Li family is trying to smooth things over for this kid and help him get a girl. But the truth is in the fist. Now that he can't get past this Chu Feng, he can only endure it. Su Minghai was thinking about how to withdraw the Li family's marriage proposal, and Li Fuzhan's words hit the mark. He hurriedly said, Master Li, with the Li family's status in Linhai City and the appearance of your nephew Juinja, you will definitely be able to find a better girl than my Qingqing. Also, this time, I was always inattentive and caused such a shame. I apologize to you. Li Fuzhan smiled bitterly. What is the status of the Li family? It is still being bullied by this delivery boy. He could only smile and say, "Mr. Su, you don't need to blame yourself. We'll be leaving now." On the luxury car, Li Fujian slapped his son Li Juntai on the back of his hand. "Dad." Li Juinja, who had been beaten, was full of grievances. He couldn't help but curse, "Are you my real father? My son's face is swollen like this, and you still have the heart to do it." Wu Ruoyun hurriedly protected Li Juncheng and angrily said, "You are the head of the Li family, but you have suffered a great loss outside, and you have no way to deal with others. You even vent your anger on your son. Are you still a man? What do you know, woman? Why did I hit him? This kid told us how good the third son of the Su family is. Is that good? He's a watery, fickle flower. Dad, originally Su Qing was not like this at all. It was the delivery boy who suddenly appeared that made her become like this." The son couldn't understand it. Could it be that Su Qing couldn't live without that kid after just being fucked by him once? "Shut up." Li Fujian stopped Li Juntai, staring coldly at his unworthy son. The more he looked at him, the angrier he became. "Don't underestimate this delivery boy. Look at how he courts women. He makes women feel so moved that they can't help but fall for him. Look at you. If you can't catch up with her, you'll drug her. If it weren't for our family's wealth, we would have to settle all your stupid deeds for you. You would have to go to jail for 10 lifetimes before you could get out." Wu Ruoyan pushed Li Fujian, "It seems that you were scared by the delivery man. He also said that Juinja should go to the delivery station and apologize on his knees, and that we should go back and smash our own home. Then let Juinja go and kneel, and we'll go back and smash our home. Ruoyun, calm down. Today, we didn't expect the delivery guy to be so good at fighting, and that's why we lost. Now that we're out, can we still lose to him? It's a joke to let Juinja go down on his knees and let us smash our own home." At this point, Li Fujian's face turned even more sinister. "I'll find someone to deal with him. If he pushes me too far, I'll chop him up." Su family, Xiaoyao Garden, Quizula. Su Minghai sat Chu Feng down next to him, took Chu Feng's hand, and was as affectionate as if he were holding his own grandson. "Chu Feng, the day before yesterday you came to see me, and you left a deep impression on me. Today, your performance at the Longgang Hotel has once again amazed me. I was even thinking that it would be great if you were my own grandson." Chu Feng smiled slightly. What the old man said sounded so awkward to me. "Ha, of course you can't be my grandson, but it's possible for you to become my grandson-in-law. When is a good day to hold your wedding with Su Qing?" Su Minghai's words made Su Qing panic. Today, Chu Feng's performance made Su Qing a little moved, but she was not at all prepared to let Chu Feng become her real man. Grandpa Su thought that after he said those words, Chu Feng would happily agree. After all, he loved Su Qing so deeply that he was even willing to die for her. However, the next sentence from Chu Feng took the Su family by surprise. "Old Su, forget about marriage. I want to tell you that Su Qing and I are better off apart." Everyone looked at Chu Feng in surprise, and Su Qing was also slightly stunned. However, the clever Su Qing quickly understood Chu Feng's true thoughts. Chu Feng was trying to get away from the lies that she and her mother had forced him to make up. "Oh, Chu Feng, what do you mean?" Su Minghai asked in confusion. "Old Su, I think this way, Su Qing is a rich girl, and I am just a delivery boy. It is indeed a mismatch. But I don't mind that you come from a poor family," Su Minghai said. "Old Su, I know you don't despise me, but I know my own limitations." Chu Feng looked at Su Qing. "Su Qing, she is so beautiful, and she is chased by either the Li family's son or the Han family's son, or the Wu family's son. Today, Li Juncheng almost killed me. If I meet other sons of the rich, how many lives do I have to fight for?" Su Minghai already understood what Chu Feng meant, and said, "Tonight, you will marry Su Qing, and in this way, you will eliminate the hopes of other rich young masters. In the future, no one will cause you trouble." Su Qing opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Chu Feng shook his head and smiled. "Mr. Su, marriage is a major event in life, how can it be so casual? Besides, I haven't known Su Qing for that many days, it's impossible to get married so quickly." Su Minghai nodded silently, agreeing with Chu Feng's words. However, he still wanted to ask Su Qing for her opinion. "Qing, what do you think of Chu Feng's proposal?" Thinking about the fact that she had put Chu Feng in danger several times, she felt a little sorry for him. It was indeed not right for him to pretend to be her boyfriend and deceive her grandfather. Now that Chu Feng has taken the initiative to break up, that is the best way to solve the current dilemma. Besides, Su Qing, didn't like this Chu Feng at all. Grandpa, I also think that it's better for us to break up. But she secretly sighed. It seems that today, after the Li family's big battle, it really scared this Chu Feng. No wonder, who wouldn't be scared when they see such a big battle from the Li family? Chapter 34, He's Not Simple. Seeing that Su Qing also agreed, Su Minghai could say nothing. In that case, I won't force you anymore, but, Chu Feng, you can still work for my family, and you won't lose your job because you broke up with Su Qing. Thank you, Mr. Su. I am now the office manager of the Su Real Estate Group. I am very satisfied with this position. After all, it is much better than my job as a delivery boy. Su Minghai nodded and said to Su Qing, in the future, you can just treat Chu Feng as your employee. However, this employee is a bit special. Grandpa gave him special privileges, so he doesn't have to go to work on time. Su Qing was stunned. Not having to work on time? Is that still considered work? He also understood his grandfather's intentions. His purpose was to keep Chu Feng in the company. Chu Feng was grateful for Su Minghai's special treatment and knew his true intentions. He tried every means to stay. Chu Feng was also very sure that Su Minghai had already arranged for someone to find out his true identity. Thank you, Mr. Su. Since I am working, I will abide by the company's discipline like other employees. Chu Feng said. Chu Feng, as long as you don't make any major mistakes, you won't be fired from the company. Just go to work with peace of mind. Su Minghai said again with certainty. This time, Su Minghai did not arrange for his juniors to have dinner at home. When everyone left the bamboo house, Su Lingtian immediately praised Chu Feng, saying, Chu Feng, today at the Longgang Hotel, you really opened our eyes. You are truly a model for us men. Chu Feng smiled and said, Su Lingtian, when you talk to me, it's best not to use the word us, because you and I are not the same. With these words, Chu Feng walked forward. Su Lingtian's eyes grew cold. Lu Kaiyun and Su Qing also bid farewell to Su Lingtian, and the mother and daughter left together. Su Yu went up to her father, Su Lingtian, and looked at Chu Feng's back and said, Dad, he's gone too far. Ha, Xiao Yu, you haven't heard the saying that when the heavens let a person perish, they first make him crazy. Today, he humiliated the Li family so much. With Li Fuzhan's personality, do you think the Li family will let him go? I dare say that one day, the news will report that an unknown corpse was found on the street. Su Yu smiled knowingly, thinking to herself that the corpse was Chu Feng. Dad, Grandpa said that the Su family heir was a big deal a while ago, but now there's no news. Xiao Yu, don't you understand? The old man is waiting. Dad, what is Grandpa waiting for? Su Yu asked in confusion. He is waiting to see who is better, you or Su Qing. Su Yu was a little puzzled. After all these years, who is better, Su Yu or Su Qing? Can't Grandpa tell? Of course, I, Su Yu, am the better one. In terms of intelligence and talent, Su Qing can't compare to me in any way. Su Lingtian's expression became very serious. Xiao Yu, Su Qing manages Su Real Estate, and you manage Su Biomedical. The criterion for determining who is better is to see who manages the company better. If, under Su Qing's management, Su Real Estate collapses. Su Yu looked around and whispered, Dad, Su Real Estate is after all our family business. If it collapses, we will suffer the loss. You don't know anything. If Su Real Estate doesn't do well, you'll never be able to take over the family business. Seeing his father so determined, Su Yu looked at Su Lingtian in surprise. Dad, how can you be so sure? Su Lingtian gestured for Su Yu to walk forward and talk in the car. Soon, the father and daughter got into the car. Can't you see? Because of the last time you sent the painting, if it were before, this wouldn't be a big deal, but this time, the old man directly withdrew Dad's shares. Do you think the old man is just punishing Dad? At this point, Su Lingtian punched the back of the chair hard and said, No, he is eliminating Dad's influence and paving the way for the new heir. If nothing goes wrong, the old man will soon find a reason to take back the shares in the second-hand market. Su Yu widened her eyes. Dad, are you saying that my grandfather is going to pass the position to Su Qing? Most likely. Your grandfather wanted to pass the position to the third son, but it didn't work out. The third son left, and the old man has always thought about it. He feels very sorry for the third son, and he really wants to make up for his regret in Su-ching. Su-yu nodded. When Grandpa mentioned Uncle San, his eyes often turned red without him realizing it. Now it seems that if she doesn't do something drastic, the Su family's position will really have nothing to do with her. She also understood the real intention of her father, Su Lingtian, in letting Su real estate collapse. If Su real estate collapses, it will prove that Su Qing is incompetent. Even if the old man loves Su Qing, he will not pass the position to a waste. Dad, is Su Shui a threat to us? Su Shui manages Su's property, which basically does not require any ability. Why did the old man arrange it this way? He thinks that Su Shui is not capable, so there is no need to worry about Su Shui competing with you. Su-yu nodded silently. It seems that now, the only way to become the Su family's queen is to defeat Su Qing. The Su group has assets of 30 billion yuan, and its main business areas are real estate, biomedicine, and property management. The reason why there is also property is because the Su family develops real estate projects themselves, so they simply do the property themselves. Compared to real estate and medicine, the scale of the Su family's property business is indeed a bit small. It only has a few 100 million yuan in revenue each year. Su Lingtian and Su-yu drove away. As for how to collapse Su real estate, it was not something Su-yu should consider. Because she believed in her father's methods. At the bamboo house, the old butler Li Zhong placed a cup of hot tea next to Su Minghai. Li Zhong, how is the investigation into the blue powder going? Li Zhong said with a guilty conscience, Master, the person who did this is very meticulous, and so far we still have no clues. It's not that there are no clues, Li Zhong, it's that you don't dare to investigate, is it? Master, Li Zhong lowered his head in shame. Su Minghai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, This walking stick has been with me for 20 years, and it can be said to be inseparable from me. Even when I go to bed at night, I put it by my bedside, and during the day, it never leaves my sight. Su Minghai took a sip of hot tea and continued, Therefore, the poison on my cane could only be hidden in my room, and it was at night. Li Zhong lowered his head even lower and said, Master, I also thought of this. The person who could do this is probably the closest person to me. Seeing that Li Zhong was silent, Su Minghai continued, Of course, Li Zhong, I don't suspect anyone but you, so you don't have to worry about that. Thank you, sir. Li Zhong, you can investigate as boldly and confidently as you like. It doesn't matter who you find, even if it's someone close to me. You just have to find him, and I'll take care of the rest. Master, I am relieved to hear you say that. I will find this person as soon as possible. Su Minghai then thought of the second thing Li Zhong was to accomplish, which was to find out the true identity of Chu Feng. Li Zhong, have you found out anything about this Chu Feng? Li Zhong shook his head, Master, regarding the identity of this Chu Feng, it is almost a blank, and nothing has been found. This is impossible. Can't you find out where he's from? Li Zhong nodded, Master, there is no one in our country named Chu Feng. Oh? Su Minghai nodded thoughtfully and said, Longgui can't find any information on Chu Feng, which means that this Chu Feng came back from abroad. He did come back from abroad, but I also looked into what he did abroad and couldn't find any information. Su Minghai's brows furrowed even more tightly, as if he were talking to himself, not being able to find anything is the biggest problem. Subsequently, Su Minghai fell silent, and Li Zhong stood silently on the side. Today, he regards the Li family as dirt. For this reason alone, he is not simple, extremely not simple. Su Minghai suddenly said, Master, I will continue to investigate his identity until I get to the bottom of it. Chapter 35, I didn't cooperate. Su's real estate office building. Lu Meili stood in front of Chu Feng, who was sitting on her desk. Lu Meili looked down at Chu Feng. Manager Chu, how was your time with Chairman Su last night? I think you had a great time, otherwise, why didn't you two come to work this morning? Secretary Lu, don't you know what kind of person Chairman Su is? Can you really have fun with someone like her? As he said this, Chu Feng took Lu Meili's hand. Yesterday, we didn't drink, but tonight, can we drink again? Chu Feng looked at Lu Meili with a smile. He thought that Lu Meili would pull her hand away, but instead, she sat even closer to him. Lu Meili naturally understood what Chu Feng meant, and smiled. It wasn't me who didn't drink with you last night, but you who went and drank with another woman. You still don't know that I'm a person who doesn't wait for expired dates. Secretary Lu, according to what you mean, does that mean we can skip the line between us? I said that it's not waiting for the expiration date. Next time you help me out, we'll have a good drink. Chu Feng chuckled. Secretary Lu, did Chairman Su ask you to develop any other systems? If you let me know, I'll get right on it. Lu Meili tapped Chu Feng on the forehead. Look at how anxious you are, but it's useless to be anxious. Then, she waved to Chu Feng. Get up, I have a document to work on. Oh, Secretary Lu, sit on my lap. Get out of here. Chu Feng moved away from Lu Meili's desk, and Lu Meili sat down and turned on the computer. Tomorrow is the opening of the green waterfront developed by our company. According to the requirements of Director Su, on the opening day, all employees of the group must go to the sales site, and each person must sell at least 2 sets, and managers and above must sell 5 sets. Chu Feng was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't expect to have such a task. Chairman Su also requested that the total sales of the green waterfront project reach 600 units on the opening day tomorrow, which is 60% of all the properties for sale. This is a very difficult task. I need to come up with a marketing plan quickly. Chu Feng smiled and said, as far as I know, real estate development projects are usually almost sold out on the opening day. Isn't this the current situation for most real estate projects? Ha, Manager Chu, don't say that to outsiders. All our houses are sold after the opening day. Chu Feng naturally understood the meaning of Lu Meili's words. Real estate projects can only be advertised and sold after obtaining a pre-sale permit. Any houses sold before that are illegal. The official purchase contract will be signed tomorrow at the opening ceremony. Only after the contract is signed will the house be considered sold. Tomorrow will be a grand opening day event, and the atmosphere must be lively, so we need to prepare a script in advance. Lu Meili said. Otherwise, invite a few big stars to come and sing and dance on stage. Chu Feng suggested. If we could have invited them earlier, but Chairman Su said that the old man doesn't like to spend money recklessly, so it's better to use the money for inviting the stars to give discounts and sell more apartments. Chu Feng praised, the old man is thrifty and hardworking, so the Su family's business will get bigger and bigger. This is good, very good. Don't just say it's good here, think about your 5 tasks tomorrow. If you can't finish them, what will people think of you as a manager? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Secretary Lu, it's me. It was Zhao Jing, the receptionist at the front desk of the group. Come in. Zhao Jing came in and saw Chu Feng. She smiled and said, Manager Chu, Chairman Su wants to see you. Okay, I know. Zhao Jing turned and left, and Lu Meili smiled. Well, you've charmed Chairman Su so much that he either drinks with you at night or calls you during the day. If this continues, Chairman Su may not be able to leave you alone. Ha, Secretary Lu, do you think that Chairman Su is calling me over for something good? I wonder what impossible task he will assign me. Su Qing's office. Chu Feng knocked on the door and walked in. Su Qing was sitting at her desk, reading a document in her hands. Even when Chu Feng walked in, she didn't look up. Chu Feng extended his finger and tapped on the table. Chairman Su, you called me. Su Qing did not say anything, opened the drawer, took out 2 stacks of money from inside, and put them on the table. This is the 20,000 yuan in labor fees I owe you. Take it. Su Don, I'm just helping out. I didn't plan on keeping the money. Su Qing looked up and glared at Chu Feng. What are you pretending in front of me? Are you trying to look rich when you're poor? Look at the doghouse you live in. To put it bluntly, a thief would be so angry when he goes to your house that he would die by hitting the wall. Mr. Su, please don't rub my wounds. Chu Feng smiled and said that it seemed like a mistake to bring Su Qing home that day. No, it should be a good thing. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll get my hands on the 20,000 yuan. Just say yes or no. There's no need for so much nonsense. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Su Qing reached out to grab the 20,000 yuan, but Chu Feng jumped over and grabbed the money back. Just about to put it in his pocket, Su Qing shouted, Don't put it in yet. Ha, Mr. Su, you're not going to regret it again so soon, are you? Su Qing placed the documents on the table, leaned back in her chair, and looked up at Chu Feng. It seems that you planned what happened at the Longgang Hotel this morning a long time ago. What was planned long ago was only planned last night. Why did you do it? Of course, it's for my own sake. For yourself? Su Qing looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? What do you mean for yourself? I'm not doing it for myself. You said that after you marry Li Juinja, you'll let me come find you every night. Can I stand it? I'll die sooner or later, so I might as well give it a shot tomorrow. Pop. Su Qing slapped the table, looked awkwardly to the left and right, and said coldly, "Don't mention this to me. You believe the nonsense that people say when they are drunk. You're stupid." Xu Feng chuckled, "I was drunk. I don't remember what I said, but you remember it so clearly, Su Dong." You. Su Qing was even more embarrassed, and said coldly, "Remember, don't mention this again in the future." Okay, I won't mention it again. Pop. Suddenly, Su Qing slammed the table again, and her sudden action scared Xu Feng. What the hell is going on? Why did you turn your face so quickly? Mr. Su, what's going on? What did I do to offend you? This morning, did you have to do that in front of everyone? In front of my whole family? How could you make me lose face like that? Su Qing was naturally referring to the fact that Xu Feng kissed her. Oh, Mr. Su, in order to make the play deeper, I had to do that. Besides, didn't you cooperate with me? When did I cooperate with you? Su Qing angrily asked. Xu Feng couldn't explain the intricacies of the situation, but at the time, Su Qing's little fish didn't resist. On the contrary, she was very active, swimming around. Oh, Mr. Su, I was wrong. You didn't cooperate with me. Su Qing glared at Xu Feng angrily, I never cooperated with you. Okay, don't mention this again in the future, let it pass forever and ever. Okay. Xu Feng agreed readily. Now, we are just a boss and subordinate relationship. I don't keep idle people here. You have to produce some results for me. Mr. Su, just assign me any work you have. The opening is tomorrow. You don't need to sell many houses, just 15. Su Qing said indifferently. And I. Ma. Xu Feng almost jumped up. Mr. Su, you said that the manager and above positions would get 5 sets, but how did it become 15 sets for me? You're so good that you even got the big family of the Li family in Linhai City to sell you 15 houses. Mr. Su, you really think too highly of me. Of course I think highly of you. If you don't complete the task tomorrow, you'll have to pay back at least half of the 20,000 yuan. Xu Feng smiled helplessly. She knew that the money of the third daughter of the Su family was not so easy to earn. Okay, for these 20,000 yuan, I will work my mouth off tomorrow to complete the task. Seeing that Su Qing was no longer talking, Xu Feng said, Su Dong, if you have nothing else to do, I'll be going. Seeing that Su Qing was still silent, Xu Feng turned and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he heard Su Qing's voice behind him. I'll be off work tonight. Wait at home. Don't go anywhere. Chapter 36, He Has a Story. Su Qing's words made Xu Feng's heart tremble. Su Qing, what are you up to now? Mr. Su, I'm reminding you that we've already broken up. Su Qing threw the pen in her hand on the table and said in a bad mood, Do you think I will go to your house tonight? What are you thinking? I bought you a set of furniture and will deliver it tonight. Xu Feng understood, so that's how it is. It may be that after sleeping for a while in her poor and dingy home, Miss Su couldn't stand it anymore and came to pity herself. Su Dong, in the future, you must be more clear in what you say, or you will make people misunderstand. You always think in the wrong way, and you blame me. If you don't want it, I can cancel the order right now. Alas, Mr. Su, no, of course I want it. Xu Feng waved his hands repeatedly, saying that it would be foolish not to take something for free. He also laughed and said, Su Dong, if I had known that you were so good to me, I wouldn't have broken up with you. Su Qing pointed at Xu Feng, in the future, don't use the word break up between you and me, because we are not even boyfriends or girlfriends. Okay, I got it. The main reason for Xu Feng and Su Qing breaking up was naturally not the reason he gave at the Su family. Xu Feng knew that with his abilities, he would help Su Qing solve more and more problems, and over time, Su Qing might really fall in love with him. Although he had left Tianlong, once a Tianlong man would always be a Tianlong man, and one day he would return to Tianlong. When he returns to Tianlong, the life of gunfire and bullets will return to him. If Su Qing and he were to play around for a while, that would be fine, but marriage was definitely out of the question. Xu Feng didn't want to bring any woman into that world full of bloodshed. Seeing Xu Feng standing in front of him, his mind still wandering, Su Qing reached out and tapped the table. The sound of Su Cheng knocking on the table brought Chu Feng back to his thoughts, and he hurriedly said, Su Dong, if you're fine, I'll leave first. Wait a minute. Su Cheng called out, stood up from her desk, and walked to Chu Feng. Su Cheng is almost 1.7 meters tall, and when she puts on high heels, she is definitely over 1.75 meters tall. Standing in front of Chu Feng, she is almost the same height as Chu Feng, who is 1.8 meters tall. At this point, Su Cheng was very close to Chu Feng, which made Chu Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Ha, Mr. Su, you've changed your mind. This is not like your usual style. You usually keep your distance from men as much as possible. Because I have something to tell you, and it's not something I should say out loud. Chu Feng was very confused. Was Su Cheng trying to whisper something to me? Su Dong, if you have something to say, just say it. My grandfather told me to tell you that the Li family will never let this go, so you must be careful, very careful. Oh, I thought it was nothing. In fact, even if Mr. Su didn't say it, I knew that the Li family would never let me go. Su Cheng hurriedly said, why aren't you worried? What's at stake is your life. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have offended the Li family. Since I have offended the Li family, I'm not afraid of death. Let the Li family's anger come even more violently. After saying these words, Chu Feng smiled at Su Cheng and turned and walked out. Su Cheng looked straight at Chu Feng's back, and she was deeply puzzled. Why, a delivery boy, he is not afraid of anything? The more careless he is, the more likely he is to get into danger. Back in the office, Lu Meili was still working on her copywriting in front of the computer. When Chu Feng came in, Lu Meili asked without even looking up, how come you're back from Su Dong so soon? I thought you were going to be here for a while. You can't do this for such a short time. Short time, no? Chu Feng immediately realized that this Lu Meili was implying something in her words. Ha, Secretary Lu, you are being sarcastic to me. What sarcasm? I'm teaching you a lesson. Look at the group's vice presidents. The one who went to see Mr. Su spoke for less than half an hour. The less you say, the less you're doing. The more you say, the more you're doing. Don't let Mr. Su think that you're really sitting on your butt as a manager. Chu Feng realized that Lu Meili was teaching him the way of the workplace. Secretary Lu, you seem to know a lot. In order to learn from you, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Meili shook her head, I can't tonight, it's my mother's birthday. Why don't I go with you? Lu Meili shook her head again, I like talented people, but I like rich people even more. You seem to be lacking in one thing. Chu Feng was sure that he could get Lu Meili to do it in the office by throwing out $1 million. However, I, Chu Feng, don't like to use money to seduce women. I want them to be willing. After failing to get Lu Meili, Su Cheng also refused to drink with him, and Chu Feng returned to the apartment building alone. At 7 p.m., the furniture company really delivered a sofa, a TV table, a dining table, and a bed. Chu Feng smiled and thought to himself that Su Cheng was thoughtful. It would be nice to buy a TV set as well. Just as he thought this, there was a knock on the door. When Chu Feng opened the door, an electric appliance company had delivered a 32-inch color TV. Looking at the new look of the room, Chu Feng said to himself, the furniture is new, but the house is too old. Su Damiai, it would be perfect if you gave me another house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chu Feng was taken aback. Could it be that the house had come? Chu Feng went over and opened the door, and found it was his neighbor Su Hua. Seeing that Chu Feng's home had been completely renovated, Su Hua smiled and said, Chu Feng, you've done well. You've been promoted to manager and bought new furniture. This is a double celebration. Later, Su Hua touched the sofa that Chu Feng had just bought and exclaimed, no way. Chu Feng, you actually bought a Chivas Regal sofa. This set alone must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Chu Feng didn't expect Su Cheng to spend so much, and the expensive sofa didn't really match his simple apartment building. Of course, Chu Feng couldn't tell Su Hua that these were all gifts from Su Cheng, otherwise, Su Hua would definitely think that he was being taken care of by Su Cheng. Oh, Hua Zi, these are all disposal goods, they don't cost much. Why are you at home tonight, not working overtime? There are so many shifts, and for manual laborers, even 10 hours of work is already the limit, so they don't have the energy to work overtime. Chu Feng smiled lightly and said nothing. Su Hua patted the new dining table that Chu Feng had bought and said with a smile, this marble looks like it's worth a lot. Like this sofa, it is also a disposal item. Chu Feng hurriedly said. Su Hua looked at the 32-inch LCD TV on the TV stand and smiled. Chu Feng, forgive me for being blunt, but our apartment building is only 50 square meters, and the living room is only 20 square meters. Putting such a large TV makes the living room even smaller. Chu Feng smiled helplessly, thinking that Su Qing must have bought it according to the size of her family's large villa. Huazi, you can't live in a tenement building for the rest of your life. You have to buy a house sooner or later. I've bought this in advance. When I buy a new house, I'll move all this furniture and appliances over, and I'll save on buying new ones. Chu Feng, you're quite thoughtful. Su Hua smiled and looked at the time. It was almost 11 p.m. Chu Feng, get some rest early. I'm going home first. Okay, Huazi, you should go home and rest early too. Lying on the new bed, Chu Feng, who was not sleepy at all, played with his phone for a while, yawned, and looked at the time. It was already past midnight. He turned off his phone and was about to close his eyes to rest when he heard the sound of someone opening the door. Needless to say, Chu Feng knew that Su Hua had gone out. Chu Feng got out of bed, walked barefoot to the window, looked down through the window, and just saw Su Hua riding an electric bicycle disappearing at the gate. This Su Hua goes out in the middle of the night, acting mysteriously. He must have a story. Chu Feng said to himself. Chapter 37, The Task of Selling the House. The next day, since it was the opening day of the Green Waterfront, Su Qing gave the order that all employees should arrive 1 hour early. Managers should arrive 2 hours early. Therefore, Chu Feng left the apartment building early, heading for Su's real estate in the morning sun. When he arrived at the company, he saw 20 saleswomen in professional attire neatly lined up in front of the Greenport sales department. Under their short skirts, their long legs were very eye-catching. A beautiful woman with outstanding temperament and extraordinary beauty was giving a lecture to a group of salespeople. This beauty is Xiao Lijun, the sales manager of Su's real estate. Chu Feng stood silently on the side, watching the beautiful manager give a speech. Sisters, today is the opening day of the Green Waterfront, and it is also an opportunity for us to sing the song of the serfs who have turned over. Chu Feng was puzzled. What does it mean to sing the song of the serfs? Are these beautiful women all serfs? But after a little thought, Chu Feng understood the reason. Salespeople eat young food, which can also be seen from the average age of this group of beautiful saleswomen. They are basically in their early 20s, and the oldest, Xiao Lijun, is probably not even 30. These people have just graduated from university and are just entering society, at the beginning of their lives. At present, they live in rented houses and wear second-hand clothes. To be honest, apart from being more free in terms of their status, they are basically no different from serfs. Xiao Lijun continued, today, if you sell one house, you can afford to spend a month. If you sell 10 houses, you can go home and lie down for half a year. If you can sell 50 houses, you can go home and lie down for a year. At this point, Xiao Lijun paused, holding her breath, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Suddenly, Xiao Lijun shouted, if you sell 50 houses, you can become a millionaire in one day. What should we do, sisters? Sell houses, sell houses. 20 beautiful saleswomen cheered in unison, and their fighting spirit was instantly aroused by the high returns. Chu Feng smiled knowingly, thinking that Xiao Lijun's way of boosting morale was very special, but also the most useful way. That is money. Chu Feng had learned about the real estate sales system, and the sales commission that salespeople received. This commission generally ranged from 3% to 5% of the total house price. Linhai City is a metropolis in the southeast of Longhua, with a population of over 10 million and a developed economy, so housing prices are not bad. The average price of real estate within the third ring is 71,000 yuan per square meter, and outside the third ring, the average price varies from 30,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter depending on the location. The Green Waterfront, developed by the Su family, is on the 5th Ring Road, with an average price of around 40,000 yuan. Therefore, buying a house of a few dozen square meters at Green Waterfront is more than 1 million yuan. If a salesperson can sell 50 houses today, the reward she gets is indeed very considerable. If she can achieve such results, she is the king of the sales. There are a total of 1,000 houses in Green Waterfront. In theory, 20 salespersons all have the opportunity to become millionaires. After boosting the morale of the sales staff, Xiao Lijun dismissed them. When she turned around, she saw Chu Feng. Xiao Lijun didn't recognize him and thought he was a customer who had come to buy a house. But this customer is too early. Hello, sir, would you like to buy a house? How big would you like it? I'll give you a tour. Chu Feng looked at the name on Xiao Lijun's badge and smiled. Manager Xiao, you don't even recognize me, do you? Xiao Lijun looked up and down at Chu Feng for a full minute. She kept thinking about the big clients she had served in the past, and finally shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry, I really can't remember who you are. Ha, then let me introduce myself. I am the office manager of the Su Group. When she heard Chu Feng's identity, the expression on Xiao Lijun's face slowly froze. To be precise, the bright, friendly, fiery smile and enthusiasm were completely gone. Oh, you are the delivery boy who later moved bricks on the construction site and then became the group manager overnight? Yes, that's me. Chu Feng smiled, but when he saw Xiao Lijun's expression, he realized that the sales manager seemed to look down on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned her former identity one by one. Sure enough, Xiao Lijun was not polite in her speech, and her tone was strange. This person is really infuriating. Like me, Xiao Lijun, I came to the Su Real Estate Group at the age of 21 to help sell Su's real estate. Now, it's been almost 7 years. In these 7 years, I have sold more than 300 properties for Su. I never thought that in the end, I would still be a sales manager. Chu Feng could see that Xiao Lijun was very dissatisfied with her current position. According to her request, she should at least be a vice president of the group. In fact, Xiao Lijun, like Lu Meili, is interested in competing for the position of office manager of the group. Because, the several vice presidents of the group, who all earn millions of dollars a year, have all held this position before. Who would have thought that this position would be snatched by a bricklayer? How could Xiao Lijun swallow this? The important thing is that Chu Feng has no background or influence, so it's not too much to scold him. How can I argue with him when he was promoted to such an important position as the group office manager after only a few days of moving bricks on the construction site? Chu Feng smiled lightly. Manager Xiao, you sound so sour. It seems you are a little dissatisfied with Su's. How dare I be dissatisfied with Su? I now have a house and a car in Linhai City, and I owe it all to Su. However, my road to success was filled with sweat, not soft living. Chu Feng heard that Xiao Lijun thought that she had been promoted to the position of group office manager because she had been living off Su Qing. Suddenly, Xiao Lijun picked up the rag behind the door and wiped the place where Chu Feng was standing twice. She shouted, Manager Chu, please move aside. Don't get in the way of our work. Chu Feng took 2 steps back and turned around to see 2 beautiful young women from the sales department whispering to each other. From the look on their faces, it was clear that he was the subject of their conversation. Then, Chu Feng saw a very neat scene, that is, the 20 beauties in the sales department all ignored him, as if he didn't even exist. Chu Feng smiled helplessly. I, the group office manager, seem to have no authority at all. At 9 a.m., it was time for the official opening. In the sales hall, there were already more than 1,000 customers, and the 20 salespeople, each holding a floor plan, were all busy. Chu Feng was wearing an ordinary white shirt, and compared to the sales ladies in professional attire, no one would associate him with selling real estate. Therefore, whenever Chu Feng introduced a house to a customer, the customer would just smile faintly and turn away. Manager Chu, how many units have you sold? Chu Feng, who was wondering, turned around and saw that it was Xiao Lijun who was talking to him. Chu Feng looked down and saw that Xiao Lijun was holding 5 contracts in her hand, and her intention was already very clear. She was showing off to Chu Feng that she had already sold 5 houses. Manager Xiao, I'm ashamed that I haven't even opened yet. Xiao Lijun snorted in disdain. If today were a brick-moving competition, I'm sure you'd be able to build a whole building with your abilities. Several deputy group managers have already completed their tasks, and even Secretary Lu has sold 6 units. You, as the office manager of the group, have not sold a single unit. You've picked up a managerial position, but you're not capable of sitting in it. Isn't that embarrassing? Ha, Manager Xiao, you are indeed a salesperson. You are so eloquent, like a knife. Although I haven't opened yet, don't worry. I have so many customers. Can't I sell one? Chu Feng said. Lu Meili was worried about her sales yesterday, but now she hasn't even seen a single person, and she's already sold 6 houses. This is a bit of a surprise to Chu Feng. Chu Feng guessed that Lu Meili's private clients had directly ordered the house from her. If you can sell one, I'll be impressed. Xiao Lijun said. Chapter 38, 20 sets. Looking up, she suddenly saw a group of people walking in. Xiao Lijun hurriedly went up to greet them, but she slowed down after a few steps. Because the group of people who walked into the sales department from the outside were wearing uniform blue clothes, they turned out to be a group of delivery people. Manager Xiao, you are always the first to greet customers who walk in from outside, but now there are so many of them, why aren't you rushing forward? Xiao Lijun glared at Chu Feng and said coldly, I can tell at a glance who is here to receive gifts and who is here to actually buy a house. These delivery people are obviously just poor people who are here to look around but not to buy. Xiao Lijun's words about delivery food were very serious, and naturally they also mocked Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng used to be a delivery boy. In addition, the 3 words poor stick made Chu Feng's displeasure burst out instantly. She was also rude in her speech. Xiao Lijun, have you ever ordered takeout? Nonsense, who hasn't ordered takeout? I order it often. Chu Feng pointed to the delivery men gathered around the model of the building and said, when they deliver your food, have they ever offended you? Do they dare offend me? If they offend me, I will not only give them a bad review but also complain about them. Chu Feng smiled coldly, since they didn't offend you, and were all human, why did you just coldly mock them? Ha, I wasn't mocking them. I was just stating a fact. Green waterfront, a house here costs millions. I dare say they couldn't afford to buy a house even if they worked as delivery men for 20 years. Then he pointed at Chu Feng. I said, Manager Chu, you are also a former delivery person. Since you think so highly of them, then you should go serve them. You must convince them to buy a few houses from you. In that case, you won't be a group office manager who can't sell even one house. Looking at the sarcastic Xiao Lijun, Chu Feng's mouth curled up in a sneer. Chu Feng subconsciously touched the bank card in his pocket. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the bank card and use the money on it to buy a house for each of the nearly 20 delivery men who had come to look at the house. After thinking about it, Chu Feng still held back. As long as he uses a penny from this bank card, Chu Feng dares to say that those bastards will appear in front of him in the afternoon. Because they are looking for their boss all over the world. At this moment, Chu Feng saw 2 acquaintances. Hao Lihao, the manager of the takeout station where he worked, and his colleague Chen Huguang. The 2 also saw Chu Feng and waved to him at the same time. The 2 of them walked over at the same time. Station Master Hao, Huguang, you guys are here to buy a house too. Because of Chu Feng, Hao Lihao was beaten up by Li Jundi's men, but Hao Lihao did not resent Chu Feng. Hao Lihao's personality is just like his name. When he encounters any difficult situation, he basically just smiles and gets over it quickly. In addition, Hao Lihao and the others didn't know that Chu Feng worked at Su's real estate. Chu Feng, I didn't expect to see you here. What, are you buying a house too? Then hurry up and buy one. We'll be neighbors. Mr. Hao, you know my financial situation. I can't afford to buy a house right now. To be honest, I work for Su's real estate. I'm here to sell houses. Selling houses? Hao Lihao and Chen Huguan looked at Chu Feng in surprise. The drastic change in Chu Feng's career really took them by surprise. Suddenly, Hao Lihao laughed. Chu Feng, if you had told us you were selling real estate at Su's real estate, we would have come to support you. You came to support you? Xiao Lijun, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anyone could hear the ridicule in her laughter. Hao Lihao and Chen Huguang's expressions also became displeased. Hao Lihao said, What are you laughing at, beautiful lady? Are you laughing at us because we can't afford to buy a house? With a salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, you can afford it, so go ahead and buy it. Support your former colleague's work, otherwise, he'll have 0 sales today. It's embarrassing. Xiao Lijun's expression made Hao Lihao, who was a good person himself, unable to bear it. Chu Feng, we are brothers, how can we let a woman look down on us? You wait. Hao Lihao suddenly turned around and waved his hand behind him. Brothers, come here. Hearing Hao Li's voice, more than 20 delivery men all ran over. These 20-odd delivery men all wore the same uniform and ran over in unison, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the sales hall. Seeing so many unfamiliar faces, Chu Feng was puzzled and asked, Station Master Hao, where did you get all these people? Chu Feng, to tell you the truth, these people are the same as me, they are all station managers of takeout stations, and they are here today for the same purpose. Chu Feng realized what Hao Lihao was going to say and said, Are they all here to buy a house? Yes, they are all here to buy a house. Xiao Lijun smiled and said, "You people are all here to buy a house. Is that possible?" Hao Lihao ignored Xiao Lijun and introduced Chu Feng to the group of delivery men behind him. "Guys, this is Chu Feng. He used to work at my delivery station and was very righteous. Later, he quit and now works as a salesperson at Su's Real Estate. Today, we must support brother Chu Feng in his work no matter what." Hao Lihao patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Chu Feng, you stand up straight. Listen, today, we will make you rich. 20 sets. 20 sets? Chu Feng looked at Hao Lihao in surprise. Although Chu Feng had gone through many ups and downs, what was happening now was completely unexpected. At this moment, Xiao Lijun was also a little dumbfounded. But she absolutely did not believe that these delivery people were all here to buy a house. "Ha, what are you pretending to be big bad wolves, conspiring with Chu Feng to fool people?" Xiao Lijun sneered. Chu Feng pulled Hao Lihao aside and asked, "How, what's going on? Buying a house is a big deal, it can't be taken lightly." "Chu Feng, we really came to buy a house. To be honest with you, the reason we came in a group is to thank Su Real Estate for coming." "Thank you for Su's Real Estate?" Hao Lihao's words made Chu Feng even more confused, and he asked, "Station Master Hao, what's going on?" "Chu Feng, you still don't know that Su Real Estate funded the repair of our smashed takeaway station, and by the way, repaired 20 takeaway stations in the Dongjiang district area, and each person was also given a brand new electric car. Such a conscientious company, can we not support it?" So, all 20 of our station masters came together. At this point, Chu Feng had a vague feeling that what the Su Real Estate Group was doing was at the behest of Su Cheng. After all, he had told Su Cheng about the takeaway station. This girl must have seen that I risked my life to help her break off the engagement with the Li family. She couldn't bear to lose face as a rich girl, and so she repaid me directly, returning the favor. "Chu Feng, there are rumors on the internet that the quality of Su's real estate is not good, but we don't believe it. We firmly support Su's Real Estate." Hao Li's words aroused Chu Feng's vigilance. "Mr. Hao, are there many rumors like this on the internet? It has been spread online for a long time, and there are many posts like this, saying that Su's Real Estate is a tofu dreg project, and it will collapse when you live in it." Chu Feng frowned tightly. He had known Su Qing for so many days, and from what he knew of her, she would never do anything to harm the interests of the people and build tofu dreg houses. "Station Master Hao, I, Chu Feng, guarantee with my personal integrity that the houses of Su's Real Estate are absolutely fine." "Chu Feng, if we believed what was said online, would we still be here? Let's go, swipe your card." Chu Feng and Hao Lihao returned to the crowd. Hao Lihao took out his bank card first, and then a group of takeout station managers behind him also took out their bank cards. "Chu Feng, I have $1 million in my bank account. I paid the down payment first, and the rest of the loan is covered by my monthly income of 45,000 yuan, which is enough to pay the mortgage." 45,000 income? And fixed? Xiao Lijun was even more dumbfounded. Does a delivery man earn this much every month? Chu Feng naturally understood Hao Lihao's intention. He said his real income to show that he was not being taken lightly by Xiao Lijun. Chu Feng also knew that Hao Lihao wasn't exaggerating. In a megacity like Linhai, with its huge business volume, it is reasonable for an ordinary employee to earn over 10,000 yuan a month, and for the station master to earn 45,000 yuan a month. Maybe Hao Lihao is still holding back. "Ha, follow me. First, let's look at the apartment layout." Chu Feng laughed. A group of delivery men followed Chu Feng as he left. Xiao Lijun stood in the lobby, stunned for a long time. 20 sets. This was all mine? Why didn't I realize that these delivery men were really here to buy a house? Chapter 39, Bad News. 2 hours later, all the paperwork for the 20 purchases was completed, and the sales were all credited to Chu Feng. A happy Chu Feng looked at the gloomy-faced Xiao Lijun. At this moment, she looked like a pickled eggplant. Chu Feng escorted a group of station managers, including Hao Lihao, to the sales department. Today, these brothers have been so supportive of his work. Chu Feng, how can he not show his appreciation? Brothers, I have taken note of your support today. Wait for my call, and I will treat you to a nice meal. Hao Lihao patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. Please don't be so formal. You're not used to treating people to meals, and your financial situation isn't good. I'll treat you to a meal. Ha, Station Master Hao, you can compete with me for everything else, including women, but you can't compete with me for the dinner invitation. Hao Li Hao patted Chu Feng on the shoulder again. Since we've already said this, then you can invite. Chu Feng, we won't stay here any longer. We're all house slaves. We have to hurry and make money to pay off the mortgage. Hao Li Hao and the others waved to Chu Feng, then got on their brand new electric bikes and rode off like a long line of cars. Chu Feng suddenly noticed that there was a sales advertisement for Sue's real estate hanging on the back of every electric bicycle. This group of people shuttles back and forth in Linhai City every day, and the advertising effect is also great. With such a large-scale publicity campaign, the advertising costs must be low. Chu Feng suddenly felt that Su Qing had not lost money, and should have made a profit. After Hao Li Hao and the others left, Chu Feng stopped Shen Huguang. Today, 20 station masters have bought houses, but Shen Huguang hasn't. 1. He's not a station master, and 2. His family's conditions are too poor. Chu Feng took out the 10,000 yuan he had prepared and stuffed it into Chen Huguang's hands. Chen Huguang repeatedly refused, insisting that he could not accept it. Chu Feng, you didn't make that money by chance. I can't take it. If you are a brother, you should give it to me. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Feng shoved the money into Chen Huguang's hand and turned away. Looking at the 10,000 yuan in his hand, Chen Huguang's eyes moistened, and he said quietly, "After my mother is cured, I will pay you back all of this money." Chu Feng, who had left Chen Huguang, did not enter the sales department, but stood in front of the lawn next to the sales department and smoked a cigarette. Although today is the opening day of the Green Waterfront, and there are many people at the scene, Chu Feng can see that most of these people are here to receive gifts, and most of them are old people. I'm afraid that less than 30% of them are interested in buying a house. And even fewer people are actually buying, as can be seen from the look on the faces of the beautiful saleswomen in the sales office lobby. None of them looked happy. Many of them had not even opened for business that morning. Not to mention becoming the master of the serfs. If things go on like this, I'm afraid they won't even be able to become serfs. This month, they'll only be able to drink the wind from the northwest. The poor sales of Green Waterfront must be related to the false rumors on the internet. Obviously, someone is spreading rumors about Sue's real estate, and the purpose is, of course, to see that Sue's real estate does not do well. Chu Feng returned to the office, turned on the computer, and immediately searched the internet. Sure enough, the internet was full of a large number of negative news about Sue's real estate. Chu Feng looked at the information in these posts and found that they were all posted in the last 1 or 2 days. The most recent post was even made just 10 minutes ago. It was clear that this was a premeditated, organized smear campaign, and there must be a financial backer behind it. The original poster must be found. For a computer expert like Chu Feng, this is very simple. After some searching, Chu Feng finally found the LP address with the most posts and quickly located the LP address. After locking it, Chu Feng got an address: Linhai City, Wangjiang Road, Dream Garden Internet Cafe. Because the longest river in the Dragon Kingdom runs through Linhai City, many of the streets and roads in Linhai City have the word river in their names. For example, Wangjiang Road, Linjiang Road, Wujiang Road, etc. He ran downstairs, got on his little electric moped, and sped off to the Wangjiang Road Dream Garden Internet Cafe. Soon he arrived at the Dream Garden Internet Bar, parked his moped and went inside. As soon as he walked into the bar, Chu Feng smelled the strong smell of tobacco. Even though Chu Feng was a true smoker, he couldn't help but cough twice. Chu Feng silently walked along the narrow corridor of the Internet Cafe. He saw that most of the people surfing the internet at the Dream Garden Internet Cafe were young people. Many of them still looked like students, and some of them were even underage. Most of them were playing League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Suddenly, Chu Feng stopped. Because Chu Feng had discovered a young man who was different from the others. The reason for his difference is that the young man in front of him is a bit different. Most people in the internet cafe are playing games or watching movies, but this kid is typing furiously on the keyboard. He typed with one hand while constantly switching between web pages. His speed was so fast that even his eyes could not keep up with him. It was obvious that this kid was posting. The young man was very focused, and even when Chu Feng stood behind him, the young man didn't feel it. Chu Feng looked at the young man's computer, and when he saw the content of the post, Chu Feng's mouth curled up in a sneer. This kid is one of the posters who smeared the reputation of Sue's real estate. Judging from the young man's proficiency, he was definitely a computer expert, but unfortunately, he didn't use his skills for the right reasons. Chu Feng reached out and patted the young man on the shoulder. The young man didn't realize that someone was standing behind him, and was startled when he was suddenly patted. He looked back and looked at Chu Feng with confusion. Seeing that Chu Feng was a stranger, he said coldly, "Who are you? Do you have something to ask me?" "Kid, why did I pat you on the shoulder? Don't you know what you're doing? I came to see you about this." The young man's face slowly solidified, and a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He suspected at first that the young man in front of him was a policeman. Although he was very nervous, the young man still pretended to be calm and said, "I'm already an adult. Is it illegal to come here to surf the internet? Besides, I'm not looking at anything unhealthy. Of course, it's not illegal to go online, but what you're doing is illegal. You, get up and come with me." Hearing the words "come with me," the young man was even more certain that the kid in front of him was really a cop. The helpless young man stood up, picked up the shirt on the chair, and looked at Chu Feng and said, "I can go with you. Let me go to the bathroom first. I'm about to pee my pants." Chu Feng sat in a gesture of invitation. "Please, don't try anything funny, don't try to escape. I wouldn't dare play tricks in front of a police officer." Chu Feng was stunned, and immediately understood that the young man thought he was a policeman. No wonder, he has a straight figure and a penetrating gaze, and indeed has the temperament of a policeman. The young man went into the bathroom, closed the bathroom door, took a leak, and looked at the window above the bathroom, smiling coldly. This kid just put on his police uniform. He's so fucking gullible. If I don't run now, I'm fucking stupid. The young man put his feet on the toilet, looked out the window to make sure it was safe, then climbed out the window above the toilet. The Fantasy Garden bar is on the second floor. The young man jumped onto the second floor balcony and then climbed along the edge of the balcony and jumped to the ground. The young man glanced at the Fantasy Garden bar and snorted in disdain, "Uncle Cop, come and catch me in 2 years' time. Goodbye." The young man turned his head and saw a small electric moped parked in front of him, with the key still in the ignition. The young man's eyes lit up, and he said to himself, "I'm working alone. When I saw this little electric mule, I thought I had an accomplice. With this guy, it's really heaven sent." He lifted his leg and sat on the moped, unscrewed the key and hummed, "Get on my little donkey." Suddenly, someone sat behind the young man. The young man's heart trembled, and he hurriedly looked back. When he saw the person behind him, the young man immediately went dumb. What's going on? Chapter 40, Discovering a Conspiracy. The person sitting behind the young man was of course Chu Feng. "Hey, kid, I told you not to play tricks, but you still didn't listen. Do you think you can escape my clutches?" The young man was determined, and suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it at Chu Feng. Chu Feng was prepared. At the moment the dagger came at him, he grabbed the young man's wrist and applied a little pressure. The young man screamed and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, Chu Feng grabbed the young man with his legs and sped off. Along the way, no matter how the young man resisted, he could not break free from Chu Feng. Linhai Sports Park. Chu Feng threw the young man on the lawn, and the young man suddenly jumped up and punched Chu Feng. Chu Feng laughed, "Kid, you can't hurt me with a knife, and you want to use your fists? I think you're looking for death." Boom! Chu Feng kicked the young man in the chest, and the young man's thin body flew backward and finally fell to the lawn. Chu Feng walked over and stepped on the young man's chest. He applied a little pressure with his foot, and the young man screamed in pain. "Uncle Policeman, spare my life." The young man, unable to bear the pain, immediately begged for mercy. Chu Feng did not reduce the strength of his foot, saying, "As long as you answer my questions, you will be fine. If you don't answer, I will break all your ribs." "Uncle Policeman, you ask, I will answer. What's your name?" "Xiao Lifeng." "Who told you to spread rumors about the Su Real Estate Group?" Xiao Lifeng looked at Chu Feng and shook his head, saying, "I don't know." "Ah!" The young man screamed again, his eyes bulging with pain. He had already broken a rib. "Xiao Lifeng, listen carefully. If you say you don't know, I'll break one of your ribs. If you say you don't know, I'll break 2 of your ribs. I'll see how many ribs you have left. Oh, don't step on it. I said it's not okay?" Chu Feng moved his foot away from Xiao Lifeng's chest and said coldly, "Hurry up and say it." Chu Feng's voice was like a bell, and Xiao Lifeng's body couldn't help but shiver. He asked cautiously, "Uncle Police Officer, can't you use private?" But for people like you, it's okay. Hurry up and say it. Xiao Lifeng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice, his eyes filled with fear, and he swallowed his saliva and said, "Someone gave me money to spread rumors about Sue's real estate." Get to the point. Who gave you the money? Yes, it was the Su family leader. Su Lingtian? When Xu Feng heard the person who ordered the attack, he was initially surprised, but then he quickly understood the reason why Su Lingtian did it. His goal was, of course, to ruin Su Qing and eliminate her from competing with his daughter Su Yu for the right to succeed the Su family. But this guy is really ruthless. In order to achieve his goal, he even resorted to such a means, even going so far as to destroy his own family's Su real estate. He also understood why Su Qing's father had left home. With such a ruthless older brother, if he didn't leave, what other choice did he have? Xu Feng was sure that without him, Su Qing would follow in her father's footsteps. Xiao Lifeng, how can you be sure that the person who ordered you to do it was the eldest son of the Su family? Because we worked together once, and it was a great success. I met him and he said it himself that he was the eldest son of the Su family. For doing such a bad thing, Su Lingtian still dared to show his face. He is really arrogant. Su Lingtian thinks that no one can control him. Also, could it be that the last time Xiao Lifeng mentioned working together was when they were working together to frame Su Qing's father? Xu Feng quickly dismissed this idea. Xiao Lifeng looked no older than 20, and Su Qing's father had passed away 20 years ago, so there was no way they could have crossed paths. Xiao Lifeng, tell me, what was the last time you worked with the Su family's boss? It was last year. Someone called me and asked me to spread rumors online that the Shangshi Plaza Group would be developing a large shopping mall on Wujiang Road. Xu Feng was puzzled. Why did you do it? At first I didn't know why, but later I found out that the Shangshi Shiqing project developed by the Su family was on Wujiang Road, and because of this rumor, the houses in Shangshi Shiqing were sold out in a flash. Xu Feng nodded in silence. So that's how it was. Xu Feng thought of another thing. Su Qing took over Su Real Estate Group this year, and last year, Su Yu was in charge of Su Real Estate. No wonder Su Lingtian went to such lengths. It must have been the success of the rumor last year that made Su Lingtian so overjoyed that he personally met with Xiao Lifeng. Xiao Lifeng, this time, in addition to asking you to spread rumors about Su's real estate, saying that its houses are of poor quality and are about to collapse, did Su Lingtian ask you to do anything else? Xiao Lifeng thought for a moment and suddenly said, he said that this time it's not enough to just spread rumors, you have to do something practical. Listen to the sound, this will be more convincing. Practical action? Listen to some noise? Xu Feng silently pondered these words, and suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he suddenly realized. Su Lingtian is really crazy to bring down Su Qing. He wants the Green Waterfront project to collapse. If the building collapses, even if Su's real estate gives it away for free, I'm afraid no one will want a house from Su's real estate. Today is the opening day, and Su Lingtian will definitely do it today. Because if he does it today, the impact will be even greater. Xu Feng suddenly pointed at Xiao Lifeng, you little brat, get in the car. I'm not a policeman, you asked me all the answers, on the basis of my honesty, you let me off this time, don't worry, with this lesson, I will never do it again. Cut the crap and get in the car. Xu Feng kicked Xiao Lifeng in the butt, hoisted his skinny body onto the electric moped, and sped off toward Su's real estate. Xiao Lifeng kept shaking his head. He had never carried his own dog in such a position. Now, in this kid's eyes, I'm just a dog. Su Real Estate, Xu Feng threw Xiao Lifeng in the security room and turned to the security guard on duty, Lu Hai, and said, go, call your security team leader over. Lu Hai looked up and down at Xu Feng and said disdainfully, who are you to order me around? Xu Feng was appointed as the office manager of Su's Real Estate, but this appointment was not issued to the entire group, so the security office did not know Xu Feng. I am the group office manager, Xu Feng. This position can order you, right? Lu Hai was slightly taken aback, and then burst out laughing, so it's you. The group office manager is in charge of our security office, so of course he can order me around. However, we haven't seen any official appointment documents, so if you want to order me around, bring the official documents. Damn you! Xu Feng wanted to kick Lu Hai in the face, but at that moment, a rough-looking man's voice came from the door. Who is this, yelling in the security office? Then, a burly man with a crew cut walked in. Several security guards followed the man. Seeing the man, the security guard Lu Hai hurried over and respectfully called out, Captain Li. This person is Li Xiaochuan, the captain of the security team of the Su Real Estate Group. Li Xiaochuan saw Qiao Lifeng sitting on the ground and pointed at him. What's going on? Lu Hai hurriedly said, Captain Li, it was the manager of our group office who caught him. Lu Hai pointed to Chu Feng, and Li Xiaochuan immediately looked at Chu Feng. The whole group knew about this move up in one step, and it was the biggest news in the group recently. Li Xiaochuan naturally knew about it as well. Ha, Manager Chu, your name is well known throughout the group, and your ability to defy the heavens is also amazing. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Li Xiaochuan, who was talking, extended his hand to Chu Feng. Just now, this guy's words and laughter were full of knives. Chu Feng didn't want to deal with him, but thinking about the security team that would be needed next, Chu Feng could only endure it. Captain Li, don't make fun of me. I'm afraid I'm not as powerful as you or as the group office manager. Chu Feng shook hands with Li Xiaochuan. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a strong force coming from his hand, and instantly understood that Li Xiaochuan was trying to intimidate him. The strength in Li Xiaochuan's hand was extremely great. If a normal person's hand was held so tightly, they would probably have fallen to their knees in pain. This is the purpose of Li Xiaochuan, to make Chu Feng kneel in front of him. Unfortunately, Chu Feng is not an ordinary person. Li Xiaochuan looked down on the guy who had just been lucky enough to move bricks. He wanted Chu Feng to kowtow to him first. In Li Xiaochuan's eyes, those with status will fawn, and those without status will be killed. However, soon enough, Li Xiaochuan sensed that things were not going well. Because no matter how hard he tried, the manager in front of him just smiled faintly, as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. Li Xiaochuan was puzzled. What was going on? Was it because I wasn't using enough force? But I was already using all my strength.